and got up and got to go do stuff. Came
You
back.
don't sleep very long, do you?
Yeah, today I got stuff to do, so I can't sleep too long.
Yeah.
I got families coming over like this evening, so got to get some stuff done.
Yeah, nice. Good to see family coming over. Always a blessing.
Yeah, but not my family, my wife's side of
Oh
family.
God, you got to sit through that shit. No, I'm joking. It's still good.
Yep.
I'm surprised we didn't
So,
wake you up, bro. We've been loud all morning. It's been quite busy.
well, I took off my headset, so I just,
Oh yeah.
sometime a lot of time when I'm here, I'm not here. I'm doing some of the stuff, or I'm sleeping. Yeah, but yeah, man, how did it go? Since I left.
I think we spoke to like 3 or 4 people since then. I can't remember. What was we talking about?
I mean, the last time I heard you was that one kid. Remember the kid, goddess kid, boy, whatever.
Oh
Yeah, you
yeah,
spoke to
yeah.
him. We spoke to him so many times, bro. But he likes to play game, right?
Change his name. Yeah.
Yep, yep. And but man, yesterday we had a good talk because it was not too many people in here, so it was pretty much pseudo killer, Quetzal, and I. And different globies came in, bro. We had like very good conversation. Since there's not too many people, they drop their prize, that the egos
More
down. We
personal.
walk them through.
Yeah.
Man, we sent a bunch of information to them, and then they just left happy, right? And they said, well, they
Right.
will be back. Yeah, I told them about the home server. Hey, man, if you guys run out of the information that I sent you, yeah, you can come to a home server. There's more stuff over there, tons of the stuff over there. So yeah, man, we had a lot of good talk with a lot of people yesterday.
Yeah, Pseudo's got a lot of enthusiasm to people. He's good to have about.
Yeah, I think he's awesome. Yeah,
it's very calming.
yeah.
Yeah, it makes me laugh though because he'll be like, I'm warning you. Yeah, you're about to get the flat smacking of your life. He's like giving him a heads up, like, honestly, bro, you don't know what you're doing. He's a funny
Yeah.
addition, good addition
Well,
to the
to
panel.
everybody. Yeah, good morning to Car, Jenna, Batman, the Mock, and Mr. Amish. I hope you guys doing well. I hope you guys hit the lottery
Hey,
soon.
Jenna
Good
Amish, what's going on?
morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, Jenna.
How are you, Jenna?
Doing good, man. I hope I hit the lottery too.
Yeah, I pray for you. I'm gonna say a prayer for you. Hope you win the lottery.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I actually bought $20 worth of the Mega. What is it? Mega Millions? Yeah. Maybe like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, right? It was like 500 something $million. So I was like, hey, let me test it out. I didn't even hit one number. Oh man, it's funny.
Yeah, it's a numbers game. You got to play every week, dude.
Yeah,
it.
I don't think I have the luck for that. You know what I mean? So once in a blue moon's okay.
The thing is,
but imagine winning.
You got to pick one number or two numbers or three numbers, right? And you just play those constantly, and then you'll get like a random pick. So instead of spending your whole 20 every time or any time like that, you just play like two numbers that you always play every time, just in case, because those will always have the odds to like, those numbers will come up more. If they don't never come up, they have to come up. So if you always play two set and then like get a couple, random picks that they give you, your odds are the best. Play a set number and then a random number, a set number and a random number every time, regardless. And then, yeah. see billionaires and trillionaires and people with big money, what they do is go on the lotto site and they look at all the numbers that haven't hit yet, and those are the ones they play. They'll like they'll get like 1,000 numbers that haven't ever been picked. So statistically, they have to get picked. Those combinations.
Same with women. Hit the numbers.
Yeah.
Keep hitting them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Boomhauer. 1 in 100 is going to say yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah. Do you play the lottery? I don't. I even think those odds are just not worth it. Yeah.
I play the instant scratch off.
Yo, my dad won £700,000 on a scratch card, bro.
Yeah.
Really? That's crazy.
£100,000. Yeah.
Yeah, you can win on them.
How much the taxes?
I don't know. It was a long
Unheard of
time
that.
ago. It was a long time ago, but it changed his life. Obviously, he paid his
Right.
house off, bought another house. Just changed everything. Unbelievable. You'd think that I'd play him. I still don't even play him after he won. It's crazy.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, maybe it's a good thing that you don't play. You know what I mean?
yeah, you don't want to give all the
Some
money
people
back
just
to
have
people
to
on.
and
Oh shit! Don't mean to
Like-
be rude. I gotta go. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
all right, brother. Take care.
Yeah, I don't play much, but when I do, I usually play like the scratch offs. I've played the pick 4 and
Yeah,
pick 3s.
I don't have the luck for it, bro. I mean, maybe I'm not that lucky, so I don't really play. Once in the blue moon, I'll buy the Powerball or Mega Million. Once in the blue moon. I think if one of us, let's say one of us win this big money, we probably throw like a big ass fucking flat earth party somewhere in the middle of America.
Shit,
Man,
I
with
would
that
set-
type of money, man, you
I
can
would
help
set up
all
a
kinds of
flat
flat
earth-
earthers out there. Yeah.
I would set up a comedy globe ball physics lab. I would set up a globe ball physics lab, but it would really be for flat earth physics.
Yo, but listen, with that type of money, man, we can do like way long distance observation, 500 miles over water or something, right?
Yeah, but for what?
Like laser. Well, I'm just saying, just to shut them up even more. We know it's flat already, but I'm just saying, like, the long would be the longest.
Nah, if I won
longest.
the lotto, I would I would pay Neil deGrasse. I would pay the people for an hour of their time to all have a fucking actual debate with us. And you see which ones can say what, which ones can do what, which ones can because all of them are different. And you can
Okay, all right. Let's say Neil deGrasse Tyson on the globe side. Who are you gonna pick from fighter side? Go for it.
Me, I'm gonna be interviewing them. You guys, this whole group, our
Yeah.
whole group.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a panel. I'm saying if we won the lotto and all I gotta do is pay these dudes like $1,000 to be there for an hour. I mean, come on. Just 1 hour to show up on fucking camera to talk to us, like shit. Hey, can I get you on Sunday to talk for 1 hour? I mean, I got $1,000. It's for a good cause. It's educational purposes. You know, boom, get them to do the interview,
Yeah.
and you get them all. I
don't
mean, shit, they need money.
Listen, I don't think he's gonna take the $1,000. I think I mean, we know that he's a buster, but I don't think he's gonna take 1,000. Maybe he take 10,000. Maybe.
What if the way I word the letter and the $1,000? Like to Professor Dave, to him, to Neil, the Keegan, the MT, the fucking Murray, all any fucking goofy retard motherfucker that thinks they're high up, the fucking Dave Pettit, anybody that's alive, anybody. If you won the shit, you could send a letter to each one to have an interview with any one of these motherfuckers. That would be funny to me. Interview the people that supposedly went to the ISS. Are they worth more than Neil?
Not sure. Probably, yeah.
Wonder who gets paid more. The guy who faked going to the ISS and only has to show his face one time and then go and then never be seen again. Or Neil deGrasse has to show his face every time and keep lying. See, I think those Scott Kelly people they need money, don't they? You're telling me none of these dudes would take actual cash to do an interview? Do you know what that means?
No, they would. Most people would do anything for money. So
Yeah, but if Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't have an interview with me and you in the panel, and if I paid for it, I would say I know this panel's got mods and everything, but if I'm paying for these motherfuckers' time to come here, I get this much time with each one of them, and then they're fucking shark food. Then anybody can do whatever. Yeah, we could have I could set up a thing and pay money. You come, you put up this amount of money. If you win the debate or you prove your thing, you get this much. Like a certain amount times your amount, 2 or 3 times. So if you bring money, say you pay $10,000 to make sure that you're positively interested. And then at the end, if you prove the thing, you get $1 million or 100,000 or some shit. You know what I mean? You set it up like what's his name did. He's willing to pay out somebody for fantastical proof of something that's supposed to be unprovable. If they can prove it to everyone in the world one time, once and for all, they get the $1 million worth 500,000. But you got to pay 10 to enter. So it's not like a loss totally. So if 1,000 people enter this thing and a lot of them can't pass, then that's just money you get towards paying the guy who can really do it. You see? Like a prove it or lose it type situation. Like, okay, everybody thinks the Earth's round. Prove it spins. Bob's going to come in, and for $5,000, he's going to try. He's put up his money. He's got his credentials. He's set up his experiment. We don't give a fuck what it is. He just has to be able to prove at the end of this, you know. And you'd have people fucking, instead of paying for a patent, they're paying for a try to get the 100,000 or the $1 million or whatever, and to prove their thing. And once they prove their thing, then patents and whatever and Nobel, whatever comes from that. You see? Yeah, it would be like a debate challenge with money.
hey, Roots, man, you here? You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
You think you want to do another song, part 2?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I got some. I've been working on some new stuff or whatever. But it's gonna take some time for me to get it done. You want I think we should. You want something aggressive, or you want some just mellow, chill, laid back stuff?
Fuck all the
Just
pie, Fibonacci, the boo.
send me a few tracks, bro, and I'll do
Okay.
one of them. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's due. We need to do one. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Pay
because I think
attention
like because I think your style, like you can pretty much write any instruments. So we'll
Pay
do part
attention to
two.
nerves, the veins and the roots, the Fibonacci and pi, the sequence get boots. The
Better
root.
eat those alkaline vegetables and fruits.
That's right.
And don't forget the
Oh,
herbs
we
because
got
we're
some.
rolling up zoots. That's pretty
We
shit.
got somebody in here, right? Somebody new.
Yeah.
How you
Oh, yeah.
pronounce his name?
Hey, what up? No, I was just
Medi.
saying, like, you know that, but the Fibonacci, what up, new person?
No, I'm
Fibonacci
not
and all that.
just listening.
Roots. That's from my rebuttal.
Yeah,
to the
what's up, bro?
Fibonacci
How's it going?
sequence.
I put the chi in Fibonacci, DeMarc.
I know, but you don't have to because you put the roots in the boots. I mean, because you know, what I'm saying, look, the roots, the veins, the nerves, the streams, the streams, the rivers, like lightning bolts, right? They all flow just like a root, just like that tree.
Yep. Yeah, for real.
So, yeah, and they want to tell you about Fibonacci's and pies, and I don't know, just weird.
Hey guys, you guys want to welcome a new friend in here? I
Oh,
can't
yeah, we're ready.
pronounce your name, bro. How you
Medi.
pronounce your name?
Is it Medi?
Yeah, Mehdi, yes.
Okay.
What's up, Medi?
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Oh, okay. I'm unmuted. Okay, so that's cool. I was in a different server with some like LGBTQ, and they muted me just because like I said.
Is it because you walked in and just started spamming without actually seeing who was speaking? That could be why.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, but maybe next time, my friend. Next time, what you should do, like, come in and just chill a little bit, and then you could say hello to everybody. But yeah, if you
Right.
walk into like a random room or whatever, you start talking or cutting people off, interject the conversation. Sometimes
You get muted.
it come
Yeah,
out
I
very rude, so people would
No,
mute you
I
down.
know. I was just saying I was surprised that I wasn't still muted. That's all. I wasn't. I mean, because I
Yeah,
was.
but you said it
muted.
in the middle of our conversation. Now you've derailed us. What's up, bro?
My bad. My bad. Please.
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
We're trying to
Appreciate
say hi to
it.
the Mindy dude, the Midgie.
Yeah. You can keep speaking. I'm just here to listen now.
All right. So, Gawis, why did you join this room then? Have you been in here before, the Flat Earth room?
No, I'm pretty new to
No.
this server. I usually am on a different Christian, mostly biblical Christian servers. So this is cool. I'm like back and forth flat earth. I don't really care it matters in the Christendom. Like some Christians do believe in it and they're really gung ho for it and they say you gotta believe it. They say NASA's a lie. I don't think it matters that much. We just trust God anyways.
If it doesn't matter, then just spread the good word of flat earth and God, brother. You're good to go. Just be like,
Why
earth is
flat earth?
flat.
Why
God
do you
loves
think
you. It
flat earth?
doesn't matter. The shape of the earth that's flat doesn't matter. It's not a shape, it's flat. It doesn't matter. That's what I would repeat if I was you.
Well, it's all about Jesus. So yeah,
Right.
sure.
So
yeah, flat
NASA
earth.
doesn't matter. F science, F balls. The earth is flat. It's all about Jesus.
Okay, so we don't want to be totally ignorant on science.
No, you don't want to be ignorant. You just said it doesn't matter. So don't be a liar. Don't be a hypocrite. Jesus loves you. He's watching. Don't be two-faced, right? So you said it doesn't matter. I'm going to go with that with you. So if it doesn't matter, what we can do now is set the bar for flat earth because nothing else matters and then Jesus, right? Science doesn't matter in your book. That shit don't matter. You said so. Why worry about it? It doesn't matter. The earth is flat. We don't have to worry about that shit. It doesn't matter. Correct?
Well, I don't believe the earth is flat though.
Yeah, you do, because the other shit, it doesn't matter. What's
you said
the
you
matter?
go back and forth, so now you don't. Go
Now
back
it
and
matters
forth,
to
or
you?
do.
Yeah. Does it matter or not, brother?
Well, in the end, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat because
So
we
if it
stand for
doesn't
God.
matter, Earth is flat. Bottom line, we're
Well,
done.
God's not going
Next.
to ask you that as a quiz question when you stand.
Brother,
before
I
him.
don't know what God's going to do. I'm glad you talk for him. It's great that you know everything. So it
You
doesn't
really believe
matter.
that?
And you just talked for God, right?
I mean, yeah, if that's how you want to see it, that's
So
my
Earth doesn't
personal.
matter. No, it's how you see it. You just told me, you told us it doesn't matter. We were going to try to get to some scientific format of effort or, firsthand experience and knowledge, but you said that doesn't fucking matter. We don't care about that, truth and reality and measurements. We're just going to go with Jesus and flat Earth. I said, okay, I'm with you. The Earth is flat. Spread the good word, brother.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if that's what you believe, then keep
No,
on.
that's what
walking with
you
Jesus.
said.
Yeah.
You said nothing matters but flat Earth and Jesus.
No, I said flat Earth doesn't matter. I said
No, you said
I
the globe doesn't matter.
Do I think I personally more leaning towards the globe Earth?
It doesn't matter. It's flat.
Well, if that's what you believe, then that's fine.
No, it's what you told us. It doesn't matter.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that you have
said
to believe
it does
that. I
not
said the
matter.
opposite.
What does that mean to you?
I said
I
flat
said,
Earth.
sir, we're going to talk about this thing, the Earth or whatever. You said that doesn't matter. I just believe in Jesus. So
Okay,
Jesus and flat Earth. We got you. Don't talk about it.
You're misunderstanding. I said it's non-essential doctrine. I said flat Earth is non-essential.
What did Jesus tell you?
To believe in him, to trust in him.
Did he call you on your cell phone?
No, it was through the Bible.
He told you through a book?
Yeah, I mean, it's through many different authors.
So if Dr. Seuss, if you picked up a Dr. Seuss book, would Jesus talk to you through Dr. Seuss?
Most likely not. No, I don't think so. But
no, just only through the book you think he's talking to you through.
Well, I don't believe he's going to talk to me through a Dr. Seuss book.
So let's say that doesn't matter. So books don't matter either now.
Oh no, books do matter. A lot of things.
So Dr. Seuss, when you pray to Dr. Seuss and you read the book of Dr. Seuss.
When do people ever do that?
We'll just move on, guys. We'll just move on with that. We'll ask you
with him. We got to go to the other guy, Kimbo. This guy said nothing matters. I don't think we need to talk to him.
I didn't say nothing matters. I said it's non-essential. That's not what I said. Non-essential doctrine in Christendom. It's nothing to be consumed over.
It don't matter, bro. We're good.
Yeah. Look, I do say to people too, man. If this topic is not matter, then I'd rather not talk to people about the topic. Period. If it's not matter.
True.
And I do tell people too, if maybe it's not matter to whoever, to you or to other people, but I tell them it's not matter. Yeah. To be honest, we don't want to waste our valuable time with people who think it's not matter. Because how I see it, if the truth doesn't matter to you, then then I'm not gonna waste my time talking to that person. Period. So.
The truth matters to me, and I want to know about your soul. Your souls matter the most. That's what I'm saying.
What is the soul?
Well, it's what is inside of you, who you are as a person, who you are going to stand for God at the end.
So a word description of an imagination of one guy.
What do you mean? Your soul is not.
What's the physical thing that we can touch? Can I have a cup of soul?
I guess you can't touch your soul physically. Probably not.
So how do you know it's there?
Well, it's because you're conscious. You are conscious, and you have feelings.
The computer and TV I turned on has feelings too, and it's conscious.
Okay, well, I guess
the power button, the on button, Christmas tree's conscience. It's got energy going through it, power, electricity, a flow. It's alive.
I wouldn't say that is a soul, though. I wouldn't say electronics.
What's the difference? Show me the soul, and then show me electricity and how they're different.
I can't show you physically. We don't have scientific stuff, so if other Christians...
You don't have any scientific stuff. Didn't you say a couple minutes ago, after you said it didn't matter, that you do like to be scientifical, and now you don't have any scientific stuff for the soul?
For the soul, yeah. I mean, there's Christians out there way smarter than me that have delved
Smarter. Are they
into.
going to give me the soul?
Hopefully, I mean, people haven't got into that research that deep in the Christendom,
They haven't since
Nobody
day
can give
one.
you
They
a
haven't.
soul except God,
in the
bro.
Christian Science, not the denomination, not the cult, because there's a Christian Science cult though. But in like
Oh, I
scientific
think they've been. I think they've been doing like alchemy and freebasing and trying to make souls and make people out of mud and goyim and golem and all kinds of shit since fucking you were a turd fart in somebody's thought.
Who has Christian Science?
Way before you, brother. Way back, way back, way back. People,
Really?
humans that are like, I want to know what a soul is before you were born, before your mom and dad got here. You didn't talk to them?
Um,
The weird
Yeah.
sicko scientists that are off in the fucking dungeons or off in some lab somewhere working on making souls or figuring out what a soul is or figuring out how to make a baby from scratch or 3D print a human or clone you some meat or make you a new plant. Those weirdos.
yeah,
You think
some of
they
it's
haven't
creepy.
been-
Yeah, that's creepy.
Yeah, you don't think they're doing that stuff?
Not Christians though. I think
Not Christians.
I hope not. I mean, I hope they're not.
Christians started the shit, brother.
Okay. Well,
Well,
who knows?
A guy
hey, how do you pronounce your name, bro?
So,
How do you
Gallus.
pronounce your name?
A gal. Like
Gallus.
German.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you G. Easy. All right. What's up, G? So I know you say maybe this topic is not matter to you, but would you like to would you like to ask any question about the topic?
Yeah. How does it tie into? How does it apply to us? Flat Earth. Unless we're working in a certain field, is it just because the higher ups is this flat Earth thing just stuff against the government lying to us?
I don't know what they're doing, dude. Weird people do weird things. We can measure, like you said, you like scientific type things, and physically and testable. If you believe in reality and scientific experimentation, there is none to prove Earth moves. There is none to prove there's a curve. Actually, that's not even really a part of science. But I mean, since you like it, I know you're going to appeal to that. So if we go out and measure water, we couldn't scientifically in any format prove that it's curving. We can't prove that gas holds a spherical shape, right? But we're told that it does. And we're told that the closer to the dirt you are, the closer to gravity you are, the center of gravity. But then gas and air bubbles don't stay down there. They go away from that. But the very thing that's supposed to hold them down is that magic word called gravity. And since if they're close to scientifically, it would just logically make sense that the air bubble that's under the ocean sitting there would stay there because gravity. But it rises to the top.
I think that's different. That's buoyancy, not gravity, isn't it?
What's different? So gravity doesn't exist, right?
I think gravity exists. I mean,
So
it's
why
just-
isn't the air being held down by gravity like they told you? The whole atmosphere is being held down by gravity to the dirt or water surface. If it's under the surface, it should be held there also, correct? Why would gravity stop doing its job?
I don't know.
Why would
I
gravity
guess
never
the Earth
start
could be
doing its
flipped.
job? You can't start gravity to do its job. You can't even help gravity along as a fucking human, brother.
The Earth could be flat then. I guess so.
Right. So we don't have any gravity because you and I know it's not a force to mechanically force anything to do anything. So that's not happening. Magnetism and everything else is fucking awesome, and that's everywhere. Water is horizontally flat. We have hills, valleys, dips, topography. And it's called basically like a realm, like the Earth realm. It's not really a shape. It's just a horizontal plane of reference, right? Horizontal. Far as you and I can go across this bitch or in front, forward, or backward, it's horizontal. We're not going down around. It's not a disc floating in space like they might have gave you some weird image. In the idea that we've found so far, it's Earth is the bottom, and then there's air above Earth. There's some water outside in the dirt. If you dig a hole in the dirt, water can build up. And then above the dirt is air, right? And then above that, it just gets thinner, the voltage increases. We haven't seen a vacuum or tested a vacuum of any nature. No vacuum that we found. So no space vacuum. We're not, space hasn't been seen under us, and stars don't go below the dirt and water. Neither does the sun.
Yeah, I see the picture, the diagram that Amish Battle Mech posted. Okay. So it's just the sun above us. There are stars, though.
Yeah, they all moving like a hula hoop type or ceiling fan type pattern. You see what I'm saying? Like a mobile over a kid's bed. Do you understand that?
So they're not that big? You're saying the stars are...
No. Listen to what I said. I don't want you to confuse my words. They are what they are. They're spread out, and they're as big as they are. I don't know how big they are. I wouldn't say they're anything of what the globe told you. Just think of stars above you, sun and moon. They move. They spin in a fashion like a mobile. They are what they are. What you see up there is doing what it's spinning, right? The little twinkly lights and the sun and the moon. The main thing, basically, you could pay attention to in the air if you wanted to is just the sun and moon, right? They move in a cycle above you. It's the same thing the stars do. Now, what the globe people tell you is the ground's moving, not the stuff above you. But if you and I stand here next to each other, we got a tree sitting here that's sitting still. We're sitting still. We can hang something on the tree with a string and a weight, and it don't move. It's not swinging around. It doesn't act crazy. And then we look up at the stars and the sun, and they move. And the sun moves past. And we're sitting still. We're the reference frame for the sun to be moving, right? So the sun moves and not us. The stars move and not us. Over our head, like a big-ass mobile of stars, sun, and moon. Now, do you understand?
Okay.
Like a big blanket of stars spinning around.
Yeah. So there's nothing to the side. There's the ice wall.
I don't think any human knows about any ice wall. The military and cold temperature, money, supplies, gasoline, all these things keep you from going places that are really hard or inhospitable to go. So, I mean, you'd have to have like a fucking icebreaker ship, something crazy to go to certain points or to certain temperatures. And if there's a fucking ice wall where air actually does freeze or something like that, the humidity in the air turns solid, I wouldn't want to fucking be sitting next to it. That would seem pretty cold, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, we haven't gone.
So I haven't seen it. Yeah. I haven't seen it. I haven't measured the edge. I haven't been to the edge of Flat Earth yet. Far as I know, it doesn't have an edge. Because in order to see the edge of any object, all you got to do is look forward horizontally away from that object, right? Stand on top of a ball. Look at the wall in your room. You're not looking at the ball. Shrink yourself. Still going to be the same damn thing. You're going to be able to see that wall and not the ball while you're on a ball. So on this earth, everywhere we go up, we still see earth everywhere. No matter where the guy is, far away from you to your left or right, or a billion of us lined up that way, we're all seeing earth still horizontally forever. That I know of. No one's ever seen where the earth stops. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like where dirt and water stop and air goes that way horizontally. I don't think any humans ever got any film of that, ever.
Well, I guess they faked the moon landing then, because they showed the Earth like on satellites and things, and the sphere.
Yeah, they show you cartoons. Yeah. What kind of map you got?
Yeah, yeah. I just use Google Maps.
No. If you go to the bookstore and get a map, what is it?
Oh, a Rand McNally. It's a bunch of.
It's a flat map, brother. Flat pages, flat papers, flat maps. The military, the main map they use is a flat map on a flat table, and they set their coordinates and their headings. Now, why would you think you live on a ball if the military uses a flat map to save lives?
They use a flat map just for visual purposes.
No. A what? What?
It's just for visual
Ball?
purposes.
No. No, hell no. Hell no. No. A ball does not visually look like flat. Video game renderers can't even make you a globe video game. They don't know how to render it. So now what are you talking about? So now if you think looking at a flat map and going up and seeing flat earth on a flat map matches the flat map perfectly, I'm with you. Where's the globe one at that matches? That's the one we need. We need that 360 map with the little highways and cityways, and you don't have that, do you? Matter of fact, if you look on that globe, it says not for educational purposes, not to educate you.
Oh, okay. I see.
Okay. So
I
a
think that's
flat
just-
map, hold on. If the flat map is correct, and I can go from my grandma's house right now with this flat map I have, and from my house to my grandma's house, I can verify the distance. Match is flat. Where could you verify it matched round? They're not the same, brother. They're never the same.
I think it's two different ways of looking at it. I mean, I could be wrong. Look, I could be wrong about globe.
No, I'm not. Well, you are 100% because the world is. Well, the world has been mapped out planar. That means flat, like a checkerboard everywhere. Now, what they tell you is a whole nother fucking story. I can't help that. But what you and I can verify, water is not curving below a horizontal line. Not at the left side of a fucking 1,000,000-mile room or 10-mile room or 1,000-mile room. Not at the right side, not at the center. It's all going to be horizontal because they have a tool called a water level defined horizontal. How odd. Now, if water was stuck to the outside of a big ball, water has to curve everywhere. So that means wherever you put your finger on water, the rest of that water to the left and right has to curve away, down and away, but be at the same altitude. Do you understand that conundrum? You got to be 5 foot high and 5 foot high, but below 5 foot. Can you demonstrate that?
No, that sounds like being two places.
Sounds like a globe. That's how a globe works. Yeah, a circle on the wall. You take from the ground, you draw a circle, like a rainbow, to the other part, right? That's globe elevation from the radius, from the center point. So now that outside circle is equal with itself. So it's 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch all the way around that bow. You're 1 inch high as a human. Do you understand that? That would be your elevation on a ball. 1 inch high going up and down below yourself. Do you understand? To keep the radius. The circumference, the outside circle. To keep that drawn. Now, flat Earth is just a horizontal line from one end of your wall to the next. And we'll stay 1 inch above it, 1 inch above it, 1 inch above it, 1 inch above it, 1 inch above it forever. That's flat Earth elevation. That's how we do everything. That's how builders do it. That's how surveyors do it. It's how plumb bobs work, angles work, and everything. Rise over run, we find a horizontal and we go from there. We don't use a curved benchmark.
Oh, so from home building and doing the
Everything
elevation,
is
you can
done that.
improve.
Yes, because nobody curbs shit out. Nowhere. Not in any distance, unless you're doing a drain system because you don't want water to build up over here and over there. And you know what that means for water? It's not sticking to the whole thing evenly because it's going to drain to one side or the other. No globe. Plumbers can't tell you how to plumb on a globe. You got to be kidding me, brother. How would you plumb on a globe? Show me the blueprint.
the reason why is because how small we are. We're just like little specks. So in that little speck, there would be flat
So you're a
surfaces.
little speck.
Yeah,
What's that
in
mean?
the globe, or even if it is flat Earth.
You're a speck on flat Earth. Yeah, you're a little speck on
even
flat
if it
Earth.
is.
So,
So
well, what can we demonstrate as little specks? Can we see a meniscus wall of water, like the globe predicts, or water down in the hole of dirt, like flat Earth predicts, with a horizontal surface? Which one do we see? I'm putting my money on the water down in the hole, like the mud puddle in my front yard, or the pond. You have to dig out some dirt and pour water in it like a cup. Welcome to flat Earth. You don't have to do that on a globe. Just throw your water out there. It'll be good. No walls needed for your pool. Do we have that anywhere? You've never seen the pool with no walls? Where little Bobby and Tommy and the family are next door swimming in their meniscus bubble? You never seen that held by gravity? Because we're so microscopically small, I mean, to this big thing. Where could we demonstrate that?
Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, the answer is you can't. There is no wall that you're looking for on a ball. That's what you'd be looking for, the water wall. A wall of a lake, a wall of a fucking pond, a wall of a mud puddle. It would stick up and you'd kick it as you walked past. It would be up out of the water, out of the dirt, protruding over like a meniscus, like a bubble. Do you understand? If you were on a ball.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the Globers simply believe that's how God made the Earth. Is He held the waters in place? God.
Well, you'd have to be able to demonstrate that meniscus of fucking lake. I can demonstrate a flat Earth lake. You'd have to be able to demonstrate God did a different thing.
Well, creation is supernatural, so it's go beyond explanation.
Brother, show me the lake that he supernaturally put upside down above the dirt. Where you see the top of the lake up there in the air and you got to climb up to it and you can't see the surface. And then the bottom of the lake's right here at your feet and you can look in it and catch the bigger fish on the bottom.
I mean, that takes faith. A lot of stuff takes faith. So
what does? Seeing the thing you're talking about?
Believing that God supernaturally made the globe.
Brother, cool. God made Earth. He made it flat and horizontal is what I'm measuring.
Yeah, that's fine too. I'm nodding my head. Agreement. It's.
Okay.
I'm telling you the reason for them believing that, the Globers believing that.
Okay, so you're saying, okay, I got you, brother. So you're saying not Big Bang Earth, not Big Bang Flat Earth, not stupid Flat Earth. You're thinking intelligent, God-made, creator. Okay, Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's totally possible.
Hold on. I'm with you on intelligence, brother. I don't think you can really have anything, build anything, or do evolution type shit or any of that, because that stuff's retarded in the very sense of the word retarded. Not to be mean to the word, right? Not to say it, to use it like in a weird way, but evolution is the very word of retarded. And then you have intelligence or memory, which would be like the idea for people who believe in creation or creator, right? So I'm with you. I think something created everything too. Now, I wouldn't say it's in my idea of it's the same as yours, but I do have the understanding that something made everything and it's intelligent. So now that we're on flat Earth, right? We got actions and reactions. Shit happens certain ways, made by intelligence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, amen. God made us in His image, and we make stuff too. But all glory to God. Even automobiles, the idea for automobiles was from God. Henry Ford got that idea from God.
That goes way back to the way back. That's in that Wayback Machine that ever since a man's been a man or a woman's been a woman, they've been wondering and doing whatever they could do to do it, right? Mimic shit, make stuff, do stuff.
Yeah. So now that Earth is flat, we can't go out in space. All right, that's cool. So
we don't need to. We don't need to. We never needed to.
So this whole flat Earth thing is basically us being against space travel, Space Force.
Oh, I'm not against flying in the air like a bird. That happens all the time. What I'm saying is, well, I'm against someone lying to you about what their abilities are. And I'm against people saying they're flying out in a vacuum. I'm against the government keeping secrets like, where's this thing? Where's this line? Where's this? And we get told a story. We get told we know things, and we get catchphrases, right? So like the word gravity, catchphrase gravity, right? The end all be all, right? Just say the word gravity and it means what? No one's ever seen it from scratch. No one can reproduce it. But everybody says the word like they fucking know everything about it because that's what's been fed to us.
Yeah, brother, we've got no problem with space. It just doesn't exist. It's a violation of natural science. There's no evidence of space. It's like me having something against Narnia. I can't have something against something that doesn't exist.
Oh, okay, I see.
We can fly up in the air, brother, and we can take tests, and you and I can do whatever we can do to test it, what's actually up there. But I don't think we're going to come back with a vacuum. And I don't think we're going to come back with photos of us being on a spinning ball. Do you understand?
Okay.
But whatever we can do, I'm with you. So if we can magically go to anywhere or do anything that we can do, like if we can dig 1,000 miles in 10 seconds, you and I, physically, humanly, and prove it, cool, we can do it. If we can go 80,000 miles an hour forward, cool, we can do it. If we can't, though, guess what that means? We can't. Not yet. Not today.
Space being a vacuum next to an open system. Do you think this is possible without buying into the heliocentric model? Do you think you can have a vacuum next to an open system?
Oh no, but that's why it isn't open. Isn't there a certain layer and that the Globers say you have to penetrate to get to the vacuum?
What, you mean like a container?
Yeah,
Something that contains the gas.
Yeah.
I know they say there's a Van Allen radiation belt, but radiation doesn't contain gas.
Say there's an ozone layer, but an ozone layer is a layer of gas itself, and that's not going to contain.
Yeah, gas can't contain itself. So what's containing the gas?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You're assuming that space can exist, and it's a case of do you believe or not? No, space cannot exist. You cannot have an open system next to a container, and you cannot have gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, if you took a balloon into a vacuum chamber and you popped it, what happens? It doesn't stay the balloon. And you just poke a little bitty hole in it real slow. You don't even have to like pop it. Just poke it real. It'll go.
Quite violently as well. Yeah.
What's the container for the Earth then? There's no vacuum, so is there no container for the Earth?
We don't have the vacuum of space for that to, yeah.
Yeah, our argument is space is a violation of natural law. In order for there to be a gas pressure, there must be some sort of containment. The closest thing I can relate to that is probably what's described in the scriptures, which is the firmament or some sort of container that separated the waters from the waters, whatever. You can go that route. But if you want to just stay scientific, then you just cannot demonstrate gas containing gas. You need a physical barrier to contain the gas.
Okay, so it's the firmament. That's the container.
Well, I didn't want to put that idea in your head, but I got the feeling that you thought I was talking about some big plastic Tupperware or something around the Earth. Like, there's lots of in history and in scriptures. There's been, this was understood in the old world that the Earth was contained.
So the old world had it correct,
about this subject, about containment, I would argue that that fits with science, right? What we know about science and the natural world. How can we have a gas pressure on the Earth without something for the gas to press on?
Yeah, just think a microscopic little sand dot ball Earth, brother. You know they tell you the sun's like at 1,800,000 of these Earths, right? Like you can fit that many Earths on the sun. So if there's a vacuum that never ends and it always expands and it's a never-ending big vacuum, do you honestly think that you could have a grain of sand hold air in that motherfucker? No. We would be doing it on Earth if that was the case. We'd have little grains of sand and big marbles floating around each other and stuff like that in a little lab vacuum container. That's none of that shit's ever going to happen. The water wouldn't stay in there. The air's not gonna. It's gonna expand. It'll still be in there a little, but it expands. The potential or voltage increases. And if you go into a vacuum, it'll suck the blood out of you.
Yeah, but they have the suits on there, the space suits.
No. Now, how much time you want in a vacuum chamber with your spacesuit? 3 hours? How much time do you think you'd last?
I thought it'll
If I had
last
a big
10
vacuum chamber and you had all the NASA suits you wanted, you pick whatever one you want. You get to put it on, load you up in there, put you in this vacuum chamber, and I turn it on. How long do you think you're going to last?
I don't know however long they made it to last.
Well, when they did it, the guy lasted, I think, 5 minutes, and the blood started coming out of his tongue. And then he fell over, and they had to stop it and get him out. That's on Earth. And that wasn't even nowhere near 10 to the negative 17. That was like negative fucking 3 or 4 or some shit. Negative 3 or 4 atmospheres. And the suit didn't help him at all. His tongue started boiling. And he fell backwards. Doom. In the NASA suit. So, I mean, if you got any footage of any actual human going in a vacuum chamber live and staying in there for an hour or two or doing any like fake spacewalks in there, you know, let me know. Let me see it. I don't think it exists, buddy. That's the thing. They give you guys these ideas and they show you clips and bits of images on TV. So you don't know what the fuck to believe or not. You don't know whether real physics in class, cartoon Narnia physics are real, physics of this. So what we're saying is it's a buildup of layers. The layers build up. They build in gradients. They're all horizontal. That's what we have. We don't know exactly as where we, like, what's up in a portion where we haven't been yet. We couldn't tell you. But we know right here we've got the air we wave our hand in, and it stacks up on itself. And the voltage stacks up too, increases. Just like when you put oil on water, they don't make arcs. They make horizontal lines and separate themselves. Horizontal lines.
Yeah, everything Democ's telling you is 100% true. It's not flat Earth theory or anything. This is mainstream science. Mainstream science actually logically backs the flat Earth position. And when I say science, I mean natural science, experimentation of the natural world to prove causation.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I only say that. I'm only saying that because a lot of people will think, oh, this is flat Earth shit. No, this is the mainstream narrative. Not mainstream narrative. This is natural science. But most people don't know these things and just assume there's an explanation to hand wave it. So people will just whistle past half of this stuff, not realizing it completely debunks the globe model.
For sure they was go. I fell asleep.
Well, yeah, I'll definitely look into the mainstream, but yeah, I have to go now. So, talking on y'all. Thank you.
Yeah. Always, bro. Hey, the Maki's on fire then, bro. Spitting some facts.
Well, I mean, he wanted to go to the religious area weirdly, but I mean, fuck, I don't know. I think it's funny when I start talking to people, I'll ask them something, and they get mad at me for the question I asked. And not necessarily that dude, but some people, I just think it's weird. And they re-ask me the same question that I'm asking them. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to answer that for you. I have no problem. I'm not going to answer it before. You're supposed to answer the question I just asked you. And they're like, well, yeah, but what's this? And now I'm the bad guy. Like, hold the fuck on. I was the one that started this thing and asked you something in the first place. Like, I wanted to find something out. Now, it's a weird problem. No answer. And F me and the same question to me 100 times or 10 different ways that are different. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? It's just weird, man.
I know. We have to have patience, though, bro. They're coming from an ignorant position.
No. Not,
You know what I mean?
not these guys. Not these guys. Flat Earthers and Earth Awakenings.
Oh, I get you now.
Yeah, well, okay, they'll go on any topic, which is cool. I fucking like it, right? But I got to be careful when I come in and talk or ask a question, and I got to be careful what question I ask because it'll hurt their feelings. I'll get muted, and whatever else they want to make up from a simple question that I'm asking. And even when they do, trust me, when they ask me questions, I'm gonna answer them. I got an answer for them already. I already know how this works. Do you understand? I'm playing chess with them, so I already know. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll answer your shit, right? But I asked you first, right? So that, and it's weird to me, like that questions don't really prove everything or nothing like that. But when you ask the right ones, they do strike a fucking nerve, don't they?
My dude sounds like he just smoked all the Newports and the filters.
After you ate them.
That was good. That was a good comeback.
That literally sounded like a soundboard.
Yo, that was funny as fuck, bro. I like this guy.
No, but yeah, no, they go over
dude,
any
you need
topic.
to get a radio job. I swear to God, bro. Your voice is too precious to waste.
Thanks, bro.
No problem, bro.
Obsidian, good to see you back, bro.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate that.
How did you feel after our last convo? Did you go do any more research, or have you not really looked into it since?
Remind me?
Our last conversation was probably about a week or two ago, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Just wondering if did we inspire you to look into Flat Earth anymore?
Oh, Flat Earth. Okay. Well, look, I haven't made my mind up yet. You know, I'm still searching. But yes,
Yeah,
definitely. I'm always on the search, man. Definitely.
Yeah, I felt like you were on the fence a little bit. Just wondering if you had been tipped either way since.
Yeah, I'm pretty agnostic when it comes to the flat Earth thing. I mean, I'm not saying that I believe it's flat or I believe it's fully round. I'm still researching, still looking into it.
Good man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's not a quick job.
It's not. And I think it's better that it's not because, you know, you want to get to the actual truth versus just, you know, a story. But that's why I come to these Discords because I always learn new things, you know? So maybe I'll learn something new that will just set me off in the right direction.
Yeah, the way we see it, we can talk about this in 8 different directions. You know, we can take it over here to motion, we can take it over there to curvature, we can take it over to space, we can talk about the natural law, we can talk about logic. But for us, it's like, yeah, you know, it's consistent with nature, it's consistent with reality. So, like, we've got endless subjects. We could talk about this all day.
Yeah, I've heard some flat earthers make an argument that I actually liked. And it was like that, okay, there is a flat part of the earth and then there's a slight curvature, but it's not a round ball. It's not like a spherical shape. It's like there's curves, but the foundation of the earth is flat. Like the bottom is flat and then there's a slight curve, like a kind of like a dome. I don't know if this is what all flat earthers believe, but I've heard that theory. And yeah, I was like, okay, so I could see where this can go. I can see that like there may be other options. It's not like what people might think flat means. Like when people say flat earthers, they're not just saying, oh, it's just like a log of wood. It's just all flat. Like that's not what they're saying, because obviously even flat earthers can see, even flat earthers can see mountains. And so we know that there's like curvatures, and we all know that, of course, like there could be a curvature, but they're just saying it's not a spherical shape. So once people understand that that's what flat earthers are saying, then you can start having a conversation without belittling them. Because you're like, okay.
So you've enlightened me here. I'm in the impression that anybody who comes in here and thinks that we are trying to tell you that hills and valleys and mountains don't exist, I've always assumed they're just trolling. But now you're giving me some insight that you had to overcome that. So I find it very strange that people thought that's what flat earthers meant when we clearly have hills, valleys, topography.
Yes, some do. Yes.
Wow.
Some non-flat earthers, some
Holy
round
shit.
earthers will say that.
Do you know that the round earthers say that too when they tell you that the earth is so smooth like a cue ball that you can't feel the mountains?
Good point.
Yeah. Think about that. Well, I wonder where some of those goofy flat earthers got that idea. Probably from the globe component. Like Mount Rushmore, you can't feel it. It's so smooth like a cue ball. The Grand Canyon is so smooth. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, it's strange, but I suppose there's a lot of disinformation and there's a lot of propaganda out there. So I guess people think flat earthers are so dumb that they could believe something like that, I suppose. But I find that hard to believe anybody could believe hills and valleys don't exist. I've never met anybody that dumb.
Yeah, because they're gonna base that. They're gonna make that the base, but not all round earthers will go around like saying that, because me being somebody who was raised to be a round earther, like that's what they taught us in school and whatever. So I didn't really question it too much until I saw the alternative, right? And the alternative was people saying that the earth is flat. And then I'm like, well, how flat is it? Like, are we talking like super flat, or like what? How does it look? And then I saw like something that somebody drew, or some diagram that somebody showed me, and it looked like there was a flat component to it, but that there was also some curvature. But like the curvature was not in the spherical type of curvature, which explains a lot, because that would explain why some people may think that it's round. So this is a point where we meet in the middle. Now, where do we split up again is obviously when people start insulting each other and obviously belittling and insulting others' intelligence, like what we just displayed here, like how some people may think that flat earthers are so dumb that they don't even acknowledge like the natural curvatures or whatever like that. And it's like, I've never heard a flat earther say that. I've been listening. I've never heard a flat earther say that ever. Even the most extreme of flat earthers don't say that there's no texture and no like any kind of curvature. It's like, that's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, right? And there's so many flat earthers out there. It's like, are they all saying this? No, of course not. They're not.
That's bizarre, though. That's bizarre, because from my perspective, I thought people who were coming in here saying, so what, you telling me that like there's no mountains, there's no valley? I thought they were trolling. I thought there's no way they would think we believe that, because it's obviously not true. There's obviously topography. So we don't take our observations over land. I mean, you can do if it's evidently flat. Then yeah, you can. But in order to prove there's no curvature, you need to do these observations over the sea and over water, because water will always find its level, right? So you can determine whether there is a change or a decrease in elevation by being able to, by measuring the water, by measuring over water. Then you have a pure, you don't have topography to deal with at that point.
That's a good point. Yeah. Over water, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I can promise you, man, that's just coming from that mindset that the earth is round, right? And then you start seeing, like, if you challenge that, you challenge something that somebody's been learning their entire life, forced upon them. If that is not the truth, first thing they got to do is basically unlearn everything, or basically just go back a little bit. And some people are just not willing to do that. And then they'll start to like make it to where every argument you give them is just so ridiculous that they need to like somehow justify it very simply by saying, oh, but what about the mountains? What about the hills? What about and it's like, yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. So I'm more interested in knowing what is the actual, like, somebody explained it to me as like, oh, do you see how a coin is round, but it's flat, but it still has a round shape when you're looking at it from the very top? Like, you're looking at it like it's round. I'm like, I can see that. I can see the earth being like that. I don't see any reason why I would even push back on that. Unless I've personally been to the outer space and I was able to discern entirely that the earth is pure round, then I can't say that.
Well, I think they're giving you an idea of how something could work over your head also in like a flat circuit, versus going in a sphere and going down below your feet and then back up around the back of you.
Right.
You understand? Like a bird flying over your head in a circle. He can do loop-de-loops and anything. We can see him do all kinds of shit, and it's still the ground's flat. So, so if we see the sun and we never see it vertically drop between two people, we only think it drops that way somehow all the time. That's just imaginary. We have no side view to prove that. So we understand it's like when we all see it personally up close, when it goes past, it's not dropping down. It's going horizontally across the sky.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've never seen it drop below 2 degrees, or actually no side view, no actual reference frame of it going below any dirt or water.
Interesting. Yeah, this is why I like hearing other people's explanation, because it gives me perspective.
And it's the water surface, brother. It's always been the water surface is horizontal. We can't measure any curve in anybody's aquarium or anybody's 1 mile long pool inside the building or 2 mile long fucking pool outside. They have them. There's no curve. There should be 16 inches of curve from one side. So that means one end of the water should curve down and meet a different portion of the wall on the other side. Yeah, that doesn't happen. Water always seeks its horizontal.
So I'm starting to see more and more that the issue that flat earthers and round earthers have with each other is a matter of perspective. It's like we're trying to explain to you our perspective, and you're not seeing that. You're just like, no, it's round, it's round, it's round. But it's like, yeah, but we're talking about a perspective, a view of think about it like this, like instead, and you may see something else. But the thing is, with some flat earthers, is they're not willing to change that,
Oh, no, you have to get a side view. You have to get different views. You can't just look forward, you and I as humans, and be like, yep, we're in the desert. Yep, I will bet our life that there's a water hole down there. It's a mirage. We couldn't do that. Someone else would have to be closer, get a side view, and say, damn, I don't see a water hole down there, guys. Are you sure? Get on our walkie-talkie. We have phones 2024 today, right? Do you see the boat? Yeah. Yeah, I see the boat. Is it below the water line? No, it's above. It's sitting on top of the water. Fuck. It appears to us that it's dropping below. Not for me, it's not. Damn, it has to drop below for both of us if we're on a sphere. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're looking for, a side view of that curve.
So there's not been, no space agency or anything like that is able to provide that, right?
you wouldn't need a space agency. You need your buddy and a camera. But yeah, nobody's got it. Nobody's got a side view.
Gotcha. So
They tell you it's impossible.
it's open season. Like until then, no round earther can ever turn around and be like, no, it's for sure round, because nobody's seen that perspective. They've never seen the side view.
Correct.
Okay, I see where you guys are coming from.
But flat Earth isn't like Globers don't understand perspective properly. We have not been taught in school what the horizon is, how things can disappear from bottom up, how things will merge together to your convergence point. Like, we are just not taught how things operate on a flat or globe surface, just on the Earth. So people, they can be tricked now into thinking that a boat over the horizon is proof that the Earth is dropping behind the horizon. You know, and they can come up with the wives' tales about gravity, about Coriolis, about all these effects that haven't been verified, or if there is an effect, the cause, you know, that they're claiming hasn't been verified. So boats do go beyond the horizon, they do, and they can disappear from bottom up. That's true, but it's not due to the curvature of the Earth. We understand perspective and know there are several reasons why things disappear from bottom up. So that's the problem. If you don't know the argument, or you don't know what's possible, i.e., you don't know how perspective works, then you're going to be arguing from limited knowledge and assuming some expert understands all this. That's lazy. And half of the battle is convincing people to not be lazy.
Hey man, that's a great argument. I'm not even gonna lie. Perspective is so important, man. Like there were like if I was looking at something from my angle, like I'm looking at something from my window, and then somebody's looking at something from their window, we're gonna be both seeing two different things. So
They can
even if we're looking at the same thing, their perspective may show them something completely different than what I'm looking at. It might be a different shape. It might even be a different color from where they're looking. Maybe the
correct.
So
now remember this. Now think about this also. We're in the military, right? You and I are in the same building. This building has 32 windows along the wall. You're in the 15th window. I'm in the 17th window, or the 19th window, right? A couple windows away from you in this building. You say, the enemy's 52 degrees north to the left or whatever. And I look out my window, my 52 degrees north is slightly different than yours. I still got to look over a little bit more to find your enemy.
Right. Now, if you were to put
even
him,
though we're in the same build, yeah.
Right. If you were to take his perspective when he said it, automatically, then it would make it easier for you but obviously, again, the change of perspective. So maybe for you, that would be like 56 degrees.
Exactly. Well, it'd be a couple degrees. Yeah. Instead of 33, it'd be like 39 for me, or 42. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, these are all great arguments. I can't even argue against that because they're too logical. They're too sound. So, like, at this point, we are waiting for the ultimate proof, right?
For the globe?
So that we can see. Because, like, how would we be able to see the side view that you're talking about?
Measure the water to curve physically, tangibly. Because if the guy is on the boat, right? You're on a boat. You're down below a 66-foot curve of water after 10 miles. It's 66 foot of curve. Now you look forward, you see me, or you see somebody waving at you, or you see the shore. How can you see the shore if you're the guy behind 66 foot of water? So you have to get both guys' views. So put a camera view where the guy is on the bow, about 6 foot up, and then put a camera view facing the boat. And then you get your guy on the side, Bob over there to your right, Tom over to your left. Get them back far as they can, where they can still see in their left to right view. You two objects. They line you up with horizon. He lines you up with a horizontal line, and then you do your thing. And then you flip your camera view that you see of the boat halfway hidden or whatever. Then you flip to the boat's camera view, and it's seeing straight across the horizontal water.
Interesting. Has anybody
2024.
ever attempted this or?
No, they won't do it. They just want to stand on the beach and look forward and say, look, the boat's disappeared. Look, now it's gone further. Look, we'll wait 3 hours and now I can't pick it up with my binoculars. They don't understand that. They don't understand that even 1 kilometer of water blocks out all sunlight. So if the sun's directly above our head and we go dive down 1 kilometer in the water, it's black under the water. Even though the sun's shining
Correct.
straight the fuck down at us. So now, if that can be the case, if you go horizontal through the atmosphere that way with the sun, it's going to take more air than 1 kilometer. But after so many kilometers of air, guess what? It blocks the light.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that being the case.
It just takes more. It's like the ratio is different. It's like 1 kilometer of water versus 1 to 800 kilometers of air. You see, it's like a big, yeah.
Well, say I want to see say I want to watch like a good YouTube documentary or something about flat Earth. People have suggested random different titles.
The Black
what would you
Swan's a good
suggest?
one. The Black Swan's a good one to give you the perspective idea. It's not really about the oil rigs. It's where you think the horizon really is. The geometrical actual globe horizon. Where would you be able to point to that and say, that's that, and like bet your money on it, right? Everybody gets it wrong.
Okay, I'm going to type in Black Swan.
No, you won't find it that way. Let me put it in the chat and Demark will walk you through it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, I was just telling, Black Swan's not really my main thing. I'm just telling him one that's good. It gives you the idea of different things so where you know the distance, right? So they're markers of distance. And then you say, okay, where's the horizon? See? And they say, okay, the horizon's supposed to be a certain number. We're given a number of a circumference, a radius, 3959. So that means 1.22 miles times the square root of the height of the observer from where you stand. And they put the camera 1 foot off the beach and they film. And this is what they see. So they shouldn't be able to see the things they're seeing. If it's a ball that the physical attribute of this ball matches the measurements, they say, after 1.22 miles, after like 6 miles for a 5 foot, 6 foot tall observer or whatever, that you should be seeing stuff disappear. Everything disappear from the curve, the actual physical attribute of a curving water line. But that's not the case. We can see way farther. Go ahead.
Do you see the image in the chat?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. 1 second.
Yeah, it's in the chat. If you tap that little left dot circle.
Yeah, not the table, the 2 oil rigs. So Demark's completely right. From a 1 foot observer height, if the Earth is the size that they tell us, then there is a geometric horizon that begins to drop over distance after 1.22 miles. So for the average height observer, like a 6 foot observer, that translates to about 3 miles. So, but that doesn't matter. In this image, it's a 1 foot observer height. So at 1 foot observer height, it should be 1.22 miles. But what you are seeing in this image here is we're seeing a horizon that, and if you know how the horizon works, you know that the closer you get to the horizon, the more information is in that image. So that distance, that little bit of distance behind the second oil rig and the horizon is miles. Okay, just be aware that that is a huge distance compared to the foreground. But anyway, that horizon is minimum 12 miles behind. 12 miles offshore. Now that shouldn't be the case. We should have physical drop over distance, and at 10 miles it should be 66 feet of curvature drop.
Oh, okay.
And the oil rig has a certain height also.
Yeah, so this directly debunks the Earth curvature, and it specifically debunks the horizon being the Earth's curvature. The horizon is just a atmospheric perspective, position that changes daily.
Yeah, my mind is blown right now. I'm not even gonna lie.
This is why we're here, brother. This is,
That's crazy, bro.
blew our minds too, bro. But this is the reality that we live in. We don't live on a curving surface.
And which ball could they show you from space? Which cartoon could they show you and say it's real when every day they change their mind? When I was younger, it was a perfect sphere, right? More perfect than a cue ball. Then it got oblate. Now Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's like a pear. But remember, we have an ISS today in 2024 as a hostile witness. I don't like them, don't need them. You understand? But if you believe in them, because it's your science network, and you believe they're showing you truth, they're showing you a perfect fucking sphere. There is nothing blemished on the perfect sphere or flat disk they show you from the ISS. I'm sorry, they don't show you a sphere. You can't see a sphere at one time in any frame of a video or picture. You see a flat disk from the ISS too. So the flat disk idea doesn't really come from flat earthers either. Secretly comes from the globe. Because that's what you see when you get away from a globe. You see a flat disk. But then they want to show you in that one picture, it's an odd looking fucking half of a piece of a weird looking ball kind of. Hell no. Hell no.
Well,
That doesn't match the 360 of the measurements we've given for the 3959 of the radius and the 24,901 mile circumference of a sphere.
Interesting. So is there like a conspiracy aspect to it? Like, is there like a
Do
reason
people get
why?
together and lie or tell the truth or like hold something? We're not conspiracizing. We're trying to tell you the truth. If we got together,
not you.
yeah,
I'm saying, is there like a because now my question is, why would they lie in this capacity? Or maybe they just don't know.
It's a good question. Both. It's all the above, brother. Some people are hypnotized and tricked like we were. Okay, you get shown this. You look up as a kid, even little kids, they look up and they go, okay, look, ball. They think ball. They have no proof. For some reason, sometimes they look at the moon or the sun and they'll say ball. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean it is. But from that idea, motherfuckers have been stuck on ball, right? Just because they see a ball. But when you look outside, do you see ball trees and ball land and ball everything around you? No.
No.
No ball. So if ball up there doesn't mean ball down here. Earth doesn't mean earth up there. That stuff up there is fucking up there. The stuff right here is right here. They don't have to correlate like that. Correct?
True. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. So when people are in a lab and they do all this stuff and this guy's getting paid to do this and he's like the top guy to teach you, they're like, okay, where do we learn? Right now, if you want to ask a question, where do you go? Google.
Mm-hmm.
Who puts the information in Google? How did they verify it before they put it in is the question. So if you and I can't verify this information ourselves, we either have to, one, take it as it's given, just theorize about it to ourselves, boo-hoo, right? Or just disbelieve it. We either got to believe it or disbelieve it. You know, that's our only choices.
And we don't disbelieve just to disbelieve. We're disbelieving just so that we can come to the conclusion ourselves. Exactly.
We want to know exciting things. We want to be convinced, or we want to actually convince ourselves that stuff's more fantastical than it should be, than it needs to be, because people are just that way. They want to do that thing, right? So when people try to sell you the story, it's always a pyramid scheme. They're selling you a story like certain religions get sold to you. Certain sciences are a religion when you can't demonstrate them. If all I can do is talk to you about this science and hope you believe me because I'm talking to you, and I have to talk to you to convince you about this physical science, where's the physics of it? Where's the science?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, you guys have your own science too. Like from what I've seen, you're able to calculate curvatures and calculate everything.
Right. That's called hands-on empirical. Let's see. It's knowledge. First-hand experience gives you the knowledge, right? Trial and error. So what you can't do with any globe stuff is trial and error. What gentleman have you ever went to, or lab or professor has anything that they've ever got a reference from for a little ball spinning in a lab doing anything, where they can look at that and say, well, my prediction of this ball spinning doing this while we're on the spinning ball doing the same thing should match. Where have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I don't think
You-
I have.
Correct, and you never will. They can't produce a 3D version or the said model of the globe in any way, shape, or form, right? So we get a book, we get cartoon pictures, and we get fed pictures and stories. Remember, we want to believe. We want to go to the moon. We want to do cool stuff if it's possible. Why not? Right?
Hmm.
So
So it's all
that's
just
how.
CGI.
Well, I mean, what else is it if I can't physically bring none of it to you?
So everything is CGI unless you can actually see it. Is that what you're saying?
No, now you're being crazy.
Am I though?
Yeah, I think you're kind of being real crazy with that question. I didn't say everything is CGI.
But only like the pictures of the Earth though are. Everything else is real.
Well, can you match it? Can you go match that picture?
Yeah, with like a bunch of other references from the ISS.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, Goober. Not go get somebody else's picture, Goober. Can you and I, right now, go the fuck up in the air somehow and match their picture?
No, not Elon. I don't own SpaceX. I don't own.
So you can't go up in the air and,
Satellites or anything
take
like that.
pictures?
No, but I can. I mean,
So
like you
how would
said,
you
at the end of the
verify
day,
for
you're just
yourself?
trusting two people, right?
No, you're just trusting people, apparently. You're trusting people went up somewhere and took a picture you can't. That's called a faith. That's called a trust and a belief in a religion. So you have a picture-based religion that you think that all pictures have to be real. So if you're telling me that I'm saying all pictures are CGI, you're saying all pictures are real, and I can show you one of Santa, the Easter Bunny, Dr. Seuss, the Incredible Hulk, and they're clearly not real. There's fantasy and there's reality, man. Some pictures are reality if you can reproduce them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Okay. So if you and I can't reproduce any of these pictures or claims, what else are we going by but just believe in the fucking coattails of the Pope of Science, the Globe Pope, NASA? They get paid money, $87 million a day, brother. You think that's not worth something to keep lying to you and showing you a picture? If all I had to do was show you a picture for $87 million, I'm doing it.
That is definitely a one way to look at it, for sure. The
I'm just saying,
motivation
how would
behind the
you?
lie.
Well, brother, motivation is control. Motivation is all science. Okay, if science is supposed to be good, how come you pay more and more and more and more and more for your electric bills? How come you're paying more and more and more and more and more and more and more when they're using water now for fuel? How come you're paying more and more and more and more and more when it's supposed to be advanced? It costs less and less and less and less. The whole point of everybody selling you their company, the military idea, the idea of fucking technology was supposed to for your life to be easier and cheaper, correct?
Correct.
But it's got harder and more expensive. Nothing but that has been the truth. So you're always told the opposite of what you're given. You're told gasoline should be a nickel. Your heat bill should be a nickel a month. But what is it? It's not that, is it?
No,
So much
it's not.
technology these days, right? Where did it go? It's 2024. We supposedly make water into fuel now. We use hydrogen that turns back into water, so you can just keep recycling the same exhaust water back to the. Where's our money saved, brother?
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse with every decade.
So planned obsolescence is the science they're bringing you, rather than science to keep you from planned obsolescence. Back in the day, you could go take your object in. If you bought something from a company, guaranteed for life, You go take that thing to him. Here you go, Bob. This don't work now. Here you go, Tom. Gives you a brand new one. You give him the old one, he gives you a new one. You don't even need a receipt. Everybody has a great day. Once you've purchased it for life. That's the way the reality should be for the abundance we have.
Yeah, now if you're lucky, you get a 1-year warranty on something. That's crazy.
Yeah. But remember, though, it's let's stick to the flat earth thing, though. Sometimes I get a little off just because, I mean, you know, I know you guys want to know a little bit more about certain things. So I'm just trying to give you an idea of how science hasn't helped us anyway. Technology hasn't done shit for us but made our life worse.
Yeah, I've definitely heard other people saying this from their own personal experience. Even though technology has given us good things in certain, like for instance, I attribute
No,
like
it can be for the other
like
it's
medical
supposed to be,
stuff.
yeah.
You know,
We're supposed to be the Jetsons.
But that's the problem. We were not focused on like you remember Elysium
It's not you and I, brother. It's not. We're not the ones that direct the focus centers. We're not the ones that put operatives and agents in every little pile or some shit to fucking get the narrative pushed or controlled. The media and the people, they have endless resources, endless funds. Guys like us flat earthers don't have endless everything. We got precious fucking time, just like you and your life and my life and family and everything else. We're just trying to actually spread the truth, and motherfuckers want to stomp you down for it. That's really all.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into this more, man. My eyes have been opened. I appreciate it. I got to get to work, but Democ, was it right?
Yeah.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your explanation. You're very good at explaining. So take that as you may. Make a video, man. Do something with your voice, bro. Trust me.
A lot of people tell me that.
You should, man.
They've already subscribed before I have a channel.
Yeah. You got another subscriber right there, man.
Thanks.
So I appreciate your time, Democ, man. I'll see you guys around, man.
Catch you later, man.
Yeah, see you later, bro. There we go.
Democ
2 in a row.
Birding. Oops, sorry.
So, what's your thoughts on Antarctica?
Cold.
Stop calling it place. That's my first thought. I hate when I hear people refer to Antarctica as one place. Antarctica gives it this impression that it's a singular place. What if I said to you that Antarctica is simply the out of bounds, the direction opposite to north?
Yeah.
Like, think of the North Pole, the North. Like, okay, brother, let me ask you this. How is the south direction derived from? Or what is the south direction derived from?
The magnetic poles, right?
Poles or pole?
The 2 poles, the North and the South Pole.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of said South Pole? Because I know there's a North Pole. Fully agree with you. However, is there an actual South?
For sure. Like, don't people like travel to Antarctica every year and like do a boat race?
There's
like,
some people traveling there right now, Killian. Remember, like today or yesterday, there's some people traveling there right now. Didn't they pull out their compasses and they go wacky? Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that's
Where? Where's that? Right? I want to see that video. Where is that?
What?
Are they actually doing the thing? They got the flat earthers at Antarctica now.
Democ, please take him down the hole. Or take him, brother. You go ahead.
No, I just want to hear it. Yeah, I'm open, dude. I want to hear.
No, they lined up. They were in Porta, wherever, and right before, like the couple hours before you get right to Antarctica, and they lined up with each other. There's like 3 or 4 of them there. No, not specific. Don't like take me specifically. Could be 2 or 3 people, but they're lined up and they got their different instruments. All different, like a regular compass, a phone, electronic, whatever, right? Different ones. The different ones for different reasons. And they all say a different reading.
Really?
Yeah, and then Killian was going to go to point on that you have... Oh, he's still in here. He was going to point to you that there's only one pole that we know of. It's the N.
Yeah. And that's exactly it, brother. Like, what I want to do is kind of just take your thought for a quick second. If you could just remove the idea of a globe for a moment, right, and go with the model of a dartboard. Now, you think about a dartboard, the fact that it has bullseye, which would be the north pole itself. Now, the reason I'm asking you to take on the consideration of how south is actually derived is south is derived by observing north. East is observed by observing north. West is derived by observing north. All of these directions are observed by observing this one point. So with the insertion of a secondary pole, it's extremely difficult to actually demonstrate that and even tip your hat to that idea without there being an actual attractive point for south. So if we, again, take on the idea, as I said, about north being one centrally attractive point, that's where the whole idea of there being a south point gets taken off the board. South is in opposition to north. Therefore, if you, again, take on the model of a dartboard, I say to you that outer ring where all the numbers are, where you literally, if the dart lands there, it's out of bounds, that would be your Antarctica, quote unquote, which is, to me, just a big giant circle around the main point, which is north. Is all that making sense to you, brother?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, so with that observation, right, that north is the central point, we go east, that would be counterclockwise, we go west, which would be clockwise. We then look to the land and the fact that all the land that we know of, including all the built forms, all seem to show level, which is where I personally tip my hat to the idea of it being a level playing field with north as one central point and all other directions derived from that one point of north being centrally observed through circumnavigation. I hope that was explained it to you in a fair way, and I hope that you maybe have some questions on what I just explained to keep you engaged on that. What are your thoughts, brother? Any questions? Or did I chase him off? Ha! Oops.
He was like, "You're making my thinky parts hurt." And he left.
Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate the the jump in on that.
You never know. He might have got a phone call, or someone called him, or some. Might be.
Or he thought crazy and just
he seemed
left.
pretty polite. I doubt he would just.
We got Rich in here. I love that this dude will sit in here on mute for hours. Like, dude needs us. I don't know why, but he needs flat earthers. And just like that, Rich Evans left the chat.
I love it. Jenna calls him out and he bounces out the back door. Bye-bye.
No, I think one of the mods kick him.
That was too easy. That was too easy.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, dang. See, he needs us. Oh, he's gone again. Yep.
I think he was hoping
right now.
I think he was hoping his red mic was going to disappear.
That's why he keeps going out and coming back in, but he's muted to where he's gonna be muted every time he comes in.
Oh yeah, he's definitely had the sock shoved in his mouth, duct tape, etc. I don't know how he's going to get that sock out of his mouth.
It's funny, if you've ever heard the bullshit excuses that Rich Evans uses, he's like, when the debate really starts getting going, he's like, "Oh, well, it's my lunch break. I'll talk to you guys later." right? And then I was like, well, where do you work? Let's go around the table and say what we do for a living. He was like, bye, and fucking left. And I was like, well, when you feel like it, let us know what you do for a living that requires you to have a lunch break. He comes back and says that he works at OnlyFans. I'm like, yeah, not buying it. You have a lunch break at OnlyFans? Weird.
Probably tech support.
Well, there was this other time, and I was like, "Oh, I guess you're done with your OnlyFans." He was like, yeah, they're just leaving. Bye, girls." And I was like, "Dude, if you're gonna be a bullshitter, you got to do a better job than that." Yeah, logical lowrider. If you're wondering about Rich, he spurgs out. He's too emotional. He straw mans and gish gallops everywhere. Dude can't stay focused on one thing. Dude won't answer any fucking questions. He's always in here just to troll, just to try to piss people off. And so he lives for that. He's a sad, strange little man.
Imagine in the Super Bowl, the guy's like, how'd you catch all those interceptions? I like to thank Coriolis and Spinny Ball.
Dude was playing the spin the whole time. Sorry.
Did I say you can thank that 0.3 degree drift to the left or whatever?
Thank God I live in the northern hemisphere.
I'd like to thank the weatherman for giving me a positive weather report. I knew which way to play the Coriolis in order to catch those balls up in the air.
Visuals were high today. We could see 1.2 miles. That way I knew I was going to catch the ball.
Gravity was with us. Let's go.
The visuals are high today, so I can see past that curve in my backyard, that hill. I can see other stuff now. I don't just see the hill in my backyard today. Hold on, never mind. I still see the hill. What the Can you imagine that? You look in your backyard and you don't see your backyard. You're like, hey, man, where's my backyard at? There was a hill here. Now it's gone. I can see straight through it horizontally. The awesomeness.
Democ, ideally, it would be amazing to have a long enough backyard where I could park my lawnmower at the very, very the extremity of the backyard, all the way at the back, and then walk far enough towards my farmhouse, let's say, on the other side of the land where the actual lawnmower disappears behind the curve. That would be ideal. That way I have first-hand demonstration of drop over distance that reinforces the 3959 claim. In my own backyard.
I know, it's just funny. They think that, okay, today since you can see 20 miles and today you see 1 mile, tomorrow you see 2. It's like saying the hill in my backyard is going to disappear because they said what the fucking visuals are like. The hill's still going to be there. Like that dirt hill is going to be there regardless whether it's fogged or not. I can't run forward. It's not going to be, I'm going to run right into that motherfucker. It's still there.
What about refraction, though? Refraction could make it disappear. Got to think about the medium.
Yeah. It's gonna, yeah. That'd be bad for people at shooting ranges, wouldn't it? If their hill just got refracted away, the one that blocks all their bullets.
Yeah, man. Ballistics, you gotta account for that Coriolis, the drop over distance. Talk to any sniper; they'll tell you that they account for it. No, they don't.
Get next to a sniper. What are you accounting for? This some bitch sit still.
1,000 miles per hour spin at the equator.
Bobby, he's sitting in a chair. Yeah, but I'm waiting for him to sit still. We're still spinning. Gotta wait for the eternal equinox of the 5th something of the 7th, 8th thing and then we gotta wait for the Earth to process. As soon as it processes, Billy boy, we got him. A guy aiming at the target to sit still in front of him, be like, "What are you doing? Shoot it." He's like, "No, it's moving." Huh? And my math teacher told me it's moving. Neil deGrasse said that target's moving. Bobby Todd, it's right in front of you. Are you sure it's not spinning? I'm fucking positive, brother. Just shoot it. It's right there. Just go ahead. Does Coriolis only account for distance of close and far? So does Coriolis work when I'm 1 inch away from the target as well as 15 inches away from the target? Does it work exactly the same?
Yeah, they don't say that any of these projectiles, like snipers or long-range ballistics, right? None of them ever have to account for refraction, but they say that's the primary reason why these long-distance observations make sense on a globe.
So if I want to go punch an X on the door, or punch a punching bag, I don't have to use Coriolis to make sure I hit it?
There is no way to use Coriolis. If you really get into it, they're trying to say that every patch of sky is unique, and then obviously it depends on which direction you go into, whether the Coriolis is increasing or decreasing. This is basically impossible.
I'm so glad because I thought I was gonna miss the punching bag by a lot. So I'm glad you guys helped me out. So I just aim for the punching bag and keep hitting it. Got you.
Yeah, you just pretend like it's not there.
Oh yeah, you get that knockout blow. Yeah, you got to go through the punching bag. Hell yeah. No, but that's weird though,
it's like
right?
a sport or something. Like if you're trying to score a goal, you don't aim at the goal. Oh wait, hold on. It's not how it works, is it?
Oh, not in some soccer. You kick that away, the ball arcs, that comes back. Fucking gravity. Stupid gravity. You would have never scored that goal. Gravity wouldn't have brought that ball back. Son of a bitch. That's what gravity would look like, brother. That golf ball you hit straight up in the air that like curves that way to the right and then curves back to the left and then goes down by the hole magically. And you're like, whoa, that was crazy. It just went like it was going to go to the next city that way to the right, caught something, came back to the left, and then hit by the hole.
Oh, that's a gravity well.
Yeah, it's like weird, right? Like a boomerang, you throw it. Gravity lets you throw it out of your hand, even though every movement you impart is increasing the mass. So it should make you not be able to move every time you try. It should be more of a force of not moving because you're creating more mass by the more time you exert energy. It's more of a force or an attribute or something you're mechanically imparting. So it'd be like you're making yourself more mass. You should be going more to fucking gravity now, not away. I don't know where they got their calculations at, but so anyway, you throw it and it goes away. You throw it and make it more force, more power. So when I'm going to hit something with this thing at 1,000 miles an hour, now gravity doesn't give a fuck about it. Even though it's more mass, it's going to hit with more force. It's more dense than the object now. It's going to make you do a flip now, rather if I handed it to you. So if I hand you the boomerang or throw it at 1,000 miles an hour, there's a big differential there, right? So then it goes out, stops because gravity, and then comes back. That's what airplanes and rockets should be doing. When an airplane flies too far horizontally, something should dog chain it back and make it do a flip like, or pull its chain backwards.
You're forgetting a really important point, Demark. Gravity can change how it behaves depending on if it's containing gas or attracting particles together, whether it's gluing us to the floor or creating orbits. Remember, gravity does what it wants when it wants.
Right, it's a god. Yeah.
Yeah, big G.
Well, I mean, the way that it can do everything. What else is supposedly can do everything?
The banker in Monopoly can do what he wants.
That motherfucker.
You know, if you're sitting close enough to the bank, yeah, anything's possible, right?
Yeah, 100%. But just think about that, though. Like, the idea that gravity is supposed to dog chain you back when you get far away, but it doesn't do anything while you're close, just makes no sense. How the fuck do you get the attribute all of a sudden far away when the only time you're supposed to have that attribute is closer to the thing? And then everything we do in reality is the opposite of the physics of a ball that they claim. Everything.
I don't even have a sarcastic Glober answer for that. I'd like a Glober to answer that. It's all fun and games till Demark asks a real deep question.
Fuck. You know what? And I hate questions sometimes because I'll be like the Globers. They come in with silly questions. There really is supposed to be not no dumb question. There are some dumb fucking questions. There are. Now, should some questions get answered over others? Yeah. Are there some dumb questions that lead nowhere that aren't going to help the situation? Oh, yeah. There's some dumb questions. Is it all information? Yeah. So in the format that no matter what information or what question you ask can get a bit of information given back to you, whether it's good or bad, cool. But you got to ask the right question, right? Now, if they ask us the right question, I'm down. Makes sense. If you ask me something fucking crazy, it's like, what do you...
But Demark, why would they lie?
Hey, man, I could go to an asylum every day of my life. I can go to the prison and everybody's innocent. I can go, no matter what you do, man, people will do what they do. If something's done, it's done. How or why, cool. only the people close to the people who something happened to or have something in that thing should really worry about the how and why to that extent. All the other people are just like, well, shit, there was a dead body. Yeah, clearly somebody got murdered. Oh, we don't care because we don't know how. We don't know why they got murdered. Well, Tom murdered him, but we don't know why he murdered him, so we got to let him go. What the fuck are you talking about? If Tom murdered him, Tom murdered him. It doesn't matter why. The people are dead. Shit's got to be made right somehow. This dude's got to, like, pay or something, right? So, like, it's like Jeffrey Dahmer kills people. Hey, Jeffrey, why do you kill people? I don't know. It's fun. So, I mean, what answer are they looking for? A Jeffrey Dahmer answer? Or to pay my fucking bills? Or because fuck you? You know, if I'm a billionaire, fuck you. If I got to be a billionaire by selling you cartoons and like a fake psychic or the rich popes that drive planes or the rich fucking preacher dudes who drive planes, they're saying fuck you. Doesn't matter. They're getting rich. Who cares? You can't focus on why. You have to focus on what's wrong and fix that. The why might come at the same time.
Questions are great though because you say there's no dumb questions, but you can tell a lot by somebody's question, and you know whether you're wasting your time by the level of question, by going into too much detail. So if you get a very basic, misguided, uneducated question, there's no point. You got to go right the way back. How do you assimilate information? Why are you triggered by that? Why do you believe that? You know what I mean? You can't have this conversation with everybody.
Right. People have to be able to be honest. They have to be able to say, I don't know, too.
Like if the next guy walks in here and goes, so why the fuck do you guys think the Earth's flat in 2024? You think you're going to start, the same kind of conversation that you did with the last guy? Hell no. You got to actually address the fact that he thinks this is so ridiculous that it cannot be considered first. Otherwise, you're just going to trigger you're going to trigger a ignorant person, and that's never worth doing. Nothing worse than a triggered glober with limited knowledge and a whole pocket full of belief. Yeah, no thanks.
Most of them aren't even asking a question that came from themselves. That's the thing. It's a question they saw someone else asked or heard and said, that'd be a good question to ask a flat earther. And they thought, yeah, because they discussed it to themselves. Hey, man, what about this, man? That's stupid. That's dumb. We don't have any original thought ability in our processing fucking power. So go take that to the flat earther and then they come over here and get destroyed because that was just goofy. They didn't know how to.
So are other planets flat too? What else we got? Some kind of dumb questions.
Raindrops.
Oh yeah. Water can stick. Can bodies of water stick to a ball? Raindrops. Give him a special sticker for that answer.
We do have
What
some
are these-
cool shit that happens. Like spiders go scuba diving for fish, and they can hold air bubbles on their ass with the oil and the electrical fucking static of their fur. And they can take the air down like to a couple inches down to water, and they can hold like a little air bubble there.
That's crazy. Even some of the crazy things parasites can make animals do. It's creepy stuff.
Where are they plugging in their USB? Where do the parasites plug in their little thing? Like, I'm connected, Bob. Let's take this son of a bitch of machine over. And it's like, it takes you over. Like the little controller in the brain. Like, what are they sticking in us? Like, what? It's just got like a little hair on it. It sticks its little hair in. Like, what if you rip that fucking hair off? Now it can't get in you and control you no more? Like, what is it doing? How does a little bitty fucking thing control a big ass human? You would have to have the power source centered, that you'd have to make the fucking computer robotic thing, the receiver. Then you'd have to have a remote in your hand that corresponded with the frequency or hertz or whatever of the thing and give the same. And then you'd have to be able to, like, how in the fuck is a thing doing that with none of that?
I don't think it's full control, bro. I think it's influence. I don't think they
like
have
chemical
full control.
agitation.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. But like, how does it, like, so it gets in there and it farts and it's like, yeah, now shit's going down, baby. And now you're like, and now it's got food.
I think it's more like you've got a bunch of hormones that are released, you know, if something happens in specific situations, and it has the ability to trick the brain into thinking, okay, I need to go search for a mate, or I need to go search for food, or I need to go run around naked in the woods. I don't know. But it triggers something,
weird,
doesn't it?
Yeah, like how does a thing that's not in our body have the ability from nowhere to get inside of us and like, I just think
like toxoplasma. Once you look into toxoplasma, it's freaking amazing.
What's toxoplasma again?
It's from yeah. It's like basically it makes rats sexually attracted to cat urine, something like that, and it makes them really docile around cats, basically. So they're like sexually attracted to cats, right? And the cats eat the rats, and then the toxoplasma and like breed basically in the stomach of the cat, right? And get into humans, and then it's inside humans for life, and has these like effects on humans where it like makes men like hyper aggressive, and it makes women submissive. And it's passed on like generation to generation, right? If you got toxoplasma, your kids will have it. And then you look at the numbers of people that have this toxoplasma. In Brazil, it's something like 80% or 90% of people have this. It's crazy.
What about the stuff they told you that doesn't leak through your skin and stuff that does? Like when you say, oh man, they could be spraying something. Well, they could be spraying something that soaks into your skin. They used to put LSD in the fucking water supplies. Why would they do that? Why would they spray you with LSD? Or DMT?
There's a clip in the side chat if anyone wants to learn about toxoplasmosis.
Yep. That's crazy too. You said the way the ladies would be docile and the dudes would be like, whatever.
Yep.
I think nowadays it's been making ladies act fucking crazy and dudes act docile. You got all the beta males and you got the Karens. Doesn't seem that way. Ladies getting crazy over chicken nuggets, ready to rip the store down. And you got dudes wearing dresses and putting makeup on and saying that's cool. It sounds like a chemical you would give to somebody going to war. You know, one of the main things they tell you to do if somebody's trying to psychologically warfare you, like mentally or whatever? Smoke a cigarette.
Say that again.
Smoke a cigarette.
And what, you think you can influence people to be more warlike?
No. No, they did a study. They were seeing the results of certain attributes of things that they did to people. And the people that smoked the cigarette, they didn't even pay attention to it as much.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah,
so those with habits were less affected by the propaganda.
Right. So now the propaganda, bullets, death, dying, you're at war, give you all packs of cigarettes. Now you'll jump up. Oh, Bobby almost hit you with that bullet. You see it hit that sign? Ting. Let's go shoot that son of a bit. You don't even. It took like the fear out of you secretly.
Yeah, that's interesting. Is that a study or is that a theory?
Yeah, it's a study. Psychologically, they do certain things, and it's one of the things on there to combat it is cigarettes. I was like, what the fuck? Are you serious? And I got to thinking, I was like, that is what they gave the motherfuckers during war. Motherfuckers was getting shot, chopped in half, and still coming at people. They were high on stuff. See?
Brings a whole new meaning to the term holy smokes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it calms you down. It gives you a different altered state of mind. And there might be some LSD or DMT in them bitches. You never know what chemicals are laced in those motherfuckers they give you to smoke. But for some reason, there was 3 things on the list. It's just the cigarette stuck out. I don't even remember the other 2 for some reason. Oh, one of them was eat. Continuously try to eat. Anything you can. Eat some food, chew on something, chew some gum, chew some stuff, eat some stuff. That was one of the other things you do. Pretty weird. Can't remember the third one. There was a third one. They were like, eat when you can. Cigarettes for some odd reason. And people that don't smoke, of course, eat a lot. So it's pretty weird. And it was for like the wartime and propaganda and just like what they could convince you of or not, or what fear they could implant on you, or how they could get you to do something without actually physically doing anything to you. One time this guy came into an interview for the police. They had him in the cop car. Well, they had him in the house that he was at, that he called him from. Talked to him for like 40 minutes. They put him in the cop car for 2 hours. And remember, every second wasted was a second wasted. Every second. And they had him in the interrogation room. Then towards the end of the interrogation, the guy goes, let me see your black eye. Look at me. And he looks at the guy, and the guy's got 4 bullets or 5 bullets in his fucking head. The whole time they were talking, since they knocked on his door and he talked to him, he's had 4 bullets lodged in his head. The interviewer, the dude at the police precinct, realizes, holy fuck. He calls the medics. They get there and interview him a little more. then put him in the medical thing, take him out and fix him. They said he had five. He got shot 5 times. 4 of the bullets were still in there. One of them knocked a fragment of his skull loose out, just chunked it away, and he was internally bleeding real bad. And the guy like woke up, seen his loved one dead, thought they were sleeping. He went back to sleep, woke up again the next day, and that's when the cops arrived. But the dude was walking around his house for 1 or 2 days with 4 bullets in his head, bleeding profusely, with slight brain damage because of what they were doing. You know, every second, every minute that went past, it was giving him more brain damage. And they were interviewing him, and he sounded so fucking weird. He was like, "So you're significant? So your girlfriend?" He's like, "Yeah, she's sleeping, dead on the couch." And they're like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, somebody shot her. They shot me, and she's sleeping, so I let her sleep." And they couldn't understand what the fuck he was saying because he was talking like goofy, like he was. Then they figured out it was because of the bullets. He was like randomly putting patches of thoughts together, like, "Yeah, my girlfriend was asleep, but these guys came in and shot her." But after the bullets went in his head, now he's like, "Yeah, she's asleep. I let her sleep." But they're like, "You just told her she's shot." He's like, "Yeah, she got shot in the head." You know, he got agitated. And then they're like, "Yeah, but," he's like, "But I let her sleep." And they were like looking at each other like, "What the fuck?" And they figured that out. He had 4 bullet holes in his head. Crazy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Where was that?
It was on 48 Hours. They interrogated this dude. It's called the craziest interrogation ever.
Oh, I seen that one. Oh,
Yeah, he came in and he put the handcuffs on himself. He came in the room, and usually people don't. That's what they notice first. Usually when the dudes come in, they see a handcuff. Cops put it on you. You don't want it on you. Once they handcuff you to that table, you're not leaving that room. That means you're there. Well, they didn't handcuff him yet because they didn't know what was going on. He saw the handcuffed himself, and they were like, "That's weird. Nobody usually ever does that." And then after he handcuffed himself, then he tried to get away from the handcuff that he just put on himself. But it took the dude 45 minutes to notice that he had 4 bullets in his fucking head while he's sitting there talking to him 3 foot away.
And they didn't believe him the story, right? They didn't believe him the story. Right, the Mark? Was that the same one?
Do what?
No, the detective didn't believe his story.
Right.
And they did. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was awful, bro. That
Because
was
the
awful.
way he
The
was
dude ended
telling
up
it.
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was jumbling stuff. He was telling them, "Yeah, she's asleep." And the guy's like, "Okay." He's like, "So what happened again?" He's like, "Charlie and something came in and shot me. He shot me in my face. He shot me in my head 4 times. He shot her." But, well, the end result happened was they finally got what happened. The 2 dudes did come over, 2 dudes. They caught the dudes. It's a father and son. They came to rob him because the son messed with the woman before him. He kicked the son's ass before he got shot in the head.
Yeah, that was awful, man. I couldn't imagine it happened to anybody, period. You know. Yeah, but the detective was dumb too, so. But anyhow, that's Logic Rider, Low Rider. What's up, my friend? How you doing, man? I'm not sure if I ever talked to you in here before. But if you can open your mic, you know, maybe we can have a chat, you know, if you don't mind. Well, I guess not. Maybe you're busy. It's all good. Maybe some other time, I guess. All good, bro. Fair enough. It's cool. Yeah, whenever you're ready. All good.
Yeah, Rich Evans, right? The situation with Rich Evans is he's been given about 100 chances, right? He's been following around our servers for at least 5 years that I've known, and he's just rude, he's arrogant, and he makes straw man arguments, he lies. You know, these are our channels, and if people want to come in and constantly be disrespectful, right, they can fuck off. Simple as that, right? If they want to come in and troll, they can fuck off. It's very simple. If people want to come in, right, it doesn't matter if they believe in the globe or the flat earth, right? As long as they're respectful, they're never going to get banned. They're never going to get muted, right? It's just a matter of respect, right? Flat earthers get muted all the time. Flat earthers get banned, right? If they're unhinged, if they act crazy.
Intoxicated.
But they need to remember at the end of the day, right? This is a flat earth channel. We were invited into these servers, right, to host our own flat earth channel, right? This stems off the flat earthers' hard work in our home server. And yeah, if people want to come into our house, they need to be respectful. It's very simple, right? Rich Evans is disrespectful, and he's rude, and yeah, everything I just said. That's why he's not allowed here.
The best part is, like, say somebody wants to challenge flat earth, they'd have to know what it is, or at least know what direction earth is. Is earth down or is earth up? Rich is still confused. He thinks earth is up in the air, and he wants to challenge flat earth. He's very confused, directionally confused. So we keep him. Sometimes people let him in for a little while just for entertainment value, and then when he gets boring again, boo them out. It'd be like, "Hey, Rich, point in the general direction of Earth," and this dude will point up, and he expects that with that sort of epistemology, he's going to offer a challenge to what the surface of Earth is. He's very upset by flat earth, and it's something he has to work. He's going to have to find some peace in his life before he can offer some sort of logical reason behind flat earth, other than saying that he's upset by it. Like, he's a Karen, really. He's a Karen at the end of the day. That's why that with Zeros came back this morning on politics. And it was good that a lot of the people who signed the petition, we got to see the people who wanted the channel shut down. So it's a hard counter when they later come back and be like, you guys are entertainment value. Really? Why'd you sign the petition to have the Flat Earth channel shut down? If it was entertainment, means you enjoy it, which means you want more of it. You signed a petition to have it removed. See, their logic is broken on so many levels. First of all, they're not smart enough to participate in the conversation. And number two, they're in this logical contradiction where they're going back and forth between triggered and upset.
I got a question. You don't mind me asking?
Yeah, fire away, homie.
So, if in the case, like, let's just say, I mean, because I know obviously everyone has a different view on this specific topic. I've heard some people suggest, which to me, I mean, it just sounds very implausible, but maybe you guys could help elucidate for me. Is there a narrative of sorts, which I've heard the narrative before? Does anybody believe this narrative that, you know, that a whole collective of science is wrong on this one topic? Because it seems like the concept of flat Earth goes against scientific norms. I'm not saying scientific. Well, science can't be wrong, but from what I understand, is this a conspiracy? Is what you guys think?
Pump the brakes here. Why do you think this is a scientific question to begin with?
Well, it is an objectively scientific question. If
How?
the shape
What's
of the Earth, right?
What's the cause of shape?
I'm sorry?
What's the cause of shape?
The cause of shape?
Yeah, science deals with cause and effect. So if it's a scientific question, it would be validated by experiment. Cause and effect. What is the cause of shape?
The cause of shape?
Yeah. If the question is, what is the shape of Earth? You'd want to know what the cause would be. The causal agent, which is what? What do you think the cause is? If science.
Tell me, bro.
Yeah, yes, I'm saying it's not a scientific question. Unless you've got some sort of version out there that causes shapes. Then you start asking, hey, why are some planets different shapes? Or why are some planets different size spheres? You'd have some causal agent there that would be, that would produce the effect.
I think you're misguiding my question, bro. So, okay, look, the shape of the Earth, right? The shape of the Earth, the shape of our planet, right? And our perception of it is something that is intrinsically, specifically described by science, right? You can't say it's not a scientific question.
How is it described by science?
Of course it is.
Okay, what's your scientific inquiry that got you the shape?
Like I said, the general consensus scientifically is that the Earth is round. So let me continue.
So try again.
There is. Okay. There is consensus. Yeah. So, there's like I said, listen, dude. You need to make an effort to not be a deplorable autist when people are trying to give you good faith conversation, right?
You're going to add,
you have to be good faith, bro.
Yeah, I'm letting you know that you're in the category error.
No, I'm not.
You're categorically wrong when you think that
you're categorically autistic. But yeah, science is of course. Why wouldn't it be in the realm of science what the shape of the Earth is? How about that?
Yeah, how is it? What is the cause of shape?
What is the cause of shape?
Yeah.
Environment, I guess. The matter and environment.
Okay, and then what variable would you manipulate to get a sphere or a globe?
Dude, what do you, bro? You listening to yourself right now?
Well, yeah, maybe.
Are you?
I think someone else could. Let's do this. Let's do experiment.
Do you understand? The question you're asking don't make any sense.
Let's do it right now. Okay? We're going to change speakers and see if what the effect is. Because I predict you are unable to comprehend what science is. You are just clueless. So if we change speakers and see if somebody else is able to articulate this exact same point, and you still don't get it,
you just listen. Your line of reasoning and questioning is just morose, bro.
Yeah, well, go on, D-Mock, go ahead. See if you can get through them.
Science is supposed to prove the cause and effect of things.
Science. Well, first off, proof in science is a rare thing. We don't really have proof.
Science is supposed to prove the cause and effect of things.
Okay.
So if you're not doing that, you're not doing science, buddy. You must be doing something different.
Dude, I already see what.
How do you cause
and what's going on here?
JP asked you about what's the cause and effect of sphere.
It's irrelevant though.
That's the science of sphere.
Dude, there's no science of sphere.
Is the cause and effect. Do you understand?
No, dude.
Do you understand? I'm trying to elucidate this point to you, right?
You're not. Yeah.
So you guys obviously accept it like a fucking fifth grader. So if a fifth grader sitting next to you, and I said, "Hey, fifth grader, scientific method is supposed to prove the cause and the effect, the cause of the effect." And then you're supposed to be able to demonstrate after you talk. So,
dude, you're obviously an 85 IQ Cro-Magnon. Let me help you. When we're talking about whether
we're talking about cause and effect, third grader. Please write it down.
I'm a third grader with
Never gonna
137 IQ, dog. And you're a
not
40 year
gonna
old.
change
You're
for
40
you.
year old with 85 IQ.
Okay, hold on, break. You guys, hold up, stop for a second. Okay, that's a second speaker. Do we have a third speaker who wants to try to articulate to this guy?
A third monkey, yes. Go ahead. Third monkey, come on.
Because at some point it'll either be everyone in the room or you. Maybe no one
that doesn't mean anything. You're just making an ad popular. You're not making an ad populum fallacy.
No, what we're
Where'd
doing
you get
here,
your info?
we're
From
changing.
the group?
I mean,
We're
I'm
changing
asking you a
speakers.
question though, and you haven't been able to address my question.
All right, Clay, go ahead.
I've asked a question, and all you guys have done is just change the topic.
Lemrons, from listening to you so far, what I realize is you're not an intellectual, honest person. You sound very prideful the way you behave.
You don't know anything about me, dude. I'm sorry. He just insulted me.
I don't need.
Right?
Sir,
He insulted my intelligence, and I just dogged him. Don't talk to me about pride. If you're gonna call me a fourth grader and I haven't insulted you, then yeah, I'm gonna insult you, and I'm gonna tell you my act like you, and I'm gonna tell you that it's 2 standard deviations above the norm, and it's with the top 3% of the population.
Yeah,
so unless
Bro, look, dude, you don't sound that smart, right? People that are
I
smart
don't have to sound smart to you, retard.
Hey, globalist,
Hold on a second. People that are smart don't have to go around telling people that they're smart. Right? You're just going around assuming things about people.
I don't care what you think about it. Listen.
I'm going to listen.
You can't reason with him.
Okay, if you're going to come, I'm not trying to reason with him. I'm just telling him how it is. If you're going to come in here and be disrespectful, then you can just stay on mute. If you want to present some globe evidence, we're happy to go over the globe evidence with you. So what will it be?
Buddy, listen. I was disrespected by your retarded friend, and I insulted him.
So I just told you how it's going to be, right? You're in our channel now. So if you want to present some globe evidence, right, we can have a respectful conversation and go over that evidence, right? Let's try not to insult each other from both sides, right? So that's the way it is. If it's just going to be about like, oh, I'm so smart and you're so dumb, blah, 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 it's not going to go anywhere. Right? So if you want to just present some globe evidence and then we could go over it, like you can go over it with anyone in here that you choose.
I asked a question.
I didn't say you were dumb.
Yeah, you did. You called me a third grader, buddy. Calling me a third grader is not insinuating I'm dumb.
I didn't call you anything. I
You
said
did, bro.
I
You insulted
explained
me
it.
first. And
You ain't even
why?
listening to nobody talk. You're listening to yourself.
Listen, irrespective of what you think,
You're talking
irrespective
to
of your
yourself.
belief. Yeah, okay,
talk
I'll
to
talk to
anybody
myself,
else?
and then I'm done.
Can you conversate with me? please?
Regardless of what your friend thinks about people being intelligent or not, there's an objective fact.
Nobody's
The objective
talking about
fact
that but you.
The
Nobody
objective
cares
fact
about
is
none
that
of
you
that.
called me a third grader, and then I just
brother, are
told
you gonna
you
get-
my actual IQ, right? That's
Oh,
in an
man.
hospital. Right? And then I'm the dick. I'm the dick now?
Relax.
I said I talked to a third and fourth grader, and they
You're insulting me,
understood. That's what I said.
Dude, just
Now
chill.
you said the other
Look, if
thing.
you have your globe evidence, let's move past everything. If you have your globe evidence, right, please present it. That's it, right? Let's see how smart you are. Maybe your IQ will match what you said. You know what I'm saying? Oh, your
It
proof
doesn't
will match
matter
your
what you
action.
think about my IQ. You can all think I'm dumb. It doesn't change the facts.
So bring us the evidence.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I don't care. Can you present your globe proof? You have any globe proof?
I'm not here to prove the globe. I'm here to ask one question, retard, and you guys couldn't answer, so I'm gone.
You're to ask a question. Now,
Okay, Lemrons. Golly. What a projecting guy that is. Like, if the kindergarten thingy wouldn't be true, why wouldn't he stop behaving like it? Like, literally, if someone says something about me that isn't true, I literally can ignore it and move on. This guy started behaving like a kindergarten child as soon as he was called out for being that. So, good thing, Dimok. He proved the point by the very way he acted.
Well, according to him, he got an IQ, what, 138 or something like that? Damn, bro. Fuck. A smart guy.
The funny thing about the funny thing about human psychology is always with people who get triggered by something that you point out, like you say, oh, you sound like you might be from the kindergarten, right? And if that person gets triggered by it, they will actually expose themselves to be that very way, right? If someone says to me, Clay, you're retarded, I say, okay, cool story, bro. Nice opinion. And I don't get triggered at all, right? I will not expose myself to be retarded. But if I actually get triggered by it, right, then maybe I might be retarded. This is at least what I think about the human behavior, right? If someone insults you and you get triggered by it and you can't stop talking about it, then maybe it's true.
Well, I just bring up the fact that like there was a television show and there is like a group of people that say, you know, are you as smart as a fifth grader? Now that's not saying anything about anybody personally. I'm just saying if I can explain it to a third or a fifth grader and they understand what I'm saying, but you don't, something's wrong.
Yeah, that guy was unbearable and unreasonable in his behavior. There was actually no way to go with him. Unfortunate. But is there any other glober that wants to represent the globe intellectually? Not like a child. But, you know, sometimes I think we just gotta let them get it out, right? Just let them cry out everything, you know, because they're in so much pain realizing that they're wrong. Sometimes I really would wish we would just let them cry out for like 5 minutes. You know, all the spasm gets out until they like, you know, out of breath or something. Because I think that's where you can grab them, right? If they finish crying themselves out, then you can get their attention, right? Because they realize, okay, no one is reacting to me as a little baby crying, right? So let's see what they have to say, right? So at least, I don't know, maybe we should sometimes let them just cry for some time.
Oh no, I was gonna let him get to that, but he wouldn't do that. I was telling him, hey, I wasn't calling you that. Now let's move on to this, and he wouldn't shut the hell up.
Well, he didn't understand the third grade comment was about his understanding of science, a third grade level of science.
Correct.
It's the same thing as using the term sophomoric. He presupposed that the question of the earth is scientific. Then when you explore what he means by science, it is a very low level of understanding.
Yep.
It's not an insult, that's a fact.
But the thing is, he exposed himself, right? Like, even if it was not about him personally, he made it personal, therefore exposing the very thing that he is. He acted like a kindergarten kid, you know, like with no intellectual honesty. Intellectual honesty. But that's what they always do. Just spasm out. They're spazzing out. I don't know why. I think it's just an attention-seeking issue. You know, as a kid, when you started crying and your parents wanted to tell you information, but you just refused to listen. You just wanted to cry and cry just to gain attention. I think it's kind of like that. Let me cry, flat earthers. I want to have your attention. But I don't want to listen to what you have to say. So mad.
I think he saw the writing on the wall, too, because once we kept changing speakers, and he stayed triggered through every speaker, at some point he's going to have to concede it's either all of us, every single person in this room, every flat earther willing to talk to him, or it's him.
All right.
It can't be both.
He's definitely going to come back. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, maybe in a few days. That's what they always do.
I didn't even tab in. Who was it? Who was the dude?
I don't know.
What's his username?
Forgot the name. But if they couldn't cry them out in the first session, they're gonna come a second time and then maybe cry even more. Right? It's round. You guys are dumb.
Oh, here it is. It was Lamrod's finest.
Yeah, could be.
Okay.
I have the feeling he
I'm
might
gonna-
come back very soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna go put that mofo on my mailing list for the science and space news. I mean, it's always nice to have access to like the logs so we can see who joined and disconnected calls and whatnot. It's such a good tool because especially if someone joins and has like a screamer or like a noise bot and then disconnects right away. I mean, without even having to go to YouTube and see who it was, you can just go right here and just click and see who joined for literally like 1 second and left.
So any other Glober that thinks he lives on a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from an ever spinning world of darkness?
Who's the round earther here? Who is the round earther?
Well, I'm not sure, man. I think you just came in. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing amazing, man.
No, I'm glad to hear that. So what do you take on the topics?
Man, I think round earthers are stupid.
Sounds above my head, kind of high.
Yeah, they're not stupid. They're just using a
Better than
belief
usual.
system instead of objective
Smaller
reality.
than usual.
That's what I'm saying, man. They're ignoramus.
No, it's not stupid. They just have a different value system. Their values are based on belief
By a lot of
in
cold
authority
cloud.
rather than objective testable reality. They just
Yeah,
switch their wires are switched. They just don't have the same. And a lot of times you'll notice too when you ask them about beliefs, it's kind of a 99% thing. Even
Yeah,
they
man, their
don't
wires are
fully
backwards, man.
even they don't fully believe what they believe. It's always like they can never get to 100%. So when they come in here and they say the Earth's not flat, they're saying really, I don't know. Is everything they say is a long-winded I don't know. And it doesn't make them stupid. It just makes them very poor at articulation. Because rather than just saying, hey, I don't know for sure, I'm only X% sure, they try to butter it up and you put some lipstick on that pig instead of just say, hey, you know.
Hey, Crit. How do we prove to these round earthers that the Earth is flat? Because I don't know how to do it, man.
You don't know how to do it, man?
They always catch
Get some
me good, man.
motherfucking water, man. It's called a hardware store. You go get a tube. You get some water. You put it in that motherfucker, and you call water level. It finds horizontal for everybody. Now you go find curvizontal, and we'll be on a damn globe. But until then, we're on flat Earth, motherfucker. No, we got flat Earth elevation. That's the only thing. That's the only thing you can prove with flat Earth elevation. You can't prove 1 inch drops below itself. Water is horizontal on the surface while at rest. All water. Go check it out. Go measure it up close and personal with your hands. And we got the black swan. We got measurements. We got observations.
Yeah, man.
So if
the International Space Station fake.
Oh, they show you as a cookie, a flat disk. Don't believe that flat Earth space station. That's just showing you a flat disk in space, brother. Don't believe them. That's a flat Earth society. They can't show you a ball in space. Don't be stupid. They can
So
only show
if we
you a
take
flat
the-
disk. Go ahead, sir.
If we take the, yeah, I'm sorry, if we take the dynamics of water out of the equation, how would you prove flat Earth? And I'm not a flat earther or a glober. You know that, Demont.
Elevation. I just told you. Elevation
Yeah,
only works one way. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand it. I mean, there's no drop over distance, and that's even across like the Salt Flats.
No, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm saying, like, personally, as a human, I can draw a horizontal line and show you 1 inch above it. It's 1 inch above it. 1 inch below it's 1 inch below it forever. As far as I can ever draw this horizontal line and keep it on the wall. A glober has to go 1 inch down below itself and still stay 1 inch high and somehow prove that they can go a millionth of a millimeter below themselves but still be a millionth of a millimeter high. They have to prove a globe reference. They can't. The only reference they have is horizontal. That's why they keep telling you, oh, the ball's so big it looks flat, it measures flat. It's measuring flat. That's horizontal elevation for everybody. If a billion people are standing next to each other and all we can do is measure horizontal, where the fuck is the ball? Where? Elevation.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, those are the two hardest proofs for me. Is the dynamics of water, and like I said, the Salt Flats. There's no drop over distance, but if you take the water equation out of it, I mean, it's supposedly, or at least they tell us, 70% water. So that only leaves a 30% left to find that measurable drop, which I've not been able to find.
It's still going to be a horizontal plate of dirt or whatever. Like, it's still going to be a horizontal frame of reference. You're going to go up from a horizontal line to go up from the horizontal line. Everybody is. We're not going to go out that way to go up. We're not going to go diagonal to go up. We're all going to go vertically from a horizontal base, the same horizontal base, all of us. If this horizontal base changes, let me know, because then we'd be on a curve. That would mean that you could be 1 inch high, and I can be 1 inch high somewhere below you down a fucking hill in a ditch. But we're both 1 inch high? No. Hell no. That's a globe, brother.
I mean, it doesn't take a high IQ to just use common sense and observations, and I mean, it's not. I don't know, bro. I just don't like wearing labels. But I mean, hell. Let's
we
be
didn't
honest,
give it to
bro. I
ourselves.
mean,
Don't worry. I just said I don't believe in a globe, and I've been labeled a flat earther ever since, so I'm taking it. I don't care. I mean, it's just what it is. That's just what it is. Doesn't mean anything more than you're not a globe component. You just don't understand. You haven't been proven or shown or given any facts to back the globe. Physically, empirically, imaginably, nothing backs the globe. So now you're under a flat earth category. That's all. Just magically. That's what people do. They label people. The best way to criticize them is to label them something and then say that label is bad.
what do you?
And to censor them too.
So this little Antarctica trip they're on right now, are trying to get to and make it all, observe this 24-hour sun. How the hell is that going to prove anything?
going to prove that it doesn't matter what they do. They will never get off flat Earth. They can bark, they can beat, they can scream, they can do whatever they want about flat Earth. It will never be final. It will never be the final proof they need to move on with their life. Even if they could take the globe, slap a flat Earth sticker on it, say they debunked it, they will still be on flat Earth the next day. Sometimes the next sentence, you'll watch what happens. They'll say, look we saw X, Y, and Z. This means the Earth can't be flat. The next thing would be, okay, here's how we prove the globe after it can't be flat. They'll never do that part. They'll go right back in to their spiral and continue to talk about flat Earth over and over and over. This is why this type of experiment is good for them to do, because it highlights how they deny science to the point that they'll deny their own science. They'll conduct an experiment, then deny their own experiment. And they wonder why no one else believes them. They would have to at least believe it first, because that way they could advocate for it. They could say, hey, I conducted the experiment. Here's my results. I am 100% sure. They'll conduct an experiment, get a result, not even convince themselves, then deny it, then get upset when other people don't accept it. You didn't accept it. Why would I change to a new paradigm when you refuse to use your own paradigm? Step both, instead of just dipping your toe in the globe and keeping your feet on, like a pool, like you're standing on the pool and just swishing your toe in the pool water. Jump in that motherfucker head first in the deep end. Let's see you sink or swim inside the globe paradigm. They'll always want to stay on the flat Earth.
Exactly.
They're shit scared to make any positive claim, because in their worldview, they know there really isn't any positive claims. There's only negative claims. That's why they're always at a race to the bottom, and they're going to have to get there. They're going to have to get all the way to the bottom, trigger, spiral, and then finally realize they didn't know what they thought they knew. And that's where flat Earth will be there, waiting for them.
They often give up by saying science doesn't prove anything. And when they say that, they've just ended their ability to experiment, and they had their own final experiment.
Yeah, that's why they brought Jaron with them, because Jaron has said the same thing. Science doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
So at very best, the best result they can get from this experiment is it proved nothing. The worst result is that it challenges their worldview. And they're going to sit right in between those two things and never get off flat Earth.
I wouldn't call that the worst. I would call that the best thing that could happen.
Well, I mean,
challenge someone's paradigm.
In their worldview, they can't. They literally can't challenge their own ideas, because they've got so much ego attached to it that if they went into a space where they were challenging their own idea, they would come out a different person. You wouldn't see that the same McDuffie anymore. It'd be
I think maybe
you'd see you'd see a completely new persona. So you wouldn't recognize them. Like the next time they flipped their camera on, they would lose the faux cut, that weird haircut they all have. You see behind them. You'd see behind them all the 1980s toys. They would all be gone. It would be like, you're like, is this the same person? You think like they got replaced by a lookalike or a celebrity impersonator.
It would be the end of their identity. That's right. They they've merged their identity with this idea.
Did you see that McDuffie is now wearing the faux hawk too?
Oh gosh, I wondered if he had all along. Now thinking back, but oh geez, yeah, he's trying to pick up what's her face. He gave that golden ticket to that single woman, and he's had eyes for her the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you saw
right?
Elizabeth. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think she's
nobody's
a plant.
ever heard of her. Yeah,
Yeah, that's somebody
They've
didn't
tried
spend
times before.
$300,000 and not expect to make double or triple that. Yeah, I think it's all just it will bring more light to the flat Earth, globe Earth controversial, but it's not going to prove anything. I mean, why the fuck would you look at the sun to figure out anything on the Earth? Doesn't even make sense, bro. I'm kind of, I don't know Winston or Jaron that good. I know some other people like David Weiss, Eric DeBay, but I don't do social media, so I don't keep up with too much shit as far as like Jaron and Winston. And I do Discord and very little YouTube. That's about it. I mean, I've never been one for social media. So I don't really know these other characters other than just, this just coming out what they're doing now with this Antarctica trip. I've been subscribed to Jaron for a long time, but I've never looked at his shit. Not really a long time, but at least sometime. But I've known other flat earthers for years and years. And it's always the same arguments, man. It's like, I'm kind of hoping that somebody would at least come out with some type of experiments to settle the argument. But I guess that's what it's all about is the money that's made in the arguments. That's what it seems to be, to me anyway.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. So there are far few people comparatively that are invested into this for more noble reasons than there are, it seems, that are trying to grift off of this. And those of us who are in this for nobler reasons probably have normal jobs and everyday lives, or are too busy to be the ones to self-fund gigantic measurement operations, survey operations. So, yeah, I mean, here we are. There are dozens of us. It's just how many people are invested into this because they're protesting kind of other worldview. Yeah, how many people would consider themselves a fundamentalist and then rail against the status quo by adopting the flat Earth identity? And that's it. They're not contributing much either.
I don't know. Maybe some good will come out of it. At least I have hope for it. Maybe some good will come out of it. I'm not about the money thing anymore. That was my life when I was younger. I was all about it, and that's really, my biggest thing is the way people are. Oh my God, it's horrible, man. What money causes people to do, and I didn't realize it at the time when I was doing the same thing that just makes me so damn sick now. I mean, it's to be successful according to society. Bro, if you don't step on people to get to the top, your ass will never make it to the top. I mean, that's just the way this system is set up. And, I have my regrets. I'll never go back to this slave system that we're trapped in, it seems. But at the same time, this system, in the way we live in this world, it takes money. It's like a damn if you do, damn if you don't. I know some of y'all at least have heard me say it before. Y'all can have the damn cheese, just let me out the trap. I don't really give a damn if the earth is square, triangle, rectangle. I don't really give a damn. What gets me about that is the lies. When you find out that they've lied to you most of your life, at least all through your young life, school, the stuff that they teach, the educational system, it's crazy, man. It's like, and I hate to even say, oh, they duped me, because hell, I feel like I duped my damn self.
It's been rather quiet after those debate bros left. For those of you who weren't here, maybe 6 or 7 hours ago, and for the few hours preceding that, we had a revolving door of clowns coming in from some debate bro server. It was pretty cringe. One guy kept recycling through alts. I think he was here 5 times under 5 different names. He was so butthurt by Flat Earth. I don't know how many of you caught this, but the media seems to be trying to link the whole UAP aliens controversy to Iran. So with all these supposed drones flying all over New Jersey, freaking people out, I don't know what they are. But initially, people were afraid of aliens. Government says, oh, we don't really know what these are, what's happening. And now what they've done is they've come out and said these drones could be launched from a mothership, an Iranian mothership out at sea. So these crazy alien lights in the sky come from the Iranian mothership. It's a 2-for-1 special, 2-for-1 PSYOP special, guys.
Wait, so they saying the Iranian got like a mothership somewhere? Is that what they saying?
Yeah, basically a drone aircraft carrier, but they're calling it a mothership. And they're calling it a mothership because people are seeing these lights in the sky and they're freaking out. And this is amid the entire UAP controversy. So it's like whoever's responsible for the media message has anchored the fear of Iran into the fear of aliens from other planets.
Mr. Amish, if that's where they're going, do you think it has something to do? Remember, you had shared the article, right? One of the article about Iranian actually went to Antarctica. Is that going to be something related? Are they going to do three birds with one stone? Yeah, because of you, that's why I know about the information you shared with a bunch of us. But that you think that might tie to each other?
That's really interesting. If it does, I don't know how, but that is interesting timing. Yeah, for those that don't know, the Iranians have pushed into Antarctica and have announced plans to put military bases there. They're not signatories to the Antarctic Treaty, and they're basically thumbing their nose at the Antarctic Treaty. They're saying that Allah has given them permission to settle Antarctica. So they're going. They're already there. I think a lot of the Chinese have been doing the same, been pushing into Antarctica as well. Yeah, so what's going
That's
on,
very
guys?
interesting.
What's the latest on all these lights people see in like New Jersey, New York? Anybody keep up with any of that? I mean, I hear it, but I don't watch TV, but I hear about things. Yeah, what's the latest on it? Anybody know?
Yeah, so far that's what I heard too. I think Amish is spot on. It was like you don't know what it is. It's the U.S. military doing some weird shit. It's aliens. It's Iran. I think Amish is like so far got the newest take.
And I gotta wonder if this confusion gives them options. If they want to false flag Iran and to go into war into the Middle East, they've got a reason for it. Same with doing the Russians. Same with anything. They can use this as a pretext to do anything they want at this point. Pandemic, Andromeda strain, disease X, you name it.
They don't need the UFOs or whatever the hell they want to call it, drones. They don't need that for the war. They found more oil under the Golan Heights than Saudi Arabia, the Middle East combined, and that's what it's going to be over. The war's already coming; it's already here.
Wait, say that again, bro? What they found to make Saudi Arabia and the Middle East combined?
Yeah, there's more oil. I'm sorry, I got the southern accent. OIL. How about that? There's more oil under the Golan Heights than anywhere, all of the other Middle East countries combined. And that's what the war is that's what it's coming down to, bro. It's already happening. That was back when Obama was president, bro. That's old news. This has been known.
Yeah, got any news on Gilgamesh?
No, man, that was memory hold real fast, wasn't it? Hey, you guys, we found Nimrod. We found Nimrod's tomb. That's it. It's like 10 years ago.
Any news on the Ark of the Covenant?
Isn't it in Ethiopia? Has been protected by an Orthodox church?
Nah, that's bullshit. It's not there. Never was.
Where is it at now? Is it in the U.S.?
I think it's been there for a while myself, but I don't have any hard evidence of that, but just from what I can gather. I think Ron White's full of shit, just to be honest.
How people move around the Ark of the Covenant?
Well, they use their feet and they walk in a circle.
Oh my. Oh, what's up, Cameron? Ain't seen you in a while, bro.
Oh, shoot. You were talking to me the whole time, bro.
Hell, I didn't even know it. I just clicked on the chat and seen you was in there. I don't usually keep up a lot with the text. Somewhat, sometimes when the conversation's going about something else. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've seen you. How you been, bro?
Yeah, I'm cool, man. Eating some pie right now.
Cool, bro. Hell yeah. I'm waiting on a deer to come through. I hope Rudolph comes by. I want to knock his ass off.
Oh, you out in the field?
Yeah, boy, I stay in the boonies a lot, you know. I travel around, but I landed in this little spot here that I like to come by here once in a while. So here I am.
What type of weapon you using?
I'm using a crossbow right now.
You got a scope on it?
Yep.
Is a crossbow harder to use than a rifle?
Nah. I got a longbow, recurve. I got a bunch of weapons, bunches of them, bro. All my family died, bro, and I'm the oldest one left. And my family's like a pretty damn good sized militia. So now I got it all.
Oh, shoot. Well, condolences to your family, man. Let them rest.
Yep. I reckon that's what somebody, everybody's got to do it sometime, I reckon. So, hell.
Excuse me.
I got a Discord family. That's about all the family I got left.
You got a what family?
A Discord family.
Oh, Discord. Yeah. Discord family. You still on that other server? I think we talked in that other server. I forgot with another dude named Yahweh or something like that.
Yeah, I'm still in there. Yeah, I traveled all the way across the country. I met that dude a couple years ago, bro, and because are you familiar with Jason Bashir's Archaics?
No, I'm not familiar with him.
Well, I met this guy, that Yahweh is King dude. I met him about 2 years ago through Jason, and I like to hear this dude, and I wanted to talk with him and just discuss, just share viewpoints. I mean, I had a much respect for the guy, bro. Him, his wife, and 4 kids are living in the middle of the Great Basin, bro. Homesteading, like, bro. I mean, I could go on and on, but I have much respect for the guy. I mean, he's like my son's age, and so I drove all the way across the country and went out there to where he's at and helped him do a lot of stuff, bro. Built him a big ass greenhouse, like 40 by 60. And a lot of stuff. I helped him in a lot of ways. And we had some discussions during that time. And yeah, we've got a pretty good friendship. We don't agree with each other on everything. But yeah, I love the guy, bro. He's a good dude. His family, his wife, his kids, they're all great people.
I think Archaics needs to become a flat earther to elevate some of his research.
He's changed his views since we've been talking, and my sister is a hardcore flat earther. And he don't think it's like he used to, bro. He just completely went to what I guess people would call a flat earther. Oh yeah, definitely.
Has he questioned the globe? Wow. I got into him earlier on, and he was bringing up solar systems and Velikovsky's catastrophes and stuff. And I'm like, man, this is all science fiction, even though he had a great handle on history. But because it's so integrated. So I was just like, I'm going to go find somebody else to occupy my time with. But if he's come around to that, I'm glad he's listening. That's important steps.
Bro, the dude is hard-headed. He's pretty hard-headed, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. It can be good to be hard-headed, but at the same time, I mean, don't be so damn closed-minded that you can't even look at somebody else's point. And he's not like, I wouldn't call him a glober. I wouldn't call him a flat earther, but he damn sure has changed his view.
That's pretty cool. I might start getting back into him again then.
I don't agree with everything Jason said. I like some of it.
I don't either. I disagree with a lot of his historical views, but he's got excellent research and he brings interesting ideas to the table.
Absolutely. I mean, the data points he uses, bro. I mean, it's kind of hard to knock it. His opinions on things, I'm not necessarily in agreement with, but his material.
I was just going to say, once we start presenting some of the facts, even though they may say, I don't care, I don't want to know, I don't care, the little flat earth marble rolls around in their head. And eventually they start questioning things. That's how I see it. I have people I haven't talked to for years. They're starting to come around being like, holy fuck, maybe, I think I'm seeing things the way you were explaining them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you guys have had similar experiences or different. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, bro, I mean, I grew up in an airplane. I'm talking about I've been able to fly airplanes before I was I'm being generous, bro. I was flying them some bitches with my uncles before I was in kindergarten. But I'm talking about take it off, fly, and land it by myself with no one else in the plane before I was 10 years old. I mean, I've been flying since I was a child, and I knew then. I mean, it was pretty clear. But I still don't claim to be a flat earther because, where I'm at now is I don't think nobody even has measured the earth. I don't think nobody's ever seen it. I almost want to think it's like infinite. But, I don't know.
Yeah, well, barring measuring every last square inch of it, just visually, and your senses tell you it's flat and motionless. And you must have realized the runway wasn't moving while you were landing or taking off.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I grew up Christian as well. I'm not a Christian anymore. I mean, I grew up hardcore Christian. I'm talking about like the mega church preacher people, bro. I mean, seriously, I was in it big time, as big as you could get in it. And I'm not Christian anymore. But even the scriptures, if you want to hold to the scriptures, even the scriptures say it's not moving. It's stationary.
For sure.
So, I mean, there's a lot of... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, as a hobby, I like to jump from them, and there's times you go to the DZ and the ground winds are so strong, there's no jumping today, so that speaks volumes,
Yep.
Watching a plane coming in for a landing when the crosswinds hit, and the way, whoa boy, sometimes they can't even go for the runway, they got to go back up because of the crosswinds. Come back in for another try to land. Have you experienced heavy crosswinds like that in your years of flying? I guess so, eh?
Oh, absolutely. You sounded like what you were saying was you'd like to do some skydiving. I've never done that. I've always wanted to, though.
Oh yeah, you've got to go from the driver's seat to the passenger. I've never flown a plane. It would be nice to, but yes, being the passenger and jumping is such a rush. You will love it. And we're never too old, brother. We're never too old.
Yeah, I'm still a young man myself, bro. I mean, I'm only 52. And
well, bless you. So am I. Isn't that a coincidence?
Oh yeah, wow, bro, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I dated a girl a while back, bro, that was into skydiving. We just never got to go do it. I mean, I wanted to, and I don't know. We just never, we had so much other shit going on at the time, bro.
She had you chained in.
I just never. I mean, I was a lot younger then, and it just, I don't know. We had a lot of stuff going on, and I just never got to do it. I mean, we had parachutes and everything just to go do it. Plenty of money. It's not. We just never did it.
It's amazing how life works out like that sometimes, eh?
It's kind of weird, bro. I've always wanted to do the bungee jump too, but I don't know, man. I've just recently got some new contacts in New Mexico where they do a lot of the hot air balloons, and I'm gonna take my P900 up and get some footage from a hot air balloon. I've never rode one of those. Right now, I'm actually looking for a yacht. I want to do some sailing.
Sorry, please share the footage you get in here when you do, please.
Oh, definitely. I got some footage I can share. But I want to do some other stuff, and like hot air balloon. I'm kind of checking out my bucket list. I've never done the hot air balloon, never done the skydive, bungee jump, and I've never learned how to sail. As much as I love water and been on the water, it's kind of ironic that I've never learned how to sail. So I'm going to join a yacht club, buy me a boat, and I want to go to some of these islands, like off the coast of, or south of Florida, south of U.S. I want to go like Philippines, Thailand, Australia, and I want to do it on my own boat and me selling it.
What an adventure.
Could sail around Antarctica.
Yeah, I've looked at some footage on that, and they say, and I've seen different people videos of like they say if you get to a certain area, they will, like ships and airplanes and shit will stop you from going any further. But I think that shit could be fake, bro. That's a big ass place over there, Brent. I think I could probably get there and nobody know it. And if I can, I'm the son of a bitch that'll do it.
Become part of the Japanese whaling fleet. They're hunting the whales to extinction, supposedly sailing around Antarctica.
Interesting.
Yeah, they could do it too because it says on their boats they stamp a big stencil over it that says conducting scientific research.
Yeah. Okay. I don't like the cold, man. That's what's keeping me from going there. Damn, I don't like the cold. That's why I left. I left. I was at 10,000 feet, and it's getting wintertime, and I don't like the cold. So I go south for the winter, and I usually go back north for the summer. Been doing it for several years now. I enjoy it. I don't have to work anymore. I quit working. I left the workforce years ago. I made a shitload of money, and I don't have to work, and I love it. I'm just living and enjoying life. Kind of checking off my bucket list, bro.
One of my bucket list things is to get on one. We've had double-decker buses in the city now for a number of years, probably over a decade. I haven't been on one yet. So my bucket list is to get on one and ride around the full route on the top part.
Bro, I've rode those double decker buses. I've rode them, but I'll tell you something I did recently that I've never done. I rode an Amtrak. Bro, that bitch is better than an airplane or a bus or any of that shit. And it's not the greatest, but but I'm fixing to do some more train traveling too. That was awesome. They have those double cars on the trains as well. And yeah, it was cool, bro. I enjoyed the shit out of that. I think I'm gonna ride this California Zephyr next. And I've been up and down I've been all over the country. But I wanna do it from different perspectives, like the train. Yeah, I want to ride that coast over there on that California coast, and I don't know, bro. Just living, you know. Share it with the people that I speak with. So I'm gonna put some footage on here, talk about it, and I mean that's what I'm doing, bro. I'm loving it. Life is good.
Yeah, most certainly. Every day this side of the grass is a great day.
Oh, come on, Rudolph. I'm surprised I hadn't seen anything today, man. It's like deer everywhere here, bro. I mean, sitting out in the front yard, them bits will just walk across the yard. So I see Flat Earth Batman in here, or LP Batman. I'm assuming that's Flat Earth. Is that the same Batman that's on PNR? All these other channels that. Yeah, when did he become a flat earther?
I'm not sure if you can hear you right now. I think we're all born flat earthers. We come to realize it at different times in our journey, though. Some of us are raised flat earthers. They know that from the time they were little on. Those are far and few between, though.
Okay, fair enough. I just never heard him speak of it, and I've heard him speak plenty of times. And we still have some conversation that we need to finish from our past conversations. We hadn't spoken in a while, and I was just curious.
Drop them a DM too.
Yeah, I'm a tech retard. I don't even know how to find a damn DM most of the time. I'm doing good to get on here and talk, bro.
I'm in the same boat. I'm not sure if I can say I'm I'm still crawling. I could be walking when it comes to tech, but I'm definitely not running yet.
Exactly. I understand. So I don't know if that was. I think it was you I was speaking with, the guy that was doing the skydiving. Have you ever done any of the base jumping, like with the wingsuit? That looks pretty cool as well.
No. What is up? Lee, do you believe you live on a globe? Yes.
What's new in history?
Not too much. Pretty quiet in here. We had a gentleman earlier, was a pilot since 10 years old.
Damn, so he went through the pilot's course at like 8 years old.
No, he had uncles that were pilots, and he was in the airplane at a very young age, and he was actually taking off and landing by 10, like by himself and stuff. But yeah, and he definitely confirmed the runway does not move while taking off or landing.
Nice.
He dated a girl for a while that skydived, although he never did it himself. Like, they had the shoots and all. They planned to go together. That just never really happened. But yeah, he seemed like a decent fella.
Well, I've been in pretty much all the servers that have a VC active right now, and I've been through each of the channels, and not one is having a good conversation.
Some days you wonder.
Yeah, it's like shit conversation at work.
I'm just quietly waiting for Glover. Or something interesting. Putzing around in the background, doing whatever I can.
Yeah.
Frickin' windy day out there in Ottawa.
Like, shit. So that's like what? There's what's the temperature?
Hold on 2 secs.
Something like 30 with like 20 mile an hour winds. So it feels like it's like 15.
-2, but I guess with the winds it feels like -12.
Fuck.
Yeah. I'm happy to be inside.
Yeah, right?
So blessed. I really am. It breaks my heart that, like, to see people who are supposed to be caring about the citizenry and whatnot spending so frivolously and doing so many dumb things, and there's people out there in this weather hurting, need help.
Yeah.
I live in the city where the capital of our country is, and we have these tiny little missions downtown. They're like Band-Aid solutions. They've been there for probably more than 100 years now. People get hurt there over the dumbest things, and it's a shit show. And you would think the people in charge would want to do better.
Well,
They gave the Alphabet Mafia $100 million last summer. For what? Like,
if I were homeless, I would not live in a city.
yeah, it's a hard thing to think on. Like, I have been before when I was very young. For a bit, I've been there, couch surfing, or if you want, whatever, sleep on a bench. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's more than one answer. I think ignoring it is not the solution. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's why you had the ancestors taking people on and just making them work for them so that they would have a place. But now society just calls it slavery, and you can't do that. You have to give them a paycheck of some sort, and then they have to commit to taxes and all this other stupid shit. Can't be like it used to.
I just keep moving forward. I use my voice where I can. Do what I can where I can. I'll do more when possible. I'm not going to put myself in the poorhouse trying to get others off the street.
Yeah.
Some of them appreciate it more than others. Some of them need it more than others. I've interacted with, a lot of them here and there, and there was this one down in Windsor. I helped some of them once, and then ran into them another day, and they were asking for more help. And what's it for? And pay my cable bill. I'm like, holy crap! I don't even have cable. Why? Like, I felt like I wanted what I gave them the first time back. Like.
Jordy, sup, bro? Is that a punching bag? What the hell is that?
Oh yeah, that's the old hanging pigskin. Or probably more leather from a cow. Something to, toughen your knuckles on.
I had a teacher in high school who had his knuckles calloused over. He practically was wearing gloves all the damn time. He had just one long mountain ridge with no saddles. Just one big mound of callus on both hands.
What I loved to do was jump as high as I can and kick it super, super high. That was one of my favorite things to do. Like kicking someone's head off their shoulders.
I can't do that anymore.
I'm so thankful for some of the training I've gone through. I've had to utilize it from time to time, and it's definitely come in handy. There's a few things that surprise me the most. One is that it can happen at the moment when you least expect it. And the other thing is that afterwards you reflect on it. You're like, holy shit, I did what Sifu showed me. But in the moment, you're just reacting and doing what's necessary. You're not thinking, oh, block this, punch that. You're just doing what's necessary. And then afterwards, when you reflect on it, you're like, oh, yeah, that did work.
What's up, Matrix?
I just thought I'd drop in, see what's happening.
Really? Not much. I spent the last hour jumping through channels, and really nothing interesting is going on.
Oh. There's not many people over at politics either.
Yeah, no. I went over to Geo's, listened to that conversation for about 5 minutes. Wasn't very interesting. They was getting like, logic and metaphysics. Like, just like, come on, really? And I left. And then I went over to Aether Cosmology, and there's a bunch of people watching a video, which was of a language I don't understand, so I left.
It seems to come in waves, doesn't it? You have days where there's every single channel is chock-a-block full, and you're pulling your hair out because you can't be in everywhere at once. And then other days you go scanning through them and you can't find a soul. Or if you do find a channel, they're all rattling on with shit that you don't want to listen to in the first place.
Yeah, right.
So what time we got over in the US? So we're starting on the
East Coast is
1300. And LA is 11, so it's around lunchtime. Right. On average. Yeah, I use this little thing called web page called worldtimebuddy.com, and you can put in I don't know how many locations you can put in, but I've got quite a few, so when I'm talking to people, as long as I know I've got a rough idea where they live, I can go, right, it's this time.
Yeah, I got something funny for you guys. Remember that Lamron's finest, the guy that spurred out after he didn't know what science is?
Mm-hmm.
So I DM'd him the science and space news for today. And he says back, "What's up, bro?" I go, "Not much." He's like, "Do I know you?" And I said, "Well, I guess so, because like 2 hours ago, you're telling me all about me, right?" Like, you're telling me how I'm dumb and all these things. So I mean, if you don't know me now, I'm not sure what happened, like, because 2 hours ago you knew all about me.
Yeah.
And he says, "I didn't even talk to you, brother."
Oh, he just forgot.
Yeah, he just a hard reset. Like, this isn't a soft reset; it's a full reboot. Don't hold it against him. He was just drunk or whatever.
Silly geese.
Brenda wants to know who's going to leave Flat Earth after the final experiment. And I'm like, what does the final experiment have to do with Flat Earth at all? Like, it's like, hey, are you still going to drink soda after the final experiment? Are you still going to put your shoes on the wrong feet after the final experiment?
Oh no, doorknobs are going to operate the wrong way after the final experiment.
Yeah. Are you still going to, like, just some random shit? Are you still going to be a vegan after the final experiment? Just some random shit that has nothing to do with it. You know, like why would the final experiment change any of those things?
It really wouldn't. Really doesn't, and it won't.
Now, if you think it does, Brenda, if you think this affects this debate somehow, it's going to be, I'm sad to say this, but you've been some very peak entertainment. And I'm going to be bummed out to see you go, but good luck with your next debate topic, whatever that may be. Brenda.
It'll be the case that it didn't go exactly as planned, and then they'll be like, well, they should have gone over here, or they should have gone over there. They should have went further south. I do agree with others, though, when they're saying that this will be a great opportunity for them to actually take long distance observations because they won't have such drastic temperature changes to prevent them from seeing farther.
Oh, they wouldn't do that. I'm just waiting for all the meltdowns. Oh, it was overcast and they couldn't do it.
What are y'all talking about?
Oh, the final excrement.
Well, somehow it's 2025, and nobody knows whether or not Antarctica has 24-hour sunlight or a 24-hour sun in the sky, right? Whereas we've had a lot of people in the past who went there and experienced it were like, yeah, there's not a 24-hour sun where I was at. I don't recall the sun being in the sky all 24 hours. But people go to visit like Alaska and, Greenland, and they're like, yeah, I saw a 24-hour sun.
Well, at certain times of the year, there's a 20. It's the same thing on the North Pole.
Yeah, I just explained that. But it's 2025, and people are still fucking lost in the sauce. So there's this whole thing where they're all going down there, and they're going to go try and experience 24-hour sun in the South like it has or has not been done in the past. But anyway, that's what we're talking about.
Okay. Who's going down there to do it?
A mega church super pastor, some guy who collects 1980s toys, some weird dude from United Kingdom who has a dog and plays with cameras, some other guy from Australia who fancies himself critical thinker but doesn't really think much at all. Some guy who says science can't prove anything. And then another dude.
That's a Brenda quote.
Yeah.
Science proves science can't prove anything.
That's Jared. That's Jared also. Science doesn't prove anything. And then the final nutcase is a guy who thinks everything is light in electrostatics and made from ether. So it's quite the motley crew.
So what they really need is someone who's super staunch, who's willing to try to do something stupid and stay out as long as they can to make sure that they witness this event.
Oh yeah,
Whereas
don't
most
they
of them
also?
are going to go, it's cold, set the camera up, let's get back inside.
Yeah, don't they also have some single girl who has a friend at NASA or something like that? Someone a golden ticket winner.
I thought, did they clarify whether or not they would be allowed to be outside the tent between the certain hours? Because I remember at some point they were like, we won't be able to be outside the tents between this and this hour. So I want to say that came out of Witset's mouth, but I don't want to pin it down because I'm not remembering.
I'd love to see the fine print of this deal. There's got to be some shady shit going on in the background.
Better them than me. -12 is good enough for win.
For real.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd handle it with temperature extremes that they've got. The coldest I've ever been down to is -7. And that's centigrade. I don't know what bloody Fahrenheit that is. I know as you get down a fair way, they start to become very similar.
Yeah.
But
Your 0 is my 32.
yeah. And I heard someone say, I think it was Dre say, I said that they get to, -40. And it's just like, holy shit, dude, you can keep that.
Yeah, I felt -40 in Afghanistan in the mountains in the winter. We'd have launched the aircraft, and the rotor blades would drop the pad's temperature by 20 degrees. And so on the pad it was -40, but off the pad it was -20, and you could walk away from the pad and literally feel the temperature change.
So, all right, you guys have felt extreme colds. When you get below a certain point, does it just all feel the same? So for me, the hottest I've ever seen is a 54 degrees. It was fucking nasty. Anything above about 40 is just hot. There's nothing, no change. Does it do the same at the other end of the scale? Once you get below a certain point, it's just cold, and yeah, there's nothing you can do. It's just cold. You can't escape it. So it does do the same thing. That's interesting. Because yeah, I've always wondered that, because I've not really wanted to go and test out cold shit.
Yeah, because I would wear like 5 layers, right? So I'd have like long johns. I'd have the thin long johns, the thick long johns, and then I'd have the regular uniform, and then the overcoat, and then the rain protection. And then around my face and neck, I would have 2 neck gaiters, the baklava. I'd have the beanie, and then my sunglasses. So like literally the only thing of bare skin that was exposed would have been like the peaks of the cheek right underneath the sunglasses before the neck gaiter would come up. And I couldn't cover it completely because the sunglasses would fog up. So, but yeah, that looked like it was a sunburn. And I worked at night.
Here we go. Let me know what you guys think of this here. So, a mega church super pastor, friend of Wendy with stormy eyes, a 1980s toy collector, some British dude who likes camera lenses and has a dog, some dude who likes to critically think but doesn't think X, a golden ticket winner, an interesting guy who thinks science can't prove things, electrostatic cosmic ether dust addict, and tens of people home watching on YouTube.
Tens of people at home. Is that your classifications, or did someone else put that?
No, I put that. I just wrote this up.
Well, with the interesting guy and uninteresting guy.
Oh, there we go. An interesting guy who thinks science can't prove anything, and then put an uninteresting electrostatic ether dust addict.
Oh, yes. Mega Church super pastor, friend of Wendy with stormy eyes. He's twinkle. That's crazy. But in all seriousness, the British dude who likes camera lenses, he should be somewhat switched on to the manipulation of film. You'll probably find that when they film this, if they can, it will be a time-lapse style film, because it won't be filmed direct. Because it's a lot easier to mess around with time-lapse footage, because of the gaps in between. You can actually move shit about. It's easier to hide it. But they might prove me wrong. They might go out there and just set up cameras and just go film solid. And it'd be nice if they did and just posted it. Right, this is camera 1, this is camera 2, 3, 4, 5, all sitting around in a circle. They all overlap, and then just post the raw footage, raw data up, so we can download gigabytes of shit. Or if probability and statistics take their course, they've got 3 in 11 days. Well, they got an 11-day set where they can do this, and 3 of the days are normally all that's not overcast. Good luck, guys. So down the bottom, and tens of people, and maybe 10 people at home watching on YouTube.
Okay, just take out instead of tens, it may be 10.
And maybe 10, yeah. I'd have to get on and have a look at all the people and see.
There we go. See what you think now. I put
and
some
maybe 10 people watching on YouTube. Yes. So contestant number 1, mega church super pastor, friend of Wendy with stormy eyes, 1980s toy collector. Yeah, some British dude who likes camera lenses and has a dog. Yeah. Some dude who likes to critically think but doesn't think. but doesn't. You could just drop that at that doesn't.
But doesn't think X, Y, or Z.
Doesn't. No,
because if you watch his videos, he always says, "I don't think." He's constantly. He's always ad homing or he speak like his mannerism. I don't think.
In that case, yeah, some dude who likes to critically think but doesn't.
Okay, but doesn't think.
No, because he says drop the. Just leave it at doesn't. Some dude who likes to critically think but doesn't.
Okay. I like it seems a little wordy. Yeah, I like that. This is a good change, but doesn't.
A golden ticket winner, yeah, naturally. Interesting guy who thinks science can't prove things. Yeah. Uninteresting electrostatic cosmic ether dust addict. It's a shame we can't get people to read that one at double pace.
Yeah, at Winston pace.
Yes.
I put a little bracket in there. Read at fast pace.
To be said fast. Read it fast 5 times. Oh shit. And maybe 10 people at home on YouTube. Yeah. Nice. Very nice. Actually, I'm going to take a screenshot of that. I'm going to dump your name off it. I do apologise. But,
No, go ahead. You can take it. I mean,
No.
had with it send me some hate mail.
I don't want you to have any more free rent.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You guys share the rent. Yeah.
No, so when next time I'm on Twitter or something like that and some numpty, oh, what do you think about this? Hey, this is what we think about this. Now, where can I save that? Into my other flat folder.
I spelled crew wrong. Like a motley. No, that's right. Motley Crew. Yeah, that's how you do it, right? I wonder why it's saying it's wrong.
EW and a full motley crew.
Well, I was trying to reference.
That's as in the band.
The band, yeah. Should I change it to crew with a W?
Yeah, it would let you have it then.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. What do you think looks better, the Motley Crew or Motley Crew?
Well, it doesn't matter. I dropped your name off it, so.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking about Motley Crew because the same old song and dance.
Right, yeah.
Because I want a lot of innuendo in there. You know, like how interesting is what Jaren said for Behind the Curve.
Yep.
So there's a lot of innuendo. Like, hey, look at this. You know, like if people who are like who know about, you know, like the lore here, they'll pick out the little you know, like with Easter eggs or whatever you would call it. You know.
Yeah.
And isn't it funny too? Like the characters from Motley Crue, the band, didn't they get in some fist fight recently? Like on stage, they started punching each other.
Was it them?
I thought so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here it is. Right. Okay. So the first show of Motley Crue ended in a fist fight between Vince Neil and Nikki Sixx. And then with with Duffy, he used to talk about how Hey, Duffy, how'd you get into this Flat Earth debate? Oh, a dear friend of mine, Wendy, on Facebook, used to argue with me back and forth. Well, how the fuck are you not bringing Wendy with you then? Why, like, wouldn't you want to bring Wendy with you, your friend?
Tell you something pretty cool. Well, I thought it was. When I went to the States years ago, there was quite a few people I met, naturally. One of the boys that I met 10 years ago on Facebook said something about FE, and I actually signed him into the main channel. Was it yesterday, day before?
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah.
Haven't spoken to him in 10 years, and yeah, I got to have a yak to him. That was friggin' awesome.
Yeah, that is really neat.
Hey, what's up, guys? Matrix.
Hey, Kembo. What's going on?
Fred.
Hey,
everybody. Oh, nothing much, man. Just chilling and trying to do some stuff. You know, I heard your voice. I'm like, oh, I gotta come say hello. So, what you been up to?
Oh, we're just having a bit of a laugh. Did you have a look in text chat at the list of all the would-be volunteers to go and freeze their asses off?
A text chat, make it sure.
It's the last thing.
Okay.
We put it up. We've been slowly, I'd say modifying it, but I'll use the word bastardizing it.
Where's this from? Where's this list from?
We just typed it up right now. Yeah, we just did it.
That's the list of the people that are.
I was thinking refining it.
Yeah, I kind of wrote like a rough draft shell, and then we kind of brainstormed and reworded some stuff and tightened up the shot group.
Oh. Okay. So basically, you get the original list, right? But then you change it up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I kind of put a little innuendo, sort of like a parable, like if it was written as a fairy tale.
Okay, I got you. Oh yeah, I think I heard Jern say about that. Science can't prove things. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a little tough, man, because he had been proven to. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man, but the Netflix things, man, it just make me like I can't trust this guy. Just can't.
Yeah, but he should have learned the first time. So you could start it off like this, like a fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a motley crew that consisted of a megachurch super pastor, friend of Wendy with stormy eyes, a 1980s toy collector, some British dude who likes camera lenses and has a dog, some dude who likes to critically think but doesn't, a golden ticket winner, an interesting guy who thinks science can't prove anything, uninteresting electrostatic ether dust cosmic act, and maybe 10 people watching on YouTube. It was a full motley crew.
Yeah. Bro, he trying to sell the video for $2 each. You heard about that, right?
They're trying to sell microtransactions already? They're gonna bring back little buckets of snow or something. Buy your free snow.
It's the one they haven't also released some kind of like coin, like Dogecoin or something, Antarctica coins or FE coin or some shit like that. 24-hour sun coins.
Yeah, they're gonna come out with a cryptocurrency and an NFT.
Yeah. Actually, I was thinking on that list there, how we've got for Witsit, we need some about 9 really long words that mean fuck all strung together. So just full word salad.
Yeah.
funny. And you still got to read it fast. Oh well.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you something, right? And I know this is all speculation, right? Let's say worst come to worst, right? If they have the artificial sun, right, and they wait for one of them, the first, the original one, to go away. This is hypothetical. I'm not making any crazy claim. I'm just saying, if the original sun start to go away, right, and into the vanishing point, right, and then they bring out another sun, do you think those people would be able to tell everybody that going over there?
Dude, they are so clueless. They wouldn't be able to tell anything. Like these guys are like wow. Like they couldn't have picked more clueless people.
Actually, I'm going to say this in the most rudest, crudest way I know how. Half of them wouldn't know if they were flipped, fucked, or fried.
Yeah, I mean, since the first time I heard about that, that they're going to Antarctica, that was the first thing I thought in my head, right? I think the Germans, whatever, they were working on this artificial sun back in like 2015, 16, or even before that. I'm not sure the year, right? That was the first thing that popped in my head, and then we came in here, we were talking about it, right? So that might be one of the possible way they would do it, if there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That would be one of the trick they would pull, right? Because it seems like they so confident to go down there, right? Just very confident to go down there. Not the flat earthers, though. I'm just talking about the globies, right? And we don't even know what type of connection they have. But for us, regardless, it's not going to change anything just because there's 24-hour sun in Antarctica, And I just hope everybody that going down there are being truthful, at least on our side. I just hope.
Check this out, Kembo. While you're talking, I'm just having a little scroll through Facebook and Twitter, as I do most mornings, to see what bullshit comes up. Now, in Antarctica, have a look at this. A 2-kilometre wide pyramid-like mountain was discovered in Antarctica. Okay, whoop-de-doo. But what I do love about this image that's posted here, I don't know if it's fake or real, I haven't looked right into it yet, is the lack of curvature on the horizon.
Yeah, it's flat as fuck.
That's right. It's the little things.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's like some of these people are so confident too, man. They come in here, oh, well, what do you think about it? What if it's 24 hours? Like, they so curious, right? And at least we, like us, 24/7, we stand where we stand, period, it does not matter. They still hasn't improved the curvature regardless, But I think a lot of globies that been coming here lately and they ask the same question or whatever, maybe some of them thinking that they're gonna get the victory, right? But we always tell them, bro, listen, you still got so many problems. you still have improved curvature, motion, and outer space next to the vacuum of space next to an open system without containment. You still have these problems, right? So, yeah, we'll see what's gonna happen, man. I think it's gonna be fun. We'll be ready for whatever. I think regardless if you're gonna have to move forward, with or without, certain people. I think like maybe some flat earther believers, right? They might run away. Who knows? if the result going one way, they might run away, and yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I hope I didn't kill the chat, the VC.
No, you sort of half dropped out for a second there. You just went cold, like as if someone turned your mic off.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Sort of quite odd, yeah.
All right.
Anyways, that's all right.
No, I was just saying, we'll see what happened. I think that some flat earthers believers, right? They might dropped out if the result go one way or whatever. And I'm saying that we probably gonna have to move forward regardless. So we'll see what's gonna happen. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have so many traffic, between like the main server here and there. Oh my god, I can't wait.
And it doesn't matter what happens down there, we're going to get heaps of traffic. So if they get down there and whatever they've done, say they've faked the 24-hour sun, I don't care. They come back and say, yep, there's a 24-hour sun. You're going to have every second idiot coming here. You flat earthers are wrong. There's a 24-hour sun. That proves the globe. So we're going to get a lineup of those tards. But if it goes our way, we're probably going to get an influx of people going, holy crap, you lot were right. Tell us more. And, yeah, we can start playing that song out of Greece. Tell me more, tell me... Sorry.
And I said this as a joke, right? I heard that that guy that contact the pastor or whatever. I heard that he's the one that fake a few of 24 hours sun in Antarctica. That's the same guy that added those videos, right? And I said as a joke, I say, but I'm saying, what if, right? What if this guy is a flat earther and he did that on purpose, right? And there is no 24-hour sun, right? And then somehow he'd been planning this shit all along just to contact his people to go down there to show there's no 24-hour sun. That would be so funny. But yeah, it's
That'd
a
be a pretty
speculation.
tidy setup. Yeah, that would be a very tidy setup.
Yeah, what's up, Daz? What's going on, brother?
Good morning. Just having some breakfast.
Let me guess, like what, 8, 9, 10 o'clock over there?
7:30.
Yep, 7:30. Getting into I had some Wheaties.
Awesome.
Yeah, love them. How are you, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just here. I heard Matrix and Crits, so I came in.
Mrs. giving you a hard time. So you're right with the missus? You're not in trouble, are you? Just making sure. Just make sure you're right, dude. I don't want you to,
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Every now and then I do get in trouble. Because sometimes like I'm in there. Yeah, you know how it goes.
Boys will be boys and all that. The last girl I dated, right? She could read my fucking mind, right? I'm not joking around. Right, I'd be in a shitty... Like, I'd say good morning every morning. I'd say good morning. She'd go, good morning. One day I was in this shitty mood, and I just go, good morning, and she goes, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, how do you... What... It was scary.
And what's your plan today, Das? What's your plan? What you got going on?
Oh, not much. Just gonna do some stuff. Gotta go shopping. We've got to buy some clothes and shit. Yeah, how about you? It's night time there, isn't it?
It's afternoon, 2:30 p.m. I'm about to go get ready. I gotta go do some shopping, some grocery shopping, real quick. I got family coming tomorrow. Wait, yeah, I got family coming. Is it tomorrow? Yeah, I got my days off. No, it's actually today. Oh my god. I mean, later on today. It's almost tomorrow because they come in around like 11 p.m. So yeah.
Oh, cool, dude. Should be good. Don't fight. Do you see them often, or are they interstate or from overseas?
Just one city to another city in the same state.
Oh, cool.
Dallas, Texas to San Antonio, Texas. Yeah.
Sweet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back a little later. I'll be in here, but I'll be back a little later. So
All right.
take care, guys.
Yep.
Catch you, mate.
Yep.
Alrighty, guys. I'm going to go and enjoy my last day of work for the year.
All right,
look
take
out.
care.
Look out, ballers. Anyways, I'll be back a bit later on. Peace, guys.
Thank you, bro.
They blinded me with science. If it's hot and it's cold, and it's cold and it's hot, and it's cold below your feet, it's cold in the air. Maybe it's negative temperature there. Maybe it's not a vacuum anywhere. Maybe it's 10 to the negative 17. Cold. Is there cold radiation? Hello? Everybody sleeping?
I don't know, man. Feels a
As you sleeping too?
yeah, I'm sleeping. This is like a nuclear leak.
Everybody watching
in the snow.
something?
No, I'm just chilling, just having breakfast.
It's cold and then hot under your feet. Hello?
Cold and then hot under your feet.
Well, if there's any legitimacy to the moonlight being colder, then there's a possibility that there's such a thing as cold radiation, I guess.
Cold light, yeah.
Why? I mean, light. It's just the idea of radiation of coldness, right? Like if there's something super cold, can it irradiate coldness to the rest of the things and cool off the other things? Couldn't it? Like if I take an ice pack or a big thing of ice and I put it in somewhere that's a certain temperature, isn't it going to change the temperature of that area around it too a little bit?
Don't know. Like, what's cold fusion?
Right, but even simpler, just so like if I took an ice cube and just sat it in a box, a little box, just a small amount bigger than the ice cube. Now the box would be cold. Not super cold, not nothing crazy. It's not going to be like, wah, and it's just going to get cold. And then cold fusion. I think that's just the idea of potential under duress. Like pistol shrimp fusion. When the pistol shrimp shoots that little stuff under the ocean, and the ocean is like there to fight it and resist it on all sides. Yeah, that's the idea of fusion. When it's resisted on all sides or exerted on all sides beyond its capability. So like if you try to rip something apart or force it together, I think that's how fusion would be. Diffusion or infusion. Like implosion, explosion, implosion inward, explosion outward. And then cold, once cold gets so cold, doesn't it react kind of like heat? Like a freezer burn? Or is that just too simplified? I don't know.
It's like if when you see someone or when you put your hand in really cold water, you're not sure what the temperature is, and it's really cold. You sort of pull it out like it's hot. You go, wow! It's like, oh, hang on, it's cold. You react to it like it's hot.
Yeah, it shocks you almost in a weird sense, almost in a weird kind of way. Same but different.
But the interaction of the molecules is completely different, though.
So when you get sunburnt on your hand, or you get freezer burnt on your hand, how's it different?
Like frostbite?
Yeah.
Looks like a burn though, frostbite. It's all black and shit.
Yeah, it's the same as steam. Steam does that. I used to work at a factory where they would steam stuff, and this lady, well, I did it too, but she did it worse than me. That's how I know. She had control of like the main thing to the main boiler, the main handle, the main foot pedal, and it was the main machine to clean out all stains from wedding dresses and professional stuff, like big time. And when this motherfucker sprayed, it sprayed hot, and it sprayed like, you know, her hand got sprayed with it. It only sprayed her hand for like 1 second, like 1/1000, maybe even 2 seconds, maybe. Her whole hand was black. Her whole hand turned black, and for like I don't know how long. Almost instantly, like within minutes.
Well, I guess I was just thinking because, you know, the more you heat something, it just more or less evaporates, and freezing, you know, can preserve things. But I guess you are right, because frostbite, it wouldn't be, definitely not preserving.
No, it's dry in the desert. One of the most driest places, drier than the desert. So if you're talking about drying out, I mean, think about it. It's evaporating moisture either way, freezing the moisture to where it can't contend, or evaporating it by heat itself, or cold. You solidify all moisture, right, in the cold area, and you get rid of it. It solidifies. Becomes pure ice, solid. Same as hot stuff, directly, right away. Faster than cold stuff. You throw cold water up, it won't freeze as fast. You throw hot water up when it's super cold, it freezes into snow, turns into snow. But yeah, the desert is dry. You say it's one of the dry, or I mean, I'm sorry, Antarctica.
Is that Antarctic thing today? It's real soon, right?
Yeah.
So the expedition starts today?
Oh no, they've been going. They're like so many hours away. They're in Punta Arenas. I think they're still in Punta Arenas, unless they're. And then when they leave, it takes them like 4 hours to get in Antarctica, I think, or where they're going. But they're in Punta Arenas right now. You can check on McToon's channel, and then you can check on Earth Awakenings. Either one. You got the Globers on one channel, and then you got the Flat Earthers on another.
Somebody's gonna get in a fist fight. It's gonna be awesome.
No, they're kind of separated. The Flat Earth group's ahead, kind of. They when they go outside, they go out ahead, and the Globe group stays behind a little bit. And they do their little experiments or whatever.
You know, they're all gonna be staying in the same camp, though. It's not like they have two separate camps. And I bet like a flat earther is gonna have a tripod set up, and then they're gonna see the globe earthers hanging around it. They're gonna be like, sabotage, and it's gonna be great.
I wonder who's going to go over the edge first.
None of them. They ain't gonna go over no heads.
Oh, Demarc, I couldn't resist that hot stove. I had to touch it. Hope all is well, brothers.
What up? What up?
Chilling. Anyone find that curve yet? Drop over distance equating to a globe? Are we still
Hell
looking?
no.
Dang.
No, we're getting freezer burnt thinking about it.
Well, what's interesting is you ever research the square mileage of New York State?
No, I want to know the square mileage of everywhere so I can actually add the shit up for real and then prove that it's bigger than a globe. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, let's look it up. Since there's silence, of course, I'll fill it with my madness for a moment. So, New York State has a square mileage of 55,000. So, my next question is, let's walk this out, because, well, why not? What's the square root of 55,000? Just get my calculator out here. So we're going to take 55,000. Damn, how do you take the function of the square root? I need a better calculator. Son of a bitch.
The good old square root.
All right, bet. So it's 234. So 234 miles. So then, gonna go to the old spheroid picture chart. Globe model that I have. My trusty handy dandy globe model. Post that up in the side chat. There it is. All right, bet. So, according to the 3959 claim radius posted in the side chat, that means when we consult with the chart on the right-hand side, which has the miles listed, we go down to the 200 marker, and we look to the line to the right, and that means that over a 200-mile spread, we would expect to see a drop over distance of 5 miles. So, drop over distance of 5 miles. 5 miles converted to feet.
That doesn't work with the math that you're using though, because you're using the square footage of a city, and that's straight line distance.
Okay. So could you show me how I've erred in my mathematical application?
Well, I'm not sure if you. I'm just saying what I think. Like you're taking the square footage, right? And that's talking about straight line distance, right?
Right. But the last time I checked, in order to figure out the square of anything, you take a length times the width, or length times height, whatever it is. You take the 2, x times the y, and that gives you a number. Now to break down that number, in order to figure out what the 2 times are, what times what equates to that number, you take the square root of that number. Now, is that incorrect?
So what is the distance from end to end of New York City that you're saying? You're saying it's 250 miles?
Yeah, 250 miles based on the
New York City is 250 miles in length?
No. New York State.
Oh, okay, that's where I was confused. I thought you were saying New York City.
Nah, bro. I know I had to appeal to a larger landmass than just a city, because the city is just a pinpoint on a map. I need to go to
Okay. That's why I was questioning you. Okay.
No, you're good. So again, 55,000 square miles is the claim, or not the claim, but that's what it is according to the Googles, anyways. So when I take that number and again put it in, it gives me this end result of 234 miles. So 234 times 234 equals 55,000. So from a standpoint of if in fact, like if this then that, so if globe, if 3959 claim is true, then we would see a drop over distance of 26,000 feet across New York State. Which, do we see that in real life? Anybody? Or am I just talking to myself?
Oh, weird.
I bet. Appreciate it. Because that's the stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, when they give us the dimensions of the spheroid, then we can break it down, right? And the craziest part is even at 100 miles, that number breaks down to like 6,600 feet, which is like a 660-story building. Hell, I'll just say 600-story building, which again, over the span of even New York City, like you don't go down the Hudson River and see the Statue of Liberty sinking in water, like ankle, shins, knees deep in water as you go down the river. We just know that hold on, let me just finish this point. We know that due to Rayleigh's criterion, angular resolution, things get smaller as you go away from them. Go ahead, brother.
I believe you have to be like, I think it's 250 miles above the surface of Earth just to see, I think it's like 12% of it, or something along those lines. So, I mean, you have to get to a really high elevation just to see the slightest bit of curve.
Interesting. I love the we're too small, right? Because did you consult with the picture that I posted in the side chat?
No, I wasn't referencing that one. I think I got that information from something. I saw Amish post some mathematics on seeing the Earth's curvature, but I mean, I've just heard people talk about it too. I mean, you have to from like the International Space Station. I think it's like 250 miles, and you can't see but like 10% or something like that. So I mean, you gotta really be high because the claimed circumference is so large.
Right, but again, like I'm not taking anything away from what Brother Amish shares, because I'm definitely a fan of his, and he definitely speaks truth. I'm merely stating that from a standpoint of, if the claim is in fact 3,959 miles as a radius from the magical center to the outer crust, right? Then at the crust, we would have to have a measurement of that in order to prop up the claim of that if we were dealing with a perfect spheroid. The issue with it is that wherever we go on this landmass, what we actually observe, like IRL, in real life, before any mathematics, before any calculations, before anything, when we just observe with our naked eyes, we observe level. Everywhere we go, we use our windowsill as an example, as our reference point. We know that our windowsills are level. We can then take that observation of a level windowsill and match it up perfectly with the horizon line, no matter our height. The higher up we go, the consistency of that windowsill, as long as it's horizontal, matches with the horizon line perfectly, no matter how high I go.
That is consistent with the Globe model, though. What you're saying, I mean, that does make sense with the claim model. It's not like what you're saying isn't breaking from what the claim is, because that is what we would perceive on a sphere of that size.
Right, but again, remember, We're consistently observing level everywhere we go. That means the Australia's, the Symphony Opera House that was built off the coast of Australia, or right at the coast of Australia, where the water beats the land. And we go to a place like Toronto, Ontario, where they have the CN Tower. And again, a level structure. The Sky Dome, a level structure. All these places where we have a level structure, you have to take the aspect of, one, we have level, then we can confirm plumb, which is a 90-degree angular observation, which we can take a straight line.
Well, we never get the horizontal first. We get plumb. You use the downward vector. You use plumb to then reference your horizontal in construction.
Sure.
Always.
Okay.
Always.
So you get your level using vertical, which if you said down, that's only in reference to perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah. So it's always a flat plane no matter what. Yeah.
Exactly. And the issue pops up, and that's where the burden gets flipped, unfortunately, to the globe, where you have to be able to prove effectively that all of these plumb observation points all converge at this magical epicenter. And that's not something that we observe, because again, just as was said, we have plumb and level at the same time, consistently everywhere we go. And in order to prop up the globe claim, we need to see a drop over distance. It has to be there in order for a globe claim to be true. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate it. The thing that, like, when it's spoken about, we should run an observation. I call it an observation because it would be an observation. Force the line. Well, let's force the level. Let's ask every single building, whether it's a 10 by 10 garden shed built in your backyard and it has a floor, or it's a $10 million stadium constructed for your local sports team. Was a principle of level used to construct you? And every single building will put their hand up and say yes. And that's just like a census that you've conducted upon the land, because you know that those buildings are all built observing level. You can take any size level you want. You can even make your own makeshift level at home. Take a cup of water, take a ruler, draw a straight line as best as you can, of course, and literally drop it on your floor, put it on your countertop, look at level locally. Your windowsill, like I was saying earlier, matches with the horizon line. You cannot escape it. It's everywhere.
Well, you can escape it, though, with scale. All of this changes with scale. For instance, if you zoom in, you even take like a surface plate, like a granite surface plate. If you zoom in, you will see curvature.
Nah, bro. See, again, I'm not going to let you say that, right? Nah, listen, again, you've got to really walk this through in your mind and understand that if we're taking level as a reference point, we're literally the condensed water meets the uncondensed water. And that canister, right, is registered to a steel girder. And that steel girder comes in small sizes, 6 inches all the way up to 12 feet. We can drop that thing anywhere we go and literally observe the point everywhere we go. So again, I'm going to say to you, how can I at one point, no matter the scale, observe level north of the equator and then go south of the equator and notice that I have upside down people referenced to one another while I still observe level simultaneously? Explain to me how that works.
No matter the scale, is that what you said?
Yes, brother, no matter the scale. Explain to me how I can simultaneously observe level and plumb everywhere I go, right? However, there is no consistent drop over distance popping up so that we can reinforce your globe. Or not your globe, the globe, sorry. I don't want to offend you.
I don't know how you're rationalizing throwing away scale. Like, how justify that?
Because the scale, quote unquote, you have to apply numbers to scale, correct? 1 to 200, 1 to 12,000, whatever scale it is, you get a ruler according to what it is, or a map, or whatever it is. It has a scale associated with it, a number, correct? Correct?
You can describe things in numbers, yeah.
No. We're talking about not things, we're talking about scale. You said scale. Now, scale has numbers registered to it, does it not?
Like I said, yeah, you can describe things in mathematical terms. You can observe things.
Brother,
scale. You're saying scale doesn't matter.
Hold on. You're gonna ask me about scale, right? You're gonna bring that in as a rebuttal to my point, and I'm gonna ask you about what you're talking about saying scale. Now I'm asking you again, what does scale mean? What are the things that get associated with a scale in order to call it a scale? Or do you not know what you're talking about?
Calm down.
I am calm. I'm asking you if you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like I said, if you zoom in on something, whatever you were saying was straight. You're talking about, okay, I see a building, it's made level, look at it, we can see that it's level, windowsill. I'm saying zoom in on that. Zoom in on anything. Zoom in on a granite surface plate, and you will see curvature. So I'm saying, you can't throw away scale. That's all I'm saying.
Give me a sample of your scale. What would be a sample of a scale? What would be a sample of a scale? You're going to say scale. Give me an example of a scale.
Okay. In manufacturing and machinery, you usually need a certain level of flatness. So you can take a granite surface plate, and you can file that thing down. You can scratch it to a certain degree. You look at it, it's level as can be. Okay, now you take a microscope up to that surface plate. You zoom in. You're looking at a different scale now. Now, what was once perfectly flat is now curved because you've changed the scale that you're perceiving it.
So a sample of a scale, you're saying zooming in is a scale. Or if we were to say 1 to 200, 1 to 1, 1 to 1,000, would these be samples of a scale? Like a set thing that we could talk about?
Are you just being pedantic, or you don't understand what I'm saying?
No. I'm trying to figure out from a standpoint of when you take a scale, right? I know a scale when I look at a set of drawings as an example. 3/16 of an inch equaling a foot. That's a standard scale. When I talk about that, I observe the aspect of this house in reference to an 11 by 17 sheet of paper in front of me, right? That thing represents a house that's 50 feet in width. So scale, as you say, matters. The issue again that I have is no matter where I go, again, from a built form standpoint, these buildings are all built to a principle of observing level, because the construction workers, when they're out there, they're all putting down their scales, observing level. That is something that is consistent as we go. My point in bringing in the observation of the scale versus the actual observing what a level does is I don't need even the understanding of scale to ascertain level. It is something that exists. Literally, the interaction between a condensed and an uncondensed medium makes that bubble. You align that bubble between the two lines. You make sure it's straight. That's the thing that we have in common. I'll withdraw at this point. But again, scale to me doesn't even come into play when we consistently observe level every
I guess that's your problem. That your scale doesn't come into play with you.
Thank you for the counterpoint.
Yeah, I'm not saying, that just proves anything, but, we gotta scale is something to deal with, something to think about.
Yeah, you should. Just think about that scale of the meniscus mud puddle and the mud puddle or the pond meniscus in your backyard.
I don't know. I got
How tall would
meniscus
the
in my
water
knee.
be in your pond? How tall up is the water on your meniscus earth?
It's short in my meniscus. I got a meniscus in my knee.
No, I don't think you're listening. On your globe, the water sits above the dirt in your backyard. How tall is your mud puddle water? Is it 1 foot deep? How tall is your little, I don't know, pool? How tall is your lake or pond? Do you have a pond that you can point to us and show us how tall it is above the ground? Scale, you know. Think about it. Big globe, little drop of water on there sticking up, taller than you. Can we go visit that? Think about the scale. You know, when they show you a globe in the classroom, they drop some water on it. How tall is that water drop? Think about the scale now. That water drop's more than 250 miles high. A drop of water. So can you go drop some water somewhere and stack it to about 2 miles high? Can you stack it 10 foot high with no walls? Think about the scale, brother. We just want you to think about the scale.
All right, I'm gonna think about that.
Yeah, go drop some water on a surface of anything. Look how that water acts. Now imagine that water getting dropped in front of you on the ground. Where's that at? We do have water that exists everywhere. It rains all the time. Where can you go walk up and slap the lake? Not down. You don't want to go mess with no flat earth stuff. You want the globe pond or the globe mud puddle to be bubbled over
I
above the
slap
dirt.
a waterfall. I slap a waterfall.
Is it at rest? No, we want to slap a pond or a lake that you can't see the top of. So when you walk to it, you're going to see the bottom of it, but not the top. And you're going to be able to look at the bottom of it straight through and see the fish looking out at you. Can you point this out? Just think about the scale, brother. Put some fish inside that drop of water on that globe. You can have a whale in there too. So can you go prove that we live on a ball that can hold drops of water that stack on themselves somewhere? That's what I'm waiting for. You prove gravity and everything all in one kick caboodle. Just go put a pool in your backyard with no walls. Meniscus it out. Say, hey kids, we got an 8-foot tall pool. Just run into it. No walls. Think about the scale, brother.
think Logic Lowrider kind of got the point I was trying to make right in the chat. I just read what he wrote, and that's pretty much kind of what I was getting at.
I had to step away and have a conversation with somebody. I kind of heard what was going on. Was there a claim that the math is the reality, or did I misunderstand that?
Check the side chat, brother. Posted by Logic Lowrider. I'll give you a fair springboard into it. With the idea of observing level and simultaneously saying that you don't see the curve isn't a fair stance to hold, according to our friends.
I don't see flatness. Like, what?
I see flatness everywhere. I mean, that's all I see is flatness. I don't. Is that the contention? If you see curve, it's still a. If you don't see curve, it's still a ball. But if you do see curve, if you do see flatness, it's still a ball. Is that kind of where we're at?
That's what I read.
Well, when you start talking about, like, oh, well, when we build buildings, it's level. So this, you start going from that conclusion. Well, then I'm saying, well, you're trying to bring scale into it. I could just as much say, well, when you zoom in, zoom out, things change.
Okay, so when you zoom out, it's still flat, but when you zoom in, it's flat. So which part would be the argument for the curvy bit?
Well, I'm saying when you zoom in, it's not flat anymore.
Really? Where's that at? Wow. I mean, I've seen zero curvature of the Earth. Zero. In reality, none. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Even though it's still on topic, but is the globe proponent, are you guys actually sort of hoping that it's a ball? Because if there's no measured curvature and it never appears curved, is it a hope? Like, do you want it to be a ball? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, I would say that I think most people are, because if it turns out not to be, then that kind of like breaks down your entire worldview, and then you would, and then you might have like paranoia, or I think a lot of it's like people fighting paranoia, because if you do accept that the world is flat, I mean, that has a lot of implications for a lot of different things. That's kind of why it makes this topic so interesting to me. Me personally, that's not my reasoning, but I think for most people, it is.
Well, that's an honest answer. So, what's your reasoning? Do you just feel like the amount of things that you've seen offered to you as evidence is sufficient? Is it more that sort of thing?
I'm stuck on this pendulum thing. So
the pendulum thing. Oh, so the Foucault pendulum is kind of like, in your mind, sufficient evidence?
No, it's just kind of my lane of investigation right now.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, I appreciate the answer.
And on the other side, for flat earthers, yeah, wouldn't it be cool if the Earth was a globe and there's all these universes and all this other stuff? Like, I don't know. Just interesting.
Oh, the story itself is fascinating. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I still suspend disbelief. If I'm going to watch some kind of space movie or something. Yeah, why not? Cool fantasy.
Yeah, a lot of times I come in here and the globe side to me kind of sounds like abused women who keep going back to to their abusers. It's like, they just can't believe that somebody would lie to them. They just can't believe it. Like, no, it's not possible. It's funny. Why? Why?
Instant cognitive dissonance, isn't it? As soon as someone hears the word flat Earth, instant cognitive dissonance, because intuitively they know the Earth is flat. Intuitively, instinctively, it's just your everyday normal experience of reality. And someone says it, mentions it, and points it out, you instantly think of all the pictures of the globe you've seen, all the movies you've seen with outer space and planets. You think of NASA, you think of all that stuff, and you go, and it's just instant. Just kicks straight in. Conflicting viewpoints. And it's their own viewpoints. They try to project onto us that it's our viewpoint, but it really is theirs too. They cannot escape that fact.
Yeah, that's really true. Saying,
what does it feel like? Oh, go ahead, sorry. I just got a lot of questions. What does it feel like being in the vacuum chamber? What does it feel like being in a tanning booth too long? And then what does it feel like being in negative 30 degrees or 40 degrees or 50 degrees too long? Like, how do they compare to each other if you had to sit your pinky in each one? Like a super negative temperature, super positive temperature, and then a vacuum chamber.
I can only imagine that it would be very uncomfortable.
Somebody yelled, "Do all three." No, I'm just playing. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just wondering the idea of, being freeze dried versus bake dried, being freezer burnt versus burnt off reflection of water from the sun. Like just the idea of those.
See, in Mission to Mars, where he's got to return to the orbiting capsule, like in this little like makeshift fucking rocket that they'd made out of some other thing on the planet, right? And he doesn't quite make it, and he's got to like fucking eject himself over to the fucking orbiter, and got to catch him or something like that. He has to withstand the absolute freezing vacuum of space, like, and he has to like do all this stuff, like it's just going to be for like a few seconds, right? And like we can get him, we can revive him, he'll survive. He's just got to empty his lungs and all this shit. And I've seen that in a couple of movies now where they've got to transit from one thing to another in the vacuum of space for a few seconds, and they survive. Like, it's weird.
Well, what
they've already postulated.
They tell you that when they have to go through like a porthole, right?
Yeah. What do you mean?
A porthole. Like on the movies, you go through a porthole, the Stargate. You got to transition to a liquid, or you got to transition to an energy, or you got to go through something, right? Or a vortex of water, or like say you go under the ocean, and say under the water, somehow there's an air pocket under there, right? And then under there, it's a pressurized air pocket, and there's an atmosphere, air, clouds, stuff going on.
Right.
And how would you transition to that? You'd have to first be in the air, be able to live in this medium, suck it the fuck up, do something, go down in that medium, live like a fish, or conceal yourself and be able to have enough air to get through it, like the spider. So you go down, and then you hit that pocket. All the way going down to hit that pocket, your body is like something different's going on.
You remember in The Abyss, the movie The Abyss? That's a fucking old, like pretty early like science fiction movie with really pretty cool special effects and shit. But they're gonna send is it Ed Harris? He's gonna go down in the fucking water, like right down deep where there's like super high pressure. But instead of just giving him oxygen tanks and shit, stick him in this tank and fill his lungs with liquid oxygen. He's got to breathe liquid oxygen. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's how they counted the variable of like the differing pressures. So he'll have more survival.
Right, to pressurize him. Yeah, pressurize him with the thickness of liquid, like a gel or a pink amniotic fluid. Yeah. And they were saying that's the technology they got from the aliens, or whatever was the ability to have that liquid and breathe underwater too.
I remember in the movie they said to him, he starts freaking out because your body's not used to having to breathe liquid, right?
Yeah.
They say to him, just relax. It'll kick in. It'll kick in a sec. You'll realize that it's okay and you can breathe it. You did it as a baby in the womb. You can do it again.
Right. And then when he gets down there, it's crazy too. It's like, then you have to purge all that fucking liquid out or whatever, and then
that would be we feel weird to like go back to breathing gas. Yeah. Thing it's just weird, like that in these movies, like these space movies, where they got to stand the vacuum of space for a few seconds. Right? Have to empty their lungs, right, so that not as a greater pressure the inside as the outside. Like that's why they're saying that empty your lungs, because you've got to try and equal the same pressure as the vacuum of space as much as possible, right? You got to use that pressure inside your lungs so that your lungs don't want to fucking blow up like a balloon. I'm thinking, hang on a second. So you're saying that gas will expand in all directions and inflate something? So, will push on the outside, push on the inside of the walls of the container in the vacuum of space? That's interesting.
Yeah, that is weird, right? It's gonna go from, so you have barely any air in your lungs, now you're full of air. Like, hey, I just got endless air because I'm in a vacuum. I just keep breathing forever, huh? Just keeps expanding the air, so you can just put some more air for you. Just keep breathing it in. Just take a little balloon up to space with you, and by the time you get there, it'll be a balloon almost the size of the moon. And you just be able to go. You breathe off that real good.
You could possibly do that with something that would, if it started off like as almost a liquid state, you stand it up, got higher, it might
liquid helium
turn into a gas and then start filling whatever it's inside of.
Hydrogen is going to turn into helium, isn't it? So if you burn hydrogen, it's helium. That's crazy. So what makes it transition?
What, the change state from like a
you got hydrogen. Gas. When does it become helium? Yeah, just like in front of your face, it's helium.
Right. Yeah. The super high pressure and temperature, and/or right. Yeah, you because naturally two hydrogen atoms. This is what they tell you anyway. Naturally, two hydrogen. More than two hydrogen atoms don't want to be near each other. They have this natural propensity to repel each other, right? The electro forces of the whatever there's fucking neutrons and electrons and shit. They repel, right? Because they're the same, right? They have the same polar. They have the same polarity, so they fucking repel. You need opposite polarities to attract, right? if you force them together in a force, right? They will, until they've got no room, right? That repelling is overcome. They're forced to merge together, and the nuclei merge together to form a new element, all right? Which they get, that's helium, right? Next stage is helium. Crazy shit what they think happens up in the sky. I mean, like, that's just, it's crazy. But yeah, it's weird that, like, so helium comes directly from hydrogen, but one's flammable and one's inflammable. One's not flammable. It's not, like it doesn't explode with combustion. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It does, but it doesn't. I mean, like, they say that a lot of that stuff that's happening in the sun is from helium too. Like, it's all exploding and in the plasma. But like, helium is the safe one and hydrogen is the unsafe one. I don't know. I don't get it.
One's stable, and the other one is very unstable.
Right. Why is that though? Why is that?
The amount of electrical charge, I believe.
All right. How does something unstable create something that is stable? I mean, I don't know. They fucking think they've got all this shit figured out.
Yeah, it's kind of like relationships, like if you're accepting, if you're willing to accept, then I guess you're unstable. If you're not willing to accept, then you're stable, you're taken. Sorry, taken.
Oh, that's interesting analogy. Yeah, like I don't know, like there's is there loss of freaking electrons and shit when two atoms merge together, fuse to form something else? Is there do they adopt each other's parts? Do they lose some? Do those parts merge as well? I mean, what is fucking going on in their fucking head, man? I'm gonna learn a little bit more about it, like, because the first time I learned about this whole fucking fusion shit, I was like, really, like, this is super fascinating. Like, if that's actually the way it fucking works, that is amazing. It doesn't really work that way, but I find it interesting nevertheless, whether it is true or not true. It's still interesting to think about. I want to learn more about it. Mystery, all that. They understand something to a degree because they can fucking synthesize shit. They can create an artificial version of this other thing, and it's not even fucking. I mean, I don't know how they do that. Like, it's mind-boggling to me. How are they? And how do they know what effect it's going to have on the body? Like, with medicines and shit. Like, it is just weird. That through trial and error, or can they actually predict if we make these two things together, that's going to do something to the brain. We predict it's going to do something like to the neurons and shit, and it's going to have this certain effect on this person? Or is it through actual testing? We don't know yet what this substance is going to do to this person. We're going to, maybe we have a little bit of an idea, but we're not sure. So we're going to make it and then put it into a person and see what it does to them. I don't know. This is fucking crazy shit, bro.
A lot of it actually is testing and then knowing the structure, because you can synthesize molecules and you can tell that there's things called enantiomers, which is kind of like handedness, like left hand, right hand. And you'll have molecules that one enantiomer is basically null, like it has no effect. But the left of the right hand will have the effect. And you can actually produce these different, structured molecules. They're exactly the same, just mirrored images. And your body has receptors in it and will accept one image but not the other.
Right. So do they need to know like a certain shape or a sequence, because like it needs to like fit, right? These two things need to fit together. Like that's what's gonna determine whether the body accepts or rejects it, right?
Yeah, exactly. They have to. It fits. There's receptors in your body that'll, they're just fucking around, seeing what'll fit and what won't fit.
And I was very skeptical. Like I've been skeptical of atomic molecular theory and that for a long time, but they're claiming now that they can make fucking chips, processing units and things, the thickness of a fucking atom, man. I'm not kidding. They're telling us that they can do that. They actually have sheets of gold that are like an atom thick. How, like, I don't know whether how they know that it's an atom thick. Like, whether you can actually like how large of an area of a sheet of this gold that they can construct so that you can visually see it or not, I don't know. But this is what they're claiming, man. Like, and thinking, well, okay, they're saying that they can do this, and they're saying that it has application. I mean, I don't know if I can argue with that now.
Yo, T-Dub, I'm sorry to cut in on this conversation with a complete sidebar. However, question, do you have the advantage of seeing the moon right now, brother?
I think it's
going outside. I hear the door.
Yeah, I think it has set, right? Because my sun's like 30 degrees already in the sky.
Dang.
I'll look
Okay.
out to the west. Not seeing it anywhere.
Okay. Sorry, I stole the subject. Just because I have the moon in eye shot right now, I was like, let me see if this guy on the opposite side of the equator sees the same. But best of days to you, brother. More ahead. Let's go.
Look, I've got a lot of trees and houses and things in the way, but not seeing a moon in the west or anywhere. Me, nowhere in the east. Direction are you seeing it?
It's coming up out of my eastern sky.
Up out of your eastern sky.
Yeah. So the sun is has set for me. I mean, I still have the presence of light, but the sun is setting, and the moon is moon's probably at about 45 degrees, I'd say, up above the horizon.
I think it would have well and truly set, because I remember seeing it last evening. It was fairly it was almost zenith, so a little bit west of zenith, but I think it would have well and truly set for me by now. Yeah, I can't see it at all. It's like full daylight here. Yeah, no, sorry, mate. Don't be on that one. It's probably almost directly east. Pretty close to it. But like I said, probably at about 30 degrees. Above my plane.
I was watching Jeranism's video, which he uploaded to YouTube. It's about 40 minutes of him, I think, Witsit and maybe Planar walking around their rally point in Punta Arena, I think is what it's called in Chile, southern Chile. It's extreme southern Chile too. And I thought it was interesting that they were freezing cold, and the sun had set more due south than what you might expect. But that's because I think it's making a 24-hour Antarctic circle. Their compasses and GPS devices seem rather erratic too, which was another interesting factor. But when somebody popped up Stellarium and compared the sunset, Witsit said it matched. And then they looked at where the sun would rise. And the sun was going to rise maybe about 70 degrees in azimuth to the left of where the sun set. So if you basically bisect those 2 points on the horizon, you'll head directly due south.
It's interesting. I've been postulating, like speculating a dipole system for a while, even before this freaking final experiment thing.
Yeah, yeah. It appears so. I mean, you know, when they're in the extreme south and they can face what is away from north, when they can face what is due south, and they know it's south, and they know it's 180 degrees from north. And let's say you're standing with them. You're standing looking directly south. If you hold your arms out at like maybe 35 to 40 degrees angle, open to your left, and another 35 to 40 with your right, making, you know, maybe about an 80 degree, 75 to 80 degree opening in front of you with your hands, that's where you see the sun rise on the left and then set on the right. It's all directly in front of you. For those of us who live maybe closer to the equator or away from the extreme latitudes, north and south, I mean, you can look at like where the sun rises and you know almost 180 degrees in the opposite direction is where it's going to set. But this was just like maybe a 70, 80, 85 degree spread. I mean, you could like look to your right and say, oh, there's the sun, it just set, but I can kind of see it circling around because I can see the light above the horizon move to my left, and then it starts to rise to my left. It's kind of crazy. It was kind of neat to see that. It was neat to see that they were facing south and they could see light. I think at that point, they know what they're dealing with. I think before they even got to Antarctica, for a lot of these folks, like especially the azimuthal equidistant napped earthers, the Feast of Nonsense earthers, they are already witnessing what will be or could become a 24-hour Antarctic sun. Very strong evidence from just where they were in southern Chile.
All right. What's interesting where I am, 29 degrees south, right? And I'm pretty sure, and I've been seeing this for the last couple of years now, around this time of the year, sun begins to rise southeast, right?
Yeah.
I'm told that shouldn't happen until later, and it's really only really that measurable from like further south locations. I swear, I get out my compass and I'm like, pretty sure that's southeast. Like, and what I would like to do is get north of the equator, aka northern hemisphere, right? Compass, and compare it to mine, because they say that they have to be different, right? The south and then the north. I want to see if that's true. I compare one. I want to see what one that hasn't been like designed specifically for the south does in the south and what it tells me. I want to see.
I would recommend flat earthers also prepare for eventually a circumpolar navigation feat. There's some things Endless had brought up on FED the last couple of days. And I thank him for coming out and talking about this, because he and I had been kind of chatting off and on about this for a couple of years, I think. He mentioned to me years ago that from Tasmania looking south, he could see the Southern Cross, which would be over the South Sandwich Islands. Well, those are across Antarctica and over west or east rather of Chile.
So you're talking about like angularly, like you would think that the GP would be these islands.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not.
Well, it is. That's the thing. Like, we're applying celestial navigation concepts. One of the stars he used was G.A. Crooks from the Southern Cross. That's, if the Southern Cross is oriented upright, it's the topmost star. But now that it has swung itself around underneath the southern, call it polar rotation in the sky, G.A. Crooks is now rather low on the horizon, but it's still a navigation star. And if you look up like what the GP is at that particular time and date, you can see where it is. And as it turns out, the GP of that star sweeps around the South Sandwich Islands and touches the bottom of southern Chile. So during the wintertime like this, you could conceivably have darkness in southern Tasmania. At the same time, you have darkness in southern Chile. And from southern Tasmania, you're looking across the GP of the southern pole rotation. And going beyond that, you get to the GP of the Southern Cross, which is in southern Chile.
That doesn't make much sense to me. I'm not.
I know, but this is applying celestial navigation concepts consistently. It's in the nautical almanac. It's in the celestial data. There should be a straight line distance connecting.
Chile's way west. Tasmania. I mean, Chile's way west of Tasmania. I mean, like, does that work?
Well, how it works is you have a straight line distance on the ground from southern Tasmania that goes across the South Pole and then touches the southern tip of Chile.
Okay, that's weird.
Yep. The implications are pretty wild, aren't they? You know, and this can be done when it's dark in both places. So somebody in southern Chile could look and find a star whose GP is in Tasmania, right? They can both look at stars in the sky and factor straight line distances using flat Earth elevation angles and get a known distance and get their bearing to visit each other. They could both walk forward and shake hands. Conceivably. I mean, this is... So, is it possible that celestial navigation doesn't work that nice and neatly in the South? Maybe, I guess. It's probably not done enough to really know. I mean, I'm open to anything.
Yeah, I'd like to. I really need to get hold of Book's data and any attempts he did to use celestial navigation, and whether he was like thinking he was on a ball. I guess he did think he was on a ball, and that those you know, like, oh yeah, your lines of longitude are diverging, converging, whatever. Like, and I'd be interested. Because I know he gave the coordinates to an island called that he termed Sandy Island. It was ended up being named Sandy Island. And just recently, in modern times, in this last couple of decades or whatever, researchers went out to find it, and they went to the coordinates, and it wasn't there.
Yeah, that's it. It's all of this is subject to real world verification. We're kind of extrapolating what we know, and we're relying on data tables that could be filled out by a computer using logic and inference rather than actual observations. But it is fascinating. I mean, if this is the case and that can be done, then reality is non-Euclidean. And if curvature can't be measured, then what's happening is you almost have to invoke Einstein. You have to invoke Kaluza-Klein theory and pseudo-Riemannian force space. You're back to Einstein. You're going to say curvature is occurring by proof of what we've negotiated over this flat surface, but the curvature is in a higher dimension. Yeah, something to think about. Speculation Thursday.
I don't like the way that sounds. We can do like theoretical Thursdays.
Yeah, there we go. Theoretical Thursday.
And I think the alliteration just sounds good.
So, I mean, it's kind of good to get ahead of these arguments. I'm surprised Globies have not brought this up, if not made it a finer point for them to argue. You know, instead, it seems like the best they got are Southern Star Trails. But this notion goes many steps further. If you can see the GP, if you can see the zenith GP relationship of a constellation beyond the South Pole, looking south, and you look it up in the Nautical Almanac and it's on the other side of the globe, well, you need to go out there and confirm it. Be great if we had a flat earther in Ushuaia, southern Chile. Another one, it doesn't have to be a flat earther, it could be an honest observer. Be great if we had two honest observers apart from each other in Tasmania and southern Chile. And they could make this mutual observation. You know, and there are all kinds of ways to confirm that they are looking due south. You know, you can look where the sun rises and sun sets that time of year and then bisect the angle. And that would be in the southern latitudes, that'd be south. You know, nobody ever witnesses the dark center of the southern polar star rotation moving itself. You know, so we've heard some criticisms. Well, you know, in Flat Earth's favor, when we look at the southern star trails, we see only arcs. We don't see them necessarily make complete circles from where people tend to be. Because most people, I guess, can't go to Antarctica, but to test it. But regardless, the point of rotation in the middle, which I think you can see stars there with powerful binoculars or telescopes, that point of rotation doesn't move. That point, I think, pretty much bisects sunrise and sunset angle. So, what does that mean? Well, it completely obliterates the azimuthal equidistant map. For starters, in reality, it could be a lot stranger than flat earthers even sometimes speculate about. That's an interesting idea. What's funny, I know I've heard NASA, like Sabina Hassenfelder, when she talks about what is space-time. I remember watching her give a quick lecture, and she's like, well, it's a four spatial dimension. It's a manifold of four space dimensions, which means time isn't one of those. If you give yourself an extra dimension of space that you can't really directly access or see, but you could potentially experience if you circumnavigate on a flat surface. Yeah, and then things are weird, aren't they? Then there's your containment. There's proof that you're living in a realm that you can't escape, because in every direction you go, you end up where you started eventually.
Yeah, I love to ask people when they ask, where's the edge? I like to ask them, how do you fall off of a pond?
You're standing on it.
You're standing in the motherfucker.
And if it is the case that you can, quote unquote, circumnavigate on a flat surface in this way and end up where you started, then you could suppose, well, maybe Earth is spherical. But the curve of that sphere is in a higher dimension that you can't access. But you experience, like I said, when you end up where you started, if you walk straight in three spatial dimensions.
Isn't that what happened to Captain James Cook? Dude went like some 1,000 miles and just ended up back where he started.
Yeah. This would mean that if you were to circumnavigate, in quotation marks, at the equator, let's say you were to head due west, then you're not making a gradual right-handed turn to end up back where you started again. You're going dead ass straight. Globies will say, well, you're technically not going straight because it's a great circle and the circle's curving down away from you. But what if that curvature is not in 3 space, but 4? There's no curve that you're experiencing, but it's flat, and boom, you end up back where you started again. You just circumnavigated the equator on a flat Earth. Yeah, things can get really weird.
Yeah, they act like that's impossible. How do you do this on a flat Earth? Like, you really think you can't travel in a circle on a flat fucking Earth?
All right, I gotta get going. I'll be around later. Ciao.
Right on, man. Well, it looks like there's some stuff going on in the politics server. We got Brenda in there. That's always entertaining. I think I'm gonna go listen in on that. Later, guys.
World. Oh, but 10 to the negative 17. What does that really mean? Is it cold? Is it hot? Is it the vacuum unseen? It's really, really black, clear and serene. Medium above. You know what I mean? It does a lot of work, but it's always unseen. Talking about the air. If you know what I mean. From down here to up there, the volts to increase. From up there to down here, the volts just decrease. But under the ground or water, it's a whole different beast. All you need is a low that's lower than this. All you need is a high for the low to get a kiss. It's not normal, is it, Norton? All the stuff that Einstein was snorting. And don't forget Newton. He still had no time, and he was running with 2 clocks, running from 2 jocks, running for 2 blocks, getting chased by 2 cops with 2 Glocks, selling 2 rocks in tube socks. Has this ever happened to you? You've got to be somewhere and you get stopped by a train? If so, too bad. You're going to have to sit there and wait. Has you or one of your loved ones ever been stopped by a long train? If so, call this number.
You guys are flat Earth.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You're a flat earther? What up?
No, I'm a
You're
no.
not? What kind
Yeah.
of, well, how do you prove globe elevation?
That's elevation. What? I didn't get it, bro. What the fuck?
How do you prove globe elevation? You're a glober, right?
Oh.
Hello?
Yo, what do you guys
You
think
know what a
about
circle is? Do you know what an arc is or like a rainbow? Huh?
What do you guys think about 9/11?
Do you know what an arc is?
What? No, I don't.
You don't know what an arc is? How about a
Mm.
rainbow?
No way, that's bro.
Whoa. Okay. I bet you on the globe, my boat gets bigger as I sail away. My boat's going to go from 10 foot or 20 foot tall to 60 foot plus 10 foot after 10 miles. What do you mean? You're going to see half of my boat? Yeah. Oh. Well, you're not supposed to see none of my boat. My boat's supposed to be 6 to 6 feet below. My boat's only 20 feet. That's 40 foot below the curve. So how did my boat grow 30 extra feet? Pay up, sucker. My boat grows. My incredible boat, it goes from being 20 foot tall to 50 foot tall. So you can see it at all behind the curved water wall. But when you look from the other person's view, you don't see it at all. Flat colors and flat musics and flat facts. Flat pictures and flat TVs and fat facts. Looking for curves in all the wrong places. I got friends in flat places. What up, Q Smitty?
What up, man?
Oh, not much. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, sitting in bed.
You come here a lot?
Yeah, I come here mainly just to listen. Usually, whenever there's a good amount of people, I'll join.
Oh, okay. Globe or flat?
Kind of undecided, I guess you could say. In the middle.
Not a bad spot. Not a bad spot.
Are you flat or globe?
I'm a flat earther.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of have to be. That's what, the elevation and the physics and it's how water measures. I mean, I think we're all flat earthers. We're just undecided on the information we obtain or not, we're in thus far. Because if I'm on a flat earth, I think you got to be on one too. I don't think you can be on a different earth than me. You could believe you're on a different earth than me, but I don't think you could be on a different earth.
I mean, I don't know, we perceive it to be flat, so
Yes, sir. Occam's razor. I got no problem with that.
Just having fun. Chris having fun with ChatGPT, proposing to it like ideas as from Brenda, like, and asking, "Is this scientifically illiterate?" I don't know if you're listening, but yeah.
Of course, it's scientifically illiterate. Brenda doesn't say anything that's adhering to any scientific standards.
Each example that Crick gave ChatGPT, it said yes, that's scientifically illiterate thinking. We had to reword some of it.
We got two people in here. Perhaps they have some science about the Earth being a globe. We got Captain America, and we got who's the other guy down there at the very bottom? The Scarlet King. What's up, guys? You guys think the Earth's a globe? Yeah.
Yep.
Captain America.
Yes.
Do you think the Earth's a globe, bro?
Yes.
Really? Now, what evidence you have to present that it's a globe?
The stars interact from a perspective from the North and South Pole. Aren't consistent with a spherical object.
Looking in the sky shit.
Yeah, so you see the stars rotating in the sky. How does that give you a geometric consequence of a shape?
Because it's consistent with this. It's consistent with how you would view stars from a spherical object.
Yeah, how do you know that? Have you ever been on a giant sphere and seen stars that way to identify that it is that?
No, I can just use logic to determine how something.
Yeah, but we're talking about the physical and natural world. How is it possible that you're saying that you're on top of a giant? You've been on top of a giant spheroid to then determine whether or not, with logic, that you can identify that you being on this giant spheroid is the same. Doesn't make sense. Logically, it doesn't follow. Logically, it does not follow.
Well, you know that stars are stationary relative to where we are.
Yeah, but how do you know that? Because the only thing you can tell is that they're moving.
Well, from the history, from astrological data, I guess.
Well, I know that, man. But you gotta
if we know that they're stationary, then we can determine the shape of the object we are on.
If you knew they were stationary, but they're not stationary, they're moving.
They're moving, but they're relatively stationary to where we are.
Relatively stationary. So
are we
you
talking
see
about the
them
stationary
moving?
you can buy at Staples or Office Max?
You know, we're talking about the stationary where somebody claims that something's not moving and it's still. That's the stationary we're talking about.
Well, everything's relative to other objects.
If you do want to enter the conversation, just keep it on topic.
No, something being stationary is only true if it's relative to something else.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know that because you're only in this vantage point, the one that you're standing on the Earth, looking at everything in the sky. There's no way that you can tell that those things are stationary. Yeah. So you can't use the fact that they could be moving or still, because the only thing you see them do is move.
I can only make logical assumptions based on observations.
Well, assumptions. Yeah, you got it. Assumptions, but only assumption based. The understanding of what we see based on our axiom we can build off of is that they're moving. No more, no less. When you start inserting that they're still and we're the one moving, then we're going to have to ask the question, how do you know that?
Exactly, and it's most definitely not logical unless you can, like, form it into a syllogism of some kind.
Yeah, can you do that? Form it into a logical syllogism?
You mean sigillism?
Sigilism.
Is it sigilism or syllogism?
Syllogism. So if you're able to do it, then go ahead. How is it logical that you're going to form that syllogism into like coherently saying that the stars are stationary? Try it out.
I don't know.
Well, give it a go. See what happens. Because it's something that you think is possible. So, I mean, you said it's logic, and we're trying to see how it's logical, and you're not able to produce a logical statement about it. Which is kind of telling that it's not logical. But well, have you given up? Because it sounds like you have. I know. It's difficult. You know, thinking is hard. Leave it up to the people who can do the thinking.
I mean, it's probably more likely. It's probably more likely that the one thing is rotating versus the trillions of things are all moving really fast, moving very fast, and also staying at the same distance relative to other stars.
You don't even know how fast something's moving, man. How fast do you think
feels right. No, if they're
it's like so, this isn't a need for speed, dude. You don't know how fast those things are going.
Well,
how fast individually?
So what's
how fast are they going?
It would depend relative to how far they would be from the Earth.
Okay, how far are they away from the Earth? You're just digging yourself deeper. Very far. How do we quantify that numerically? What can I write down? If I'm writing this down, how far is very far? Go ahead and give me a numeric value for that. Go on. I'm waiting.
Well, I feel like if I was to give you any sort of standard, you just say, "Oh, well, how do you assume that standard?"
Well, it's not about an assumption. I'm really going to just dig into like, how did you understand that the distance is taken from whatever way that you took it from? So, you're going to have to spit out some numbers sometime because you said very fast, very far, and I still haven't got a numeric value for either one of those. All I'm guessing is that you're just guessing. Yeah?
Well, it'd be based on closer things like the moon. It's at least further. It's at least further than that.
Hey, you know what? Hey, it reminds me of a funny statement that I usually make when they tell me, and I want to be elusive, where somebody says, "How far away is that store?" And I'm like, "Well, it's far from here, but close to there." Okay. That's what you just done right now.
No, I'm saying it's at least it's at least further than the moon, which we know is far away.
Really? How far is the moon?
Sorry.
How
far is the moon?
How far is the moon? 230,000.
Fuck out of here! How the fuck did you have to Google that? That's.
Do you guys seriously memorize the distances between astronomical bodies?
You know how many times you've heard in pop culture alone that the moon is about 250,000 miles away. The number of astronauts.
Nobody memorizes numbers like that.
How many times have people said NASA did the impossible? They flew 250,000 miles away there and back. It's been said over and over and over. And even better, if you don't know, why the fuck are you on flat Earth? You should be looking that shit up.
Well, it's interesting that you're trying to do some sort of ad hom attack rather than.
No, it's fine, man. Listen, Captain America,
this stuff. You don't know.
You kind of made my day, man. That's seriously.
Okay.
You did.
Well, I'm actually here. I'm actually here to get muted and insulted.
Would you like to?
And I want you to insult me. Can you guys insult me?
Insulted? You like getting abused?
Don't throw your body into the gears right now. We're talking to Captain America. This is very profound.
No, I'm in line. I'm next. I want you to insult me really bad.
No, we're not going to do that. Listen, because
I want you to insult my intelligence and mute me.
Well, listen, the insulting.
Talking.
Yeah, dude, stick to your business that you actually think that you're some sort of tycoon in. That you're the guy that says.
No, I'm a masochist, and I'm here for what everyone gets when they get here.
You like to throw around that you're a big old tycoon and you're making money and whatnot, but yet you have no clue about cosmology or the what people talk about. So that's fine. Captain America was giving his best go at like what he thinks is cosmology. All right, so you just typed it in, right? Now, it's interesting that you found out the answer, Captain America, because I do want to talk about what it means. So you found the answer out, right? What was the answer that it gave you? Google. What did it say?
238,900 miles.
Okay, 238,900 miles. Now, how do you suppose they have the distance measurement to that?
Well, you'd estimate through like a parallax shift. You probably use lasers from two different points to triangulate the distance.
What the fuck is a parallax? Yeah. Okay. Wait. Are you guessing? Are you guessing this, or are you saying this is how it was done? Because there's two, right? You can guess, or that how the method. Well, I know, but I'm saying, what is the method by which they understand the distance between the Earth to the Moon was taken? I want you to tell me.
First?
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's great. Oh, so we got to the end of the line of logic there. So the end of that is, we walked through the path of speed, then distance, and then finally, I don't know. But do you see how easy that was? We walked all the way to the very end, and we found out there is no answer. I don't know is the answer.
What are you talking about?
Well,
I don't know how they first did it.
Yeah, but you don't know how it's been done.
I know how you can do it. Doesn't mean I didn't need to memorize the history of how they.
So the method of how it's been done.
It's really odd that you choose to target these very specific things for no purpose other than to derail the conversation.
No. Listen, the very specific things about cosmology have to be understood by common folk like you, me, and everybody, right? Which is why Crit, got up in uproar when you didn't know that even in pop culture they talk about the distance to the moon. That's important, right? Because people everywhere know some. Hold on.
But also, the distance to the moon waxes and wanes.
Hold on.
It's not a set value.
Captain, just like common factoids that everybody knows. Just I don't know. From the distance between the Earth to the Moon is about 200,000 miles. People usually have roundabout numbers when they talk about these things. But you didn't even have that, man. You had to hit Google up on it. So it's kind of like
who cares?
You don't really know. We do.
You can. How about you address the But you're targeting this very superficial factoid data. It's sure, you could consider it common knowledge, but oftentimes when you're talking about a subject for a lot of times or for a long time, you start to disestablish what you or I guess your reference point for what an actual layman might understand as that.
Well, I mean that's fine, man. But listen. Even peeling back the layer of onion of logic that you have in your brain, you don't realize that the foundation, the core, the juicy core, is that you don't know. That's what it is, dude. You don't really know any of this stuff that's being told to you. You accept it because they told it to you. The paradigm in which the Earth as a globe stands as a, worldview that you have is only that way because they've told it to you multiple times throughout your life. And so you've taken it on as your worldview.
Do you think the stars are moving around us? Is that your belief?
Well, it's not a belief, dude. When it's something that I observe, when I go outside and it's nighttime, and then you see stars over time, they are moving in the sky. Of course, they're moving. Why wouldn't I say they're not moving? Are you saying they're not moving? Is that what you're saying? I observe them moving. Do you?
But I'm saying, are they actually moving?
Yeah, they really are moving. No kidding, bro. Me and you, no cap. They're moving. Yep, that's what they're exactly doing. They're moving. Can't be doing anything else. Well, it's not an assumption. I mean, okay, think about it like this. If you go outside and you see a car whizzing by, you're like, hey, that car is booking, man. It's really moving. So you know that the car is moving because you're standing still on the Earth and the car is whizzing by you, right? You don't say, well, I'm in motion too, because you're standing still. So conversely, you're standing still on the earth and you're seeing the stars whizzing by. So, same thing. No assumption being made, just an observation. Yeah?
Yeah, but when you're on a boat, you don't make the same assumption when you see something in the water.
Yeah, because we're moving, brother.
It's moving
We're
around.
undulating. Yeah, we're undulating and whatnot. So it's different. You changed my scenario. So basically the scenario is just like this. You're standing still on the earth, right? You see a car whizzing by and it's moving. So you say, hey, man, that car is moving. Same thing. You're standing still on the earth looking at the night sky. The stars are moving. I'm standing still. So the stars are moving.
So if you remain if you stand in a spot and then spin in a circle, everything appears to move around you. But we know that's not true because you're the one initiating the movement.
I know that, but we're not talking about us moving, dude.
We are talking about that. You're making this assumption that just because something appears to be moving, that it is moving.
It is not an assumption. I'm not making.
You're following the same logical fallacy that you're accusing me of.
No, it's a fallacy, dude.
You're making an assumption. No, you're making an assumption that just because something appears and you lack the knowledge to determine whether or not it is actually moving.
My guy,
you're making the assumption
that it is moving. You directly observe the Earth rotating beneath your feet or something.
Yeah.
Which one is directly observable?
We didn't make any assumptions, Captain.
It's not moving underneath our feet. It is moving with us.
He got distracted. Okay, listen, dude. It's simple. When you're standing on the earth, I'm going to ask you this. When you're standing on the earth, not moving, are you moving?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
Why are you assuming that?
Because we know the earth is rotating. We also know
the Earth. Okay, so
we also know the solar system is revolving. We also know that the galaxy is moving relative
that's great,
to other
dude. Don't go. You're
movement is all relative to other things.
Yeah, relative to everything else. Okay, so you went off to a full spiral. I mean, your hair's on fire right now. Just relax. Okay. All you got to do is tell me one thing to the next. So we're standing still on the earth. How do we know that we're moving?
Well, we know that the Earth is revolving. Well, rotating.
Yes.
That's just repeating the claim.
Let me think about it then. How do you know that we're not moving?
No. Don't ask me a question. Give me the answer. Don't ask me a question.
I know, but you're also making the claim of the reverse.
Yeah, just say you don't know. Cyclone said, say you don't know.
Sure, I don't know. I can't. I don't know off the top of my head how to prove.
Listen, dude. So remember when I told you that we're peeling back the layer of that onion? So the juicy center is you don't know. Again, second time. Boy, man, we're really getting to that juicy center. Now, I mean, I'm telling you, that's what it's going to sound like for every question that you think about when it concerns cosmology. It's the same thing. You're going to keep saying the same words. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And then to the end of it, you're going to be like, well, shit, I really don't know. And that's good on you. Man. Good on you.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. Not a bad thing to realize you don't have all the knowledge you maybe thought you did. That means you can
definitely
learn.
Good. Well, it keeps your mind kind of open so you can realize, how do I know things?
Other experiments you can do with the gyroscope. Isn't there like a whole documentary?
Why are you just jumped over to gyroscopes without figuring out the fact that you didn't deal with the fact that you don't know things? Why can't we deal with that? Like, I want to really look into why you say you know things when you really don't, right?
Why can't we trust the people whose job it is to be experts in this?
AKA, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, trusting.
Sorry. So when I go in and live out my life, am I supposed to be an expert on every possible thing?
No.
Or do I trust that do I trust the people that built the building knew that they were doing?
Yes. But listen. Yeah, of course. Yes. Listen. Hold on. But yes, you've made your point. So all I'm saying is that when you're trusting people, the information that they're giving you, could it be verified? Right? So, like, the information can be trusted. Of course, you can take it on a trust base or whatever. Somebody's very good at what they do in their field of work. That's great. But it's not the fact that you trust him blindly. It's the fact that you can say, okay, let me look into this. Is there some way that we could verify the information that's been given to us, which is whatever they're telling you? And so that's all we're saying, right? Can you verify the information that's been handed over to you? And, can you?
I would add to him as well, just to say, you can believe you can believe whatever you like. No one's going to tell you can't believe or trust whatever you want to believe or trust. But don't assume or don't confuse that with knowledge. And when we in here say you don't know that, you're just believing it. That would be what you're doing if you just say, I trust these stories.
Well,
we're not,
okay, all right. I can give evidence that the Earth is moving.
Noise and interrupting you before you complete your sentence.
I don't know, they love
he's just excited. He's just excited.
Yeah.
So if I could observe an arrangement of stars in that move in a certain pattern, and then I move my orientation on the Earth, and then they suddenly move in a different pattern relative to where I am at that point, then I have to make the assumption that the stars are moving, that we are moving and not the stars.
No. It's like you try to do the best you can to take all assumptions out of it. Just on pure observation of what you see from relative to where you're standing on the, geographically on the Earth, you'd say, okay, I'm standing in, Florida or whatever, and I'm looking up at the night sky, and this is what I see, right? I'm not moving. I'm just looking. So when I'm looking around, I see things happening, right? What do you see happening? Well, the stars are moving around. Okay, that's great. But your observation is such that the only thing you can tell is that you're not moving and the stars are. So it's just an observation. You're not assuming anything. There's no assumption.
But if I change my orientation on the planet, then and if those stars suddenly change the way that they move, they don't change it from that original spot that I observed it from.
All stars don't go from east to west. Is that what you're implying? That all stars don't?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if I view a constellation, let's say at the equator, and then I go to the North Pole and then view that same constellation, suddenly it's moving in a different way.
No, of course, but you've changed. You got to realize that whenever you change your vantage point on the Earth geographically, you're going to see different things in the sky. You don't see the same set of stars if you live from one place to the next. That's just not possible.
But if the planets, if the stars were moving, if the stars were moving around us, it wouldn't matter where we were on the planet.
Oh yeah,
what are you talking about?
The idea of the cosmology that you have in your head is still thinking of an object in free space. So I think that cosmology has kind of warped and distorted your ability to kind of like hypothetically think of a scenario, right? So right now your mind is warped and distorted by you thinking that the Earth is an object in free space. Does that make sense? Like you're trying to think of the Earth as an object in free space, whether it's a flat Earth or it's a globe, it's an object in free space. And I think that it's really hard for you to kind of square that information, is what I can tell. I don't know about you.
Stick to the ground. Stick to the ground.
What I'm saying,
hold on.
What I'm saying is, all right. So if I walk,
bro, can you hear me? Bro, can you hear me?
Yeah, just wait, Captain.
You're a bit quiet.
Cyclone. America.
Turn it
that's
up.
my
Get
headphones.
closer to the mic.
Yeah, I will in a bit. But Captain America, you need to not make the mistake of thinking that you can determine the nature of the ground underneath your feet by speculating on the luminaries in the sky. You can't do that.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. It is illogical in the sky.
You extend the same logic that you would have if you stood at the beginning of if you stood at one point of a street and spun around in circles, and then you stood at another point in the same street and spun around in circles. You would view everything around you differently dependent on your perspective. You can extend that logic to the same when you're moving on the planet.
No, you look at street lights or whatever isn't going to tell you the grade of the road.
What I'm saying,
you can't measure and test things in the sky. You can on the surface.
Yeah, why?
I can test observations though. If I'm viewing a constellation that moves in a particular way at one point on the planet and then moves in a suddenly completely different way on the other point on the planet, that I can determine that it is the Earth is rotating rather than
what observation? Post it.
Can I ask?
If you look at the North Star,
the stars turning.
If you look, because it seems like he's getting at something that he's not really articulating very effectively.
You realize we don't think flat Earth is in outer space, right? Flat Earth isn't a disk floating in some void of space.
Is their conceptualization, Amish, of what they think flat Earth is, because they're trying to square it as it being an object in free space. So to them, they're trying to see how that works.
Right. So that's kind of where he is.
That's a problem.
So we both agree, right, that the constellations that are visible in North America are different from the ones visible in, for example, Australia, right?
Yeah, you're seeing a different part of the ceiling. That's it.
Except for Orion.
Yeah.
The constellation Orion's visible from everywhere.
Well, except all of the stars on the ecliptic, and I don't know about Orion. It might be more visible.
But I'm not. So no, Portillo, before you continue, we're trying to we know that the constellations are different, but I'm trying to start with the basic building block of the stars are moving around us.
You can't really establish that from.
You can
from you could. You're basically.
Portillo, are you a flat earther too? I just want to understand that.
I am not, but I don't think that your point logically follows.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't follow from the fact. It doesn't follow from the fact that we see the stars going around us. That actually they aren't going around us. That we're rotating. Even though I do believe that, I don't think it follows.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you observe a particular constellation at one point on the planet, and it moves in a very particular way, it does not change at all.
What way does it move? What way
does you observe it? What do you mean?
Well, you're about to say your entire argument is about its movement and a change of movement. So, what way are you saying it moves, and then what way are you saying it changes?
Yeah, which direction are you talking about? Constellation specifically, so we can apply these things to reality.
Let's just say the North Star. We know what that is, right?
No, that shit ain't moving.
Yeah, that doesn't move at all, man.
It moves a little. It moves a little bit.
A little bit.
It wobbles. Okay. The worst example you could have picked.
How about the Big Dipper?
Try again. Try another one.
You know nothing.
I mean, you can still. All right. So if you observe, it does wobble, does it not? You can see it almost everywhere in the northern hemisphere.
It's never moved for recorded history. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they do say it moves like a tiny degree, but I mean, it's not significant compared to the other stars, which is what I thought your whole argument was about, the motion of the stars.
All right, fine. We'll say Orion's belt then. How about that?
All right, what about it?
Dip. You gentlemen have a nice day.
It moves across the sky every single night, from my perspective on the equator. But if I were to go somewhere like the North Pole, it would then appear to circle in the sky rather than move across the sky.
Okay, are you facing north from the equator, and are you facing south from the North Pole?
So you're saying it's gone across? So it's gone from moving across the sky.
It doesn't matter which direction. I'm talking. It'll go in a circle.
Right.
From east to west.
If you're looking at a constellation that's viewable in the northern hemisphere, it'll appear to go from one side of the planet to the other. If you're near the equator, and then if you are in the North Pole, it will go in circles.
It like that, so it turns from east to west.
It goes the same direction, but it's circling in the north rather than
or counterclockwise.
Well, they all appear to rotate around in the north. That's just what they do.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
But I can determine. But if I'm viewing something that doesn't change at all, And then, but then it's suddenly. I'm talking about the stars, like the any particular constellation.
Hey, Captain America, is this a
There's like 5 people
example, or have you boots on the ground done this for yourself, or are you just pulling it out there?
Why does it matter?
I'm just asking a question.
Well, it matters because if your argument is something, why does this happen? And we ask you, does this actually happen? And you say, why does it matter? It would be because your argument is, I believe.
Are you saying that it doesn't happen? Are you saying it's
you've observed it? I still don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
No, I have not gone and recorded this myself. I shouldn't have to because it's commonly understood. If you want to make the claim that this is not happening, how about you make that claim?
I don't even know what the hell you're saying.
Hold on. I don't.
Can I?
Are you making
a different way?
Sure.
Because this, I don't. We all agree that there are different.
Yeah, they're just trying to derail.
Visible in North America and Australia, right?
Guys, could we? I mean, really, the whole stars thing. Could we get onto the topic?
Yeah, we're not talking about.
We have to start with the basic assumptions.
This is relevant.
No. Yeah. Like, do you know what we need to start with?
How about you let Portil talk? He's been trying to talk.
You can shut up and let him finish his sentence, Captain America. Damn.
Portil's been trying to talk before he started talking himself.
Yeah, I will
Yield
let
to Cyclone, please.
Because he was trying to jump in, but after this, I mean, really, it's not useful to you guys on the globe to tell your stories and speculations about the stars. What you need to do is evidence the foundational assumptions you make about the surface of the Earth. Those being 1, curvature, and 2, motion. Because if you don't have those 2 things, then every story you tell about the stars doing what they do because of curvature and motion is simply begging the question. Understand?
No.
So
you have to establish basic assumptions first.
Okay, Portillo, let's hear it. Look, guy,
I can answer that. Because what we observe in the stars is not completely irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, and that's what I was trying to get to with what I was asking. So we all agree that there are different constellations visible in North America and Australia, right?
Yeah, that wasn't.
I know. Yes. I know. I've asked that like 3 times.
I just want to get a yes. Just make your whole argument, and then we'll tell you if we.
Well, do we? I mean, if we don't agree on that, then that would lead to a different.
Yeah, you see different.
That's exactly how we got. That's what you guys are pointing us in the direction, and we're arguing why we're pointing us in that direction.
This is. I'll get to my argument. I just want to make sure we agree on this because I don't want to go down this
So when you're under a different part of the stars, when you're under a different part of the sky, you'll see a different part of the sky which has different stars and things. Yes,
right.
Fine.
Yeah, so we do agree. That's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to establish that. Just in case anybody did.
Answer, Portil.
I'm sorry, you're pretty quiet.
Are you going to go on to make a point?
Say that again?
You said we can tell.
Can we just let Portil talk instead of interrupting every 5 seconds? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into his point
right now.
Was somebody trying to ask me a question that I?
No, we're trying to get you to get to a point where you say you can look at the stars and tell the Earth is a ball somehow. How do you do that?
No. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. I just want to hear your answer. If you have a good answer to this, I'm just curious to hear it. So when you're in North America, you can see the North Star, and all the stars kind of rotate around the North Star. If you imagine all the stars are like a big dome above your head, you can imagine a big sphere that it's like rotating around you, right?
The celestial sphere, maybe.
Yeah. So the further you go down south, or whatever direction, maybe, I don't know how many of you believe in an ice wall, but
no, bro, come on.
Just for the sake of
please, let's do this.
What the fuck is going on here?
Are you? Are you willing to hear my?
Well, you need to be a bit more specific.
No, they're not.
Concise, bro. Yeah, you need to be a bit more concise. Just get to the point.
I'm getting there. Just let me talk. So when you go down south, I'll assume an ice wall model, even just as an example.
No, well, we're not assuming that. We're not assuming that. So why would you?
It doesn't matter. It's not important. I can assume any model you want to give me.
Proceed. Hold on, bro. Just keep going.
So we'll just say south is a direction, north is a direction. The further you go down south, the more to the south of this this big sphere that you see in the sky, right? So if you're on an ice wall model, for example, the further out from this center of this circle that the ice wall goes around, the more of the southern part of this sphere you see. Now, if you're imagining the scenario in your head geometrically, that leads to a very weird geometry. Do you kind of get what I'm getting at there?
Yeah, but luckily we're.
That's fine. That's fine.
Irrelevant.
If you have a different, that's what I'm asking you. If you have a different way of understanding that, I'd like to hear.
We're not making claims like that. You're not claiming.
Well, it's kind of, you have the same problem no matter what. You have the same problem no matter how you.
It's not a problem. No, it's not a problem.
Earth isn't a pizza, man.
I don't think. I'm not sure. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
No. Listen, it's okay. I understand what you're saying, but it's not a problem for us because regardless of what they're doing it.
Well, you're making the claim that they're
measurably. Hold on, they're doing it above a measurably flat surface.
That's fine. That's fine. I just want to know
what they're doing.
Sure, that's fine, but I just want to hear what your idea is of how this happens. How is it like we see the stars of this big sphere around us, and when we're south, we see the south side, and when we're north, we see the north side, which is exactly
a different part of the sky. You see a different part of the sky because you're under a different part. You've moved to a different part of the Earth, which is under a different part of the sky.
I've heard that like 3 or 4 times.
That's not geometrically. That doesn't really pan out.
Right. Like so what version of flat Earth do you have in your head? Because it sounds like you think that we believe flat Earth is an azimuthal equidistant map centered on the North Pole. It sounds like that's what you think we believe.
I gave that's just an example. I didn't assume that you.
That's not our community at all.
Yeah, it matters not.
But there are a lot of people who do believe in this, and that's why I gave an example. If you have a different idea, then I'm happy to go by that too. What was that?
They're the flat Earth believers. They don't know flat Earth.
Okay, fine. I
still haven't heard how this tells you anything about the surface geometry. I still haven't heard.
I think you're confused.
Well, so the reason it tells you about the surface geometry is he asked me a question. If you want to,
hold on, you're confused about your purpose here. Your purpose is not to debunk the flat Earth. Your purpose would be to prove your globetard.
My purpose isn't either of those. I'm trying to learn about how you see. How you understand the world.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting this purpose thing from.
Well, all right, okay, let's focus on that, right? Because that's a good thing you've just said. You want to understand we think about the Earth, yes?
Yeah.
Right, well, let me tell you then that we would start with the Earth, not the stars. So what we're saying is the surface of the Earth, contrary to what we've been told, does not curve into a ball. It doesn't curve at all, as far as it can be measured. Topographically, yes, but not on an overall scale. Right? So there's no curvature, and there's no motion, and we can't be in the vacuum of space like they've told us. So in a nutshell, that's what we're claiming. We're not making claims as to how the stars are operating, what medium they're in, how far away they are, how they appear in our perspective.
An eyeball.
Making those claims. I'm not making that claim. We're not making those claims. We're talking about what can be observed, measured, and tested with regards to the surface and what that tells us about the surface we're on. Do you understand that?
Yeah, that's fine. But you still have to, when you look at the stars.
You have to?
What do I have to do?
You can measure the stars. You can.
So
no, I don't have to measure the stars. I don't have to measure the stars. Why do I have to do that?
You don't have to measure anything. You can like shut your eyes and not look at anything in the world.
Yeah.
No, we can measure the surface though. We can measure the surface. Why don't we do that?
Yeah, you can, and you can measure this. You can, but when you measure the
So has anyone done that and measured? Has anyone done that and measured a globe?
I'm not. I mean, yes, but that's a different. That's
Great.
a different topic.
Who did that? No, that is the topic. That's what we want to know. So who did that?
Well, I just want to. I want to ask. I want to figure out what your view on the stars is, because
he's stuck on stars.
The stars are the stars. The stars are the stars. I'm not making any claims about what they are, as much as you would like me to. I don't need to.
Let's see.
But you did just make a claim.
Let me try something. You see two words here: flat and earth. Which word do you understand as either sky and or stars?
I would like to ask him though, because you did just make that claim. You did just say, yeah, it's been measured, and it's been measured to be a ball. Well, that will shut down the entire server. We won't need to be here. So could you just tell us who did that? So we can stop spinning our wheels?
Lots of crickets.
Well, let's give him a chance. Because then if you can show that, then your argument following saying the stars are doing this because we're on this curved surface that's been measured might actually have some validity. But if you don't have that, it's got no validity. You see?
Sounds plausible, logical.
Did he dip?
I'm sorry, my wife needed me. Repeat that last thing you said.
So I just
he
said,
didn't hear any of it.
Right. Okay. So I just said you made the claim that yes, it has been measured and it has been measured to be a ball, and I said, right, okay, well that's what we're interested in, because if we have that measurement showing that it is a ball, then your position where you say the stars are doing X, Y, and Z because we're on this curved surface, then that would have some validity. But if you don't have the curved surface,
no, that's not my claim. My claim would be,
or you can interrupt.
My claim would be,
well, your claim was that it's been measured to be a ball. That's what you claimed.
Well, that was different. What my original
but
claim
that's
was.
what we're interested in. That's the one we're interested in.
This is my claim is that the stars, the stars as they're measured, are. I don't see any way you can model them geometrically so that they make sense.
Fine. You cannot imagine how you could model lights in the sky. That's fine. Don't really care about that. How did they measure that the Earth was a ball so that the model of the ball with the stars in it can be true or possible?
Invalidated.
I mean, do you believe that the stars are moving around us? Do you believe
So another question for us now.
We observe.
Earth Ranger, could you just shut the fuck up? Or do you just ignore the stars? I mean, they're a part of the world.
No. Listen, we observe.
Yeah, you aren't listening.
We observe them, and they're moving. Yeah, we observe them moving.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so how are they moving?
Let me try something again. Two things. Number one, flat Earth. Which one of those words is sky or stars?
The way that we look, the way the stars move is one of the original.
So neither one of those fucking words.
Dude, shut up.
Okay.
This is, I mean,
okay,
Ranger, you're so dumb.
Port, listen, okay? The topic of this channel is the Earth, the surface of the Earth, hence flat Earth. Which one of those words do you comprehend as either sky and or stars?
I mean, okay, so here's the deal. If you want to say you have no answer, that's fine. We can change topics.
No,
but I'd like to hear that you have no answer.
We can use stars to measure the Earth flat. I'm trying to figure out how you think flat or Earth is actually the sky, up. Everyone here talks about down.
I can explain my argument again. I tried to be as clear as possible.
This is what you could do.
I think if you understand it, then you'd understand the link.
No, this is what you need to do. Go to a planetarium and tell them that they can't model the sky on the flat surface with a dome ceiling. Go tell them that. Go to the planetarium, knock on the door, buy a ticket, walk in there, tell the scientist who projects the sky on the dome ceiling with a flat floor, tell them that this model doesn't work. Because
have you talked to one of these people? I mean, they'd agree with
you. Yeah.
We've spoken to loads of these guys.
Yeah,
you have to understand, a planetarium is not the same thing as the stars. Like if you go,
you can just take the ceiling off.
You can.
Yeah, it models the stars.
A planetarium models the sky at one particular location.
Yeah, that's
if you move around in the planetarium,
it can move,
you see the same stars.
It moves you. They can change your position, so you don't have to physically move. You could go there and do a full sea navigation course, nautical navigation, because they're able to say, "Hey, take your measurements on this flat floor with a dome ceiling. Okay, now which direction do you travel?" You give them the heading and how long you're going to travel. Then they project that part of the sky above your head, and you check your work.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that they do that is they have artificial lights in the sky that they move around.
Your job would be to tell them how they can't do that.
Yeah, because all you're really saying.
No, they can't. What they're doing is not the same thing that I'm asking you to do.
I don't think he's listening, y'all.
Yeah, listen. We're not getting anywhere here. So we've already explained how speculation on the stars, which we're not making claims about, other than what we can observe and experience directly, which is that they're moving overhead in repeated patterns, in their repeated constellations, year after year, have done so for thousands of years, which seems to fly in the face of this notion that we're flying through an ever-expanding free space. But either way, that's not the way to understand our environment. That's a very roundabout way of speculating and coming to an assumption, which we're not trying to do. We're trying to come to a conclusion as best we can. Because you could say the stars are doing what they're doing because I believe the Earth is a ball. And another person could say the stars are doing what they're doing because the surface is flat. You're not going to come to an agreement on that. But if you were to both say, all right, well, let's measure the surface and see which one it is, that would get you there. You understand?
So the issue is that I agree with you partly, but if a person were to...
what part do you agree with?
I mean, I agree that you can come up with an idea of how the stars move over a flat Earth.
So
but it would be a very odd way that they move. You wouldn't be able to imagine a big dome above us.
Right, but this is it.
That's not what's you. That wouldn't. That's not.
Then this becomes a battle of imagination.
So you disagree with the practical use. You disagree with the practical.
Two seconds. Well, this would get us into the battle of imagination, where you're saying, I can't imagine it working like this, and the other person's saying, well, I can't imagine it working like that.
This is just a geometric fact.
No, it's not a geometric fact until you've measured some geometry.
If you look at the stars you can't imagine the stars as a sphere rotating around us if you believe in a flat Earth. It's not. It just doesn't.
That's how they model it. That's how
Didn't
they model
you hear him say celestial sphere? Yeah, earlier. You didn't hear that at all.
That's how they model it. So you're uninformed as well. But the point is,
what am I uninformed about?
How they model the stars.
Yeah.
When it comes to something like celestial navigation, that's exactly what they do.
They imagine it as a sphere around us.
No, you just need to open a history book, wind it back a couple years when everyone thought the Earth was flat.
I think you're missing my point. My point.
You've got literally
when I say that you can't imagine the stars as a sphere rotating around us under a flat Earth. What do you object to about that?
Yeah, you need to open the history book, and all the ancient cultures saw this exactly the way it is.
Well, they lived in one hemisphere. They weren't able to see the whole
That's how
sky.
they do
They
this
still all
navigation
describe the
as well.
celestial
Well,
sphere.
it sound like you
At
making a
all.
claim.
Look. If you can do this, if you can solve this, I'd love to
It
see
sound
it.
like you being
I'll
a
do a
little.
planetarium.
Wait a minute, hold on. It sounds like you being a little weaselly because you're saying you're using imagine instead of.
No, this is just a geometric fact.
Okay, can you stop?
You cannot imagine the stars as a sphere.
Can I finish? Can I finish? It sounds like, I'm gonna repeat it. It sounds like you being a little weaselly, when you're basically saying, "Oh well, I'm not making the claim that the Earth is a ball that is spinning. I'm just saying I'm only imagining that the Earth is a ball based upon what I see in the sky, even though I'm not directly doing anything in it."
No,
So it sounds like you're not actually making the claim. No. Wait a minute. Yes, it sounds like you're not actually making the claim, but you kind of are, which means that it's being a little weaselly. Because you know, in this room, which is a flat Earth room, you know, if you are actually making that claim to be absolutely the truth, we'll be holding you to the claim without using the sky. Because the first thing that we'll be responding to you with will be, well, first you will have to prove that the Earth is a globe spinning around, twirling around in space.
So let me clarify that. Yes, it's true that I believe that the Earth is a globe, but that is not the claim I'm making.
So that's a claim. So first prove that.
No, it's not. No. I cannot
before
prove
you
that
talk
I believe
about the
that.
sky, prove that.
No, that's not a claim. No, it's a claim. I claimed that I believe it. I did not claim that it's true. I did not make that claim in the context of that conversation.
Guys, it's fine.
I am making a claim about. Okay.
Listen, you're not.
Well, you can't talk about the sky with the globe without proving that.
Listen, you're not claiming the globe. We're not claiming the globe. Okay, so no globe on the table. Continue.
I'm just saying. The claim I'm making is you cannot model the stars as a sphere rotating around us on a flat Earth model or on any kind of.
You're entitled to that belief. You're entitled to that belief.
No, this is not a belief. This is a geometric fact. If you want me to demonstrate that, I can flesh it out more. This is a geometric fact.
All right, perfect.
No, there's no geometric fact.
Hold on. That's perfect. That's perfect because that is the perfect segue. Yes, we would like to get to the geometric facts. So let's start with the geometric claim of the curvature. Is that a geometric fact?
You haven't answered me. Can you do you have an answer for that? You can say you don't know.
Yes, I have. Because you said you weren't claiming the globe.
You can say you don't have an answer. You can say you don't want to model the stars as a sphere.
I'm not making a claim.
You're still claiming. You are claiming.
Or you can keep fucking.
You are still claiming. Listen, you are still claiming.
Talking about a model. Wait a minute. Hold on. You keep talking about a model. Wait a minute. Hold on. You keep talking about a model that you just said you just denied of having. You don't have a model.
I'm just speaking in geometric.
Listen, no, you're not speaking in geometric terms. You're speaking in. You're not claiming.
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about any geometry. What have you measured?
Right, you just denied
look at the stars.
No, you look at the stars. That's not measuring geometry. Try again.
Right.
You can. Yes, it is. You can look at the stars. You can measure the geometric.
What did you measure?
Between the stars.
What did you measure?
The horizon.
What you measured? If you want to tell me what you measured.
Yes,
you were taking the measurement. What
I don't understand the question.
Well, you said you measured something, bro. What you just said you measured something, didn't you?
No, I said you can. If you want to say this is not possible, that's another claim we can explore. They have been measured. You can go look at them yourself. I can make a claim about geometric relationships. You can ask people who live in the southern hemisphere.
Bro, you just said geometric fact.
You said you measured
geometric fact. You obviously can't talk about the geometry of the globe that doesn't exist. So why don't you talk about the geometry of whatever it is you're claiming to measure? What have you measured?
Yeah.
Remember,
okay.
You denied the globe.
Yeah, let's look at that. So, if you're in North America, you can see the North Star. You can see all the other stars rotating around it. So you can imagine the star. You can't
not imagine. Measure. What are you measuring?
Why do we have to keep imagining?
What you imagine. I don't care about what you're imagining. Tell me what you've measured. What was your method?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a measurement?
Come on, Mr. Geometric
Fact.
You can measure how the stars move around
Right.
you.
What measurement are you using? What device are you using?
You can just look at them with your eyes. You can use like...
Right, so you're not measuring anything then. So what are you talking about? You're just looking at the stars.
What are you talking about?
You're claiming geometric facts, measurements. I ask you what you measure. You say nothing. I'm just
geometric. Do you know what geometry is? You can.
Yes,
I mean,
it means measurement of Earth.
You have a cup on your table. You can look and see.
Geo is Earth.
That's a geometric fact about that.
Bro, you've not measured anything. You've not measured
anything.
anything.
Geo is Earth. What does that have to do with anything?
Yes,
do you know what geometry is?
Earth measurement. That's what it means. Which you're not doing. You're not measuring anything. You're speculating on the stars that you're observing.
Okay.
So you're not measuring anything.
I don't know what geometry is.
When you said geometric fact, you meant you have nothing for geometry at all.
So you're claiming that geometry is about measurements of the Earth and it's nothing else. There's no like...
What was the geometric fact?
There are no geometric facts about the stars.
What was your geometric fact?
Is that what you're saying?
What was your geometric fact? What was it?
That the stars move around us relative to our perspective in the northern hemisphere as if they are in they are a part of a sphere rotating around us.
Right. So you're saying the stars are like a sphere rotating around us. Okay.
Yeah.
So what?
So the further you go south, the more as you go south, you see different parts of this sphere. When you go to the equator, you start to see the middle of it. Right above you, you see the ecliptic. And instead of rotating around, instead of seeing it kind of rotating on an axis, you see it rotating from east to west right above you. And then as you go further south, you start to see the opposite. You start to see it rotating on an axis, but around the kind of less perfect southern equivalent of the North Star, their South Star. And so depending on where you are, depending on how north or south you are, you see different parts of the sphere. Now,
right, okay, so the
if you imagine the stars actually are moving around us,
we see different ones depending where we are.
That wouldn't make sense. Okay. So you'd have to imagine the stars as something like some kind of illusion on a flat Earth. That's what I'm saying. Which is fine. Okay, you can say that. But...
No, I'm not saying that. So that was your whole point. You're trying to tell us what we're saying about the stars when we're not saying that.
I'm not telling you what you're saying. I've been saying you would have to say that. Just that would
no, you have to say that because I'm not saying that. So obviously I don't have to say that.
Okay, let me meet.
So your whole point was to try and tell me what I'm saying.
Rotating around.
Are you serious?
You would have to say they're. You would have to say they're not a sphere rotating around us. That would be.
You don't get to tell me what I have to say, my friend. You don't tell me what I have to say or am saying. You speak only, thankfully,
in terms of being. If you're rational, I mean, you can be irrational if you want.
No. It's nothing. No,
there are rules of rationality.
You're projecting your insecurity and trying to insult me. It's not an argument. So you've just done this whole thing for half an hour.
I didn't insult you. I said if you want to be rational, you have to say
you're saying.
You can say that you don't have to. But you do have to. I'm just.
Bro, you don't know what a star is. You don't know how far.
Let me give you an example. I'm not trying to insult you. If you have to. I would say you have to believe in the law of non-contradiction if you want to be rational. Would you agree with that?
It's a logical.
Or do you think you can be rational if you don't?
Yeah, no, you shouldn't be contradictory, like the globe is.
Okay, so you do have to.
I live on this flat Earth and it's curved globe. I live on this motionless surface because it's spinning. That kind of contradictory nonsense.
Yeah. So you don't. So you don't have a problem with me saying that you have to believe or say certain things to be rational, right?
No, because I wouldn't take I wouldn't take your position on what is rational and irrational seriously based on
and that's poison in the well
today. You don't sound like a rational. You're not a rational individual. In fact, you're very irrational and illogical. So no, I wouldn't take your.
I mean, I can go over my argument again. If you have a problem with my argument,
you haven't made an argument. You haven't made an argument. Your argument was you have to say this, and I said no. I'm not saying that. That was your argument. It's retarded. Strawman fallacy is not an argument.
Okay, so
we're done with that. What else have you got?
I haven't seen an answer for why you see different parts of this celestial sphere depending on where you are on the Earth.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not making a claim about that. We're just saying the Earth isn't the ball that you.
Yeah, he's going back to the sky.
Okay, I mean, you can. My point is, it can't be rotating around.
Earth can't be a ball. Earth can't be a ball. That's the case. Earth can't be a spinning ball of water in a vacuum. That's what we're saying. Could you address that?
Okay. Yeah, this isn't productive.
You can't address that. Well, the topic is the Earth is not a spinning ball in a vacuum. That's the topic. Can you address that?
That was not the topic, but we can move to that.
Yeah, we can move to that. We've moved to it.
There isn't really any reason, like a priori, why that's not possible. So if you have something,
it's not possible, I'm looking for evidence that it's true.
Well, you said it's not possible, right?
I said the Earth is not.
Did you misspeak there?
No, I said the Earth is not a spinning ball in a vacuum. And if you disagree, you would have to say, it is. Look, here is the proof. Or you could say, I don't have any proof, so I can't disagree with you.
Do you have evidence for that claim?
Yeah. It's you being unable to refute my claim.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay.
Take your time.
Yeah, that's denial of laughter.
Take your time.
Okay.
Refute it anytime. Just bring the evidence. Should be easy, right? You're so confident. Show us the proof.
Yeah, you don't have any.
Wasn't really. I mean, I wanted to.
Let me give you an example.
I'm not really rhetorical.
Hold on. It's basically rhetorical. We know you don't have any evidence for your spinning globe Earth belief. We know you don't have any. That was just a demonstration.
Okay.
Listen, you can't measure anything that is in the sky, regardless of what people tell you.
Why do you don't take him back to the sky? You're not taking him back to the sky.
Well, I find that to be.
Unless you have a reference point by which you have measured that is something in the sky that is on Earth.
20 minutes. We just did this for 20 minutes, and we finally got to the Earth. This is where we're at.
Okay.
All right. So, you guys are claiming that the Earth is flat, right?
Why is your evidence for the globe cannot be a question to us? It is evidence for the globe.
I mean, the fact that if I didn't have evidence for the globe and I didn't have any idea
you haven't presented any.
You would still that wouldn't imply that the Earth's flat, right?
That's not an argument. That's not an argument.
This is the flat Earth Discord, not the anti-globe Earth Discord, right?
That's not evidence for the globe.
That's not
you don't have any evidence for the globe.
Argument. No, it's not. It's just like a stating of your position. Right?
Could we get the evidence?
I'm asking you for your evidence.
Rhetoric. I'm not interested in the rhetoric. I want the evidence for the globe that they all claim we live on. Do you have any or not?
So,
yeah, we haven't.
Do you have any? I mean,
we haven't claimed anything.
Do you not claim the Earth?
Trying to do a burden of proof reversal fallacy is not what
you just say. No, I don't believe in burden of proofs. I don't believe either of us has any.
Well, that can
I want to establish is.
Well, listen. Your belief in a burden of proof is inconsequential when you are claiming the Earth is a spinning ball. That is a burden of proof inherently. If you can't meet it, which you obviously can't, that's fine.
I didn't come here to defend the idea of a globe Earth. I came here to ask.
Well, you claimed it
because it is the flat Earth.
You claimed it. Well, that's
I said I believe it. I didn't claim it.
Well, why would you believe it if you have?
I mean, do you?
What are you basing
your
belief on?
I'm not interested in arguing about it. This is the Flat Earth Discord. I want to talk about Flat Earth, not
the problem. Yeah, this is it. This is the problem.
The Earth is observed and experienced as flat and motionless. There you go.
Yeah, the Earth is the flat, motionless Earth you observe and experience every single day. So that's it. It's not a globe.
A globe is the same as Santa Claus, and nobody has seen Santa Claus. We know it's a lie. So
if the Earth was obviously a globe, like you seem to believe, you would have had no issue presenting a whole heap of evidence straight away. Say this, that, this.
I mean,
that.
I do have a bunch of evidence, but you kind of
tell us the best one. Tell us the best one.
No, he's gonna go to the sky again. That's what's gonna happen.
No, we said it's best.
I mean, whenever any evidence I'm going to propose, you're just going to say like it's an illusion. There's some reason.
Okay, proceed. Stop
one. You don't get to divine
what we're going to do when you present your evidence.
The stars are an illusion.
Don't make pre-presumptions.
That's not evidence.
If I ask about the reason why we have if I ask about the reason why we have seasons,
yeah, that wouldn't be evidence. That would be a question.
That would be a question. Why we want your evidence of your globe, please, not questions.
We have seasons, and that is in a way that is perfectly predicted by the globe model, and isn't
exactly
very consistent with the flat Earth model. It's the sun, the movement of the sun. It's perfectly consistent with the globe model. It's not consistent.
We all have seasons.
We have the Coriolis.
We all have seasons.
Why is he spiraling like this? Why is he spiraling like
You're not going to get
globe model, not consistent with the flat model.
We're going to get Scallop. We're going to do one at a time.
You told me to give you a whole evidence.
No,
I didn't want to do that, but that's what you asked me.
No, I said you could if you had any. We didn't say spew out anything you can think of right now. So you just said
that's my evidence.
So you said seasons tell you live on a spinning ball. So when it gets cold in November,
okay. So I want to establish like an epistemology here for the reason why
that matters. Could you not speak?
What we believe
before I'm finished? Before you speak, in future, and just in general, like don't just fly in when someone's halfway through a sentence. So you said when it gets cold in November, that makes you believe the Earth is a ball that spins. Could you explain that?
Yeah, I can explain that. So, when on the globe model, the Earth is spinning around the sun on an axis.
All right, so you have to assume the globe.
On one side of the years, I'm talking. When you're on, I'm sorry, we got to be consistent here. So when we go to one side of the sun, the southern side is closer to the sun, and on the other side of the sun, the northern side is closer to the sun. Or I should say, more area is exposed to solar radiation, and that perfectly explains why we have summer in the northern hemisphere and winter in the southern hemisphere, and vice versa. And the flat Earth model, you can say that we have seasons the same way, but
we're not talking about flat Earth model. No, we're not talking about flat Earth model. So what you just did was you just said, my evidence for my claim that the Earth is a spinning ball is my claim that the Earth
is interrupting the conversation.
So who's hot micing?
Midnight.
Oh. So you just made the claim that the Earth is a ball, and your evidence for your claim that the Earth is a ball is your claim that the Earth is a ball going around the sun. You've just assumed your ball Earth in your claimed evidence.
That was not.
What do you experience?
Was not. I think you misunderstood.
You're just making the claim.
My claim was that. My claim was that. You asked me if that was my claim. That was not. I'm trying to clarify. My claim was
not. Your claim was in the globe model.
You're not telling me. I'm not going to let you tell me what my claim was. I'm trying to tell you what my claim was. My claim was that the way the seasons work is perfectly explained on a globe model. That was my claim.
Right, so you're assuming the globe.
The globe model has a lot of explanatory power.
Right.
It's not explained on a flat model.
Evidence. That's not evidence that the Earth is a ball. You've just assumed it.
Well, let's talk about evidence.
Why are you interrupting?
Against this over and over again.
Point without answering the question in question.
Okay.
Yeah, why are you interrupting?
I thought you were done.
So I'll ask then. I'll ask then. In order for me to entertain your theory that the reason we have seasons is because the Earth is a ball and therefore has a curved surface, could you validate for us that the Earth does indeed have this curved surface that you're assuming?
I don't see why that would be necessary.
Wow.
You don't see why curvature would be necessary on a sphere?
I have plenty of evidence.
I don't understand what that means.
So you understand that a sphere has curvature, yes?
Yeah.
So you don't understand why having curvature would be necessary on a sphere?
I never said that.
Oh my God, what is happening right now?
So we are asking for you to validate your assumption that the surface is a sphere to begin with.
I was saying that we have seasons is evidence for it.
No. You assumed the curvature and the sphere in your explanation of the seasons. I'm asking how you validated that assumption.
I don't know. I feel like we need a philosophy class in here. Because
no, I feel like we need to provide your evidence for an assumption of the curve.
Let's talk about what evidence is.
No.
What would you say evidence is? What counts as evidence?
No, when we get into the meta, if you have it, you can present it.
I think it's very important here to get to
Why
meta
are you
because
keep interrupting?
we're talking past
Why are you interrupting him?
Why are you spurting out right now?
We're not talking past each other. I'm exposing your argument for the fallacious nonsense that it is, and I'm getting to the root of your argument, which is this assumption of curvature, and you're demonstrating again to everyone that you don't have any. You don't have any evidence for any. This is why you're dodging it and pretending not to know what evidence even is. It's embarrassing.
I'm not.
Just because you want to talk about what evidence was, that doesn't mean anything.
Intentional misrepresentation of what I said.
No, you're desperate to avoid this claim of curvature that you are desperate to assume, but can't provide any evidence for.
What would you
seasons,
accept?
You beg the question of curvature.
What would you accept?
You haven't provided any curvature.
Answer that, I will. If
you got a measurement?
Answer what you would accept.
Measurement?
Curvature. Curvature. Bring in some curvature.
So what is a measurement?
I will accept.
No, he's getting meta now.
Of the surface of the Earth conforming to the model of the globe with a radius of 3959 miles. How will you demonstrate that?
How would we measure that?
Well, you tell me. It's your claim.
Yeah, we don't know.
I mean, I can tell you, but you're just going to say that's not a measurement.
Okay, please tell me. Tell me.
But
tell me. Don't not tell me. Tell me.
I can go through the list again. We can look at the stars. We can look at the movement of the sun. We can look at the Coriolis effect.
Oh my God!
Do you know what the curvature is?
Look at gyroscopic effects. We can measure. We can measure the curvature.
Actually answering the question.
What do you think curvature means? What do you think you're saying when we say curvature? What do you think that means?
I have no idea what you're saying because every time
you don't know what the word curvature means.
I'm speaking Chinese.
You don't know what the word curvature means. Wow, this is worse than I thought.
Sure, I have no idea what curvature means. I have no idea. I don't even know what the Earth is. I don't know what stars are. I don't know what anything is. I'm happy to learn. Tell me what is a measurement? What is the Earth? How do we know what the shape of it is?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
As long as you admit you don't know anything, welcome to Flat Earth.
1000%.
Yeah, that's the death of your ego.
For the sake of this conversation.
Congratulations. No, for the sake of reality, because if you have got to the point where you're saying you don't know what curvature means, obviously you've had enough for one day. You need to maybe chill and think. Who else have we got in here? Let's open the room up. I've been talking for a while. This guy's been talking for a while. Who else have we got? Anyone for curvature? Want to help this guy out? He doesn't know what it means, apparently.
Do you want me to explain what curvature is? Do you want me to?
Negative.
Yes.
Nah, I don't think so. You kind of had your chance and you dropped the ball.
Pun intended.
There you go.
Well,
yeah.
Do you have any evidence that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, guys like you come in and don't even know what curvature is. And they're globe believers.
How is that,
whatever they
evidence
think,
that the Earth is flat that I don't know anything?
Yeah. Whatever a guy like that is believing, you can safely assume the opposite is true.
Guys like you come in here and say, I know absolutely nothing about what I think I know, and that proves.
I'm getting sick to death. Can we please try to be good faith here?
Sick to death? Why'd you come here?
Somebody here, please. I've had good conversations with flat earthers. I came here to explore the flat earth cosmology. I want to understand
Get you to stop talking.
Guys, come on.
You say that you observe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you guys try not to jump, hog pile. I got proof of the globe. Volcano.
Well, you do have to say that really all you did was say, when we finally got to how do you know the Earth's a ball? You're basically like, well, when it gets hot and cold through the year, I can imagine that I'm on a ball and look at the cartoons I've been shown of it, and I'll assume it's true, therefore it's true.
That was one example. I gave like a million examples.
A million examples.
We can talk about the Coriolis effect. We can talk about gyroscopic measurement of the rotation of the Earth.
What rotation?
You can't explain that.
He has a Google
rotation
now.
You can measure it with gyroscopes.
Do you think so? You're saying the ground, the beneath our feet is rotating? Is that your claim?
Yes.
How fast is it rotating?
I don't know exactly how fast.
So what are you you don't even
depends
know
on where you are on the Earth. It's rotating faster toward the equator.
Okay. Now we go into tectonic plating that is apparently shifting over each other in specific speeds.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Okay, well, hold on. Tell us how fast you think you're rotating right now.
I would have to look it up. I can do that if you want.
Why would you have to look it up? I thought you said this is what's happening. How do you have to look it up?
I mean, you can tell me there's water in your glass that you're drinking, and I can ask you how many milliliters of water there are. You don't know. That doesn't mean there's no water in the glass.
So you don't know. You don't experience the ground rotating like you're saying. But when you look it up on Google, and it tells you the ground is rotating, then you'll understand it and know it. Is that right?
I mean, do you want me to personally do an experiment and come back in like a few weeks?
No,
that's a non-answer.
I just asked you.
It takes a while. It takes time. It takes time to do these experiments.
You just said, I believe the ground is spinning. I said, okay.
Yeah.
How fast do you think it's spinning? You said, I don't know. Do you understand? It sounds like we're speaking to a crazy
problem.
person. Yeah. So why are you claiming?
I don't know how fast. Like you're driving. You're moving.
It is
if you're driving in a car, you can't tell me how fast you're moving unless you look at the speedometer. It's
right.
not.
So the reason you think the ground is spinning. So why do you think the ground is spinning?
Because it has been measured. I haven't personally measured it, but other people have.
Who did?
I don't know their names personally. I can bring up a Wikipedia.
Why do you believe it if you don't know?
Bro. So this was your argument after it gets hot and cold throughout the year. So I can imagine I'm on a ball. Now it's, I think I'm moving, but I don't know how fast.
I mean, all this is fine.
Measured it, but I don't know who's measured it. I don't know how they measured it. And I don't experience any ground spinning. You understand? This isn't a good argument for the globe.
You can attack all my arguments by doing this. I can do the exact same thing. But you will never try to do the same thing. You will never try to provide evidence here at flat, because if I did the same thing, the same thing would happen.
Stop.
If you want to see,
hold on. I'm not even attacking them. I'm simply restating them to what you're actually saying. And it sounds ridiculous, as you know, which is why it feels like you're being attacked. But I'm just restating what you're saying. You're saying the ground is moving.
I didn't mean
you don't know
attack
anything
in that
about
way.
it.
I meant you're
uncomfortable. You're uncomfortable
dialectical
how
way.
bad these arguments are. You're realizing how bad these arguments are, and you're not liking it.
Don't psychoanalyze me. You don't tell me how to feel.
Psychoanalyzing. That's just pointing it out.
And
but this is how you act. I mean, when we ask you a question, you're taking a deep breath and just exhaling and don't continue.
This guy,
I can keep providing my arguments, but I haven't really gotten any responses.
Hold
you just
on
say, that's
one second.
That's ridiculous. I'm talking to a crazy person. Is that your only argument?
Hey, excuse me, one moment. Are you upset that somebody's actually listening to what you are saying and then back briefing you?
That's what it sounds like.
I don't know what you mean.
All right, so
like your response. I thought he was giving a response to my argument. Did I misunderstand that?
I didn't need to. I just pointed out the arguments weren't arguments by saying them back to you.
Oh.
So you don't know who's.
So do you have any evidence the Earth is flat?
Another question.
Yeah.
Why does he keep interrupting you?
Do you have any evidence the Earth is flat?
Yeah, your inability to provide any when I said there wasn't any evidence of a globe. You haven't given us any. You've just said it gets hot and cold throughout the year.
You haven't given me any evidence.
And then I think the ground is moving, but I don't know how fast, and I don't know why, and I don't know who's measured it ever.
That doesn't mean the Earth is flat. The Earth could be any number of shapes. We don't have any ideas. Why do you think it's flat?
A spiral we've heard a million times.
What's your evidence the Earth is flat?
You've got no curvature.
What's your evidence for that?
By the way, flat's not a shape.
Lack of curvature.
Technically.
Flat is flat though. Like it's a geometric fact.
What do you think?
Description, not a shape.
Why is he spiraling like this?
I don't know. He's probably reached that point.
All he had to do was prove curvature. He kept bringing up stars. And
I kept bringing up lots of different forms of evidence, and I haven't got a single response for any of them.
Interrupting people. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why he keeps doing that. I don't know why he keeps talking to people.
What was that?
Yeah, you didn't hear me because you were talking through me.
Yeah.
You started talking after I started talking.
Go and finish your sentence.
Were you talking to me?
Well, either way.
Yeah, go ahead and finish your sentence now. You have the floor.
No, I was talking to you. Sorry, I don't know who that was. Ranger, maybe.
Yeah, let him finish his statement. Let's see if he interrupts furthermore.
Okay, so let me try to summarize what's happened here. I explained how the movement of the stars, the seasons, the movement of the sun and moon, how the Coriolis effect, how the geometric measurement
of evidence for any of those things.
Rotation. Let me finish talking. All of these things. I'm talking about measurements. Like we can look at them and see that the
you
way
didn't
that
mention any
all these things. Let me finish. All the way that these things
are not measurements.
All the way that let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. All the way that these. Let me finish. Let me finish. All the way that these things are is consistent with a globe Earth.
Cool claim, bro. Okay,
and
so
I haven't.
Very good. We get it.
I can think of more.
We understand. You get it.
But if you want to respond to those, you can. So to say that I
don't. Listen, bro. We've already responded to your endless claims. We've asked for evidence for pretty much all of them, and you've given us none. No curvature measurements, no motion, nothing. Geometric facts with no measurements, just looking at the stars. Bro, we've been through it. You've just got claims on claims. So, unless you want to bring some actual evidence and present something that doesn't just beg the question, seasons, and then I imagine a ball with seasons, therefore, fall. It's just remedial stuff, bro. So either bring some evidence or just chill.
It's even worse that he's heard this a million times and he still doesn't get it.
You know what this guy reminds me of?
What is a measurement? I'm confused because I thought I'm giving measurement.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what a measurement is. Yeah, he's interrupting Crit. Go ahead.
Yeah, this guy.
I didn't interrupt anyone. He interrupted me.
Again, Crit, go ahead.
Yeah. This guy reminds me of when you see that dad with his kids at the restaurant where it's like all kids under 9 or under 10 eat free. And then one of the kids blurts, "I'm 11."
Oh no, I did that in my time, bro.
You're like, come on, dude. Seriously, you're about to eat for free? Like, here's your chance to speak. You can present all your proof. It's like, and you just won't? You just, come on, man.
So, what is a measurement?
Oh my God, dude.
He doesn't know what a measurement is. He has no right to be here.
I know what a measurement is. Do you want me to
speak to anyone?
I know what a measurement is, but everything I say, you say is not a measurement.
Now,
yeah, so
what
words
how is it
already
not
have
measurement?
meanings.
How is looking at the stars
again? Words already have meanings. Why do you guys tend to spiral down to words for some reason?
Yo, let me get this one.
Typical.
A measurement is a noun. Okay, hold on. A measurement would be a noun. Looking at something is a verb. That's an action. Looking is a verb, not a noun.
Measurement, in fact, is both a verb and a noun.
No, a measurement is a noun. It's a thing. Looking is an action, a verb. You can't say, I'm giving you a thing and then dance a jig. That would be an action, not a thing.
That doesn't tell me what. Let me read the definition online of what a measurement.
Here we go.
Is that going to satisfy you? So just so we can agree.
No, you are the one who doesn't know what a measurement is. That won't satisfy.
If you can give me a measurement, you can give me a definition. You can give me a definition, and I'll go by it.
No, don't bypass. You offered us your definition, so go ahead.
You guys don't seem to.
Sea level measurement. The Earth is sea level measurement.
How do we? What does sea level mean?
It's a measurement.
Hello, everybody.
What does sea level mean?
Yeah, it means level.
The Earth is level. Like
everyone bring out a definition so we can go over
whoever
that everyone already understands.
Hold on, guys.
I mean, everybody who is interested in any kind of debate knows that it's important to clarify and agree on definitions. So that's all I'm trying to do here. I don't see the problem with that.
Dude, you don't know the difference between nouns and verbs. You're way below definition phase. This is basic, like grade school level, like derp.
So what is your goal here? Are you trying to like prove that
once again we are talking about the Earth, how he wants to make flat Earthers' brains,
or are you trying to make yourself feel superior to other people?
Again, he wants to make flat Earthers' brains now.
You're interrupting me.
No, we're just.
Do you want to show me that the Earth is flat, or are you trying to like feel superior to me? Because if you're trying to show me that the Earth is flat and make me take your position. Then this is not.
If your feelings are hurt, that's on you, sir.
Well,
I never said anything about my feelings.
If you be less defensive, Crit is actually explaining it to you by speaking about sea level. You might understand what we're saying if you listen.
Yet a noun, measurement, flat Earth, sea level. If you're still confused, You should eat for free and just pretend you're a 9-year-old.
That you didn't explain, for one, what a measurement is, two, what sea level is, three, what
measurement's a noun. Measurement is a noun.
That doesn't give me any
Measurement,
information.
noun, showcase, sea level.
Measurement is sea level.
A measurement is
what
a
you're
noun.
saying?
An example would be sea level.
An example, but what is measurement?
Yeah, it's a noun. It's a thing.
But what is it?
It's
Oh
sea
my
level.
God.
Do you not know what it is? Do none of you know what measurement is?
Yeah,
I can tell you what measurement is.
Noun.
You guys cannot tell me what measurement is.
A measurement is a noun.
One of us can say what measurement is, and it's none of you.
Yeah, it's
And
a thing.
If you want to prove me wrong, go ahead and tell me what it is.
It's a noun. You said measurement is a verb looking. You don't know.
I will read off the definition of a measurement.
How about no? You don't need to read off anything. All you need to do is read, is it a noun or a verb? That's it. And then stop right there. Because you thought measurement meant verb, which meant looking.
That's not true. That is a mischaracterization of what I said. I said you can measure. Part of the process of measurement is to look at things. To measure something involves looking at something. That's what I said.
Shit.
Don't misrepresent.
Observations don't equal measurement.
That's measure. That's not measurement. That's measure.
Measurement. Let me read out the Britannica definition.
No one needs you to do a very poor read. Okay, you fucked up the word measurement in measure. If you measure, that's a verb. Measurement is a noun. Your measure would be, if you want to say you eyeball it, there's your verb. That a verb is not a noun. You should know this. It shouldn't have to be explained to you like you're a toddler.
This is very bad faith. And I don't understand how none of you see that.
So we finally got out of the sky. We actually got to the ground, and now we have to redefine the word measurement. We can't explain the measurement or explain how it's applicable in reality. We're just on the definition of the word after we finally got out of the stars.
Yeah. Well, I gave examples of measurements, and you said they're not measurements. So in order to move on, we have to figure out where we are disagreeing.
Looking at something is not measuring it.
The measure.
Sure. Looking at something is measuring it. But what is
the word measure? Look up the word measure. You'll see verb.
Yes, and what else will you see? Do you not know? Do you not know what it means?
Yeah, he's trolling at this point. There's no need
to determine the amount, extent, or dimension.
Dumb who knows nothing. He has to Google search all his answers. There's no need to continue talking to this child.
If you don't even know how to Google it, you can't even give me.
It is kind of sad. It is kind of sad the lengths you're going to avoid addressing the actual topic, which is the curvature of the Earth as claimed by the global religion. I mean, all you're doing is showing people how desperate you are to avoid discussing that. So it's not really a win for you.
All right.
Perfect.
Do you have anyone else in the room? Anyone new who wants to ask questions? Or anyone who wants to add to whatever this is?
I got proof for the globe. Satellites, earthquakes, fish,
stars and seasons,
eclipses,
volcano, rocket,
anything but the surface things in the sky,
tides.
Okay, you've all convinced me the Earth is flat. I just got one thing left. Why would they lie? I can't believe they lied to me.
That's on script. That sounds on script.
Well, they both left.
It's a twofer.
Yeah, wow. Double KO.
Yeah, one came in, started talking, and that was it. The other one took it from there. And when he was knocked out, they both left.
You're going to later on say, I recorded that whole thing. Okay, we live streamed it on YouTube. I think with what, 2 bots or just 1? Yeah, 2 channels. Yeah, 2.
All of that was comical and painful to listen to, like, all at the same time.
Yeah, bro, I don't know, bro.
He never got to anything remotely to a globe proof.
Yeah, apparently he gave so many examples, which none of them were.
Today I learned that Nuck and Futz lives on a paper towel roll.
That's high speed right there.
Yeah, dude has absolutely no concept of distances and heights and dimensions and things like that. Dude is clueless.
That's another idiot who doesn't know the difference between verbs and nouns. Adjectives, like, what describes a noun? Nouns describe nouns. Like, what the fuck? So you hear flat earth and you hear noun. He's like, yeah, duh. It's not adjective noun. It's not the noun being the earth and flat being an adjective. You don't understand that. He's like, well, no, because flat be a shape. So it's got to be a noun. Duh.
Yeah, apparently it's just objectified and verbalized.
I mean, it's just like amazing. Like, if you could have one of those like drones that are like a fly and just follow these people around. Like, how the fuck do they make it through the day without any comprehension of just nouns, verbs, adverbs, and adjectives? Like, how the fuck do they do anything, any level of communication in the English language, and they don't know just basic grammar? Like, you tell them. Go ahead.
They know crit. They're clouded by their cog dis. That's what's pushing them forward. Their rebellion against the truth in reality. They will hear facts, logical facts, and it'll get warped in their mind, and they'll ignore it or just spout nonsense over it.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay, my mic works. Okay, can you imagine people out there in the world not understanding why other people can lie as if no one has ever lied to them? Like, imagine that. Imagine you're running around in the world and you don't know why people can lie to you.
Government, like, completely clueless as to how government or why government would lie. With government, especially the American
government. Is government aliens or like robots, or is it just people? So if someone lied to you and it's just a human, then what is the difference between someone and a government lying? It's just a human. What the heck? This is not a very hard concept. Except your conspiracy theories and you think your government is run by some different entity, non-human or whatever, then you could invoke the question, why would they lie? But if it's just humans, then you know why humans lie. Everybody has at some point in their life lied or do lie. So what the heck? I mean, it's the stupidest question that actually exists around Globus. If they ask, why would someone lie? Or the government or NASA, whatever. Or am I wrong?
It's being gullible and being prone to be exploited. This is basically what they bet on, you know. This is why this narrative exists. Painful once you know the truth and you have to go against it and explain it, and opening someone's mind to it, it's a kind of its own. Usually it's people laugh it off, you know, because they don't know or are unsure about what they are being told right now. And it's they are spiraling in a loop and don't know how to explain anything, which we
1000%.
Well, on the other hand, I'm just thinking, wow. And the perspective of a capitalist trying to sell you a bunch of junk online or through the TV, it's very easy to sell junk to gullible people. I mean, if they're so undiscerning or incapable of understanding, but discerning between lie or truth. I mean, look how easy it is to make them perfect consumers, right? Brainless consuming robots. You can just make up whatever story you want and they just buy it. I get why they... See, this is the reason why they lie. They need dumb consumers. If they wouldn't keep you dumb and unhappy, you wouldn't consume so much. The only reason why a woman goes out and buys a lot of stuff is because she's unhappy, without peace, restless. Same goes for a man.
True.
That's what they're preying on. They're preying on your, emptiness. But it's fictitious emptiness, They programmed you to think that way. To feel empty and so forth.
Yeah, unless you have a deep desire to get out of it, you're being caged and being pummeled over and over again, and you don't know how to go out of it,
Man, I mean, everybody in here has been born into an artificial world. Like, the information, everything they gather in their life is upside down. They haven't been really introduced to anything beneficial to what they are made in as an image. It's just empty vessels. Born to consume. That's all we have been trained to do. Like, really, think deep about it. What the main focus is. Consume and then die. But make sure to create some other people that do the same thing, so that we have some more consumers right after you died.
Yeah, let's go back to Flat Earth because people are. So, any ballers going to balls deep?
maybe I'm just doing this because I have the small hope that someone says, "Stop it, you are wrong." That would be interesting. But I know that will never happen. Even the biggest normie knows it's true. But what they don't know is that they don't live on a spinning ball. Any glober who wants to defend a spinning ball belief.
I mean, just think about it logically. If the Earth would really spin like they claim, listen, we would have such unimaginable storms on Earth that would be just incomprehensible. There would be no life at all, even possible, because of those speeds and such. It's ridiculous.
Oh, it sounds very sophisticated. I like that story.
I mean, apparently we have 21 people watching on YouTube, so come and join us in Discord if you like.
Yeah, come talk about your final experiment. Is it final, and is it an experiment? If not, why not? If so, what is your next debate topic? What are you going to go on to after you're done with Flat Earth?
Oh, it's Friday the 30th.
Oh, we got someone new here, I guess. Resolve. Oh, just muted.
No, Resolve is not new.
Okay, I see his mod. So, since some of you guys are on YouTube, would you like to post any questions in the chat or something? Start a debate over there. We can do that also.
We need more conversations like this. This is good.
What up, reality man?
I see the piranhas are hungry tonight, yeah?
The what? The piranhas?
The piranhas are hungry, yes? The figure of speech.
No, man, there ain't no piranha going on in this motherfucker.
Nah, we're sharks up in these waters.
The sharks are hungry tonight. So I want to ask you guys, if anybody can answer this. This doesn't really have anything to do with flat Earth, but it could. It's just any topic. Where do you draw the line between healthy skepticism and delusion? Does anyone know where you draw the line at there?
Yeah. You draw the line when somebody says, you tell them no, and they just say, all right, they shrug their shoulders and walk away. If they freak the fuck out over hearing no, then you know you're on the right side of healthy skepticism. Because they'll turn on the hard sell. And then you know they're full of shit. If they're not full of shit and they're giving you some good advice, they'd be like, wow, I guess this person just isn't going to take it. And they'll move on with their life. They got more people to talk to. There isn't any more information to give. So it's a very quick and easy litmus test. Just tell them no and watch the reaction.
They're either narcissistic and want the attention and being buttered, or they're being honest and, stand and listen.
Yeah. So do you think it's possible to have a discussion with someone who's out of touch with reality?
Like how so?
Just in general. I mean, you think you can have a meaningful discussion with someone who's just simply out of touch?
Yeah, if somebody
with the real world.
If someone walks up and tells me pineapple belongs on pizza, I could still talk to him about other things. I just wouldn't bring up any sort of savory and sweet. I definitely would not, get a pizza and a couple of beers, but there'd be other options. I mean, that like break with reality would just be Yeah, like, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I don't know if trolling or just stupid or what's going on. But yeah, I'd be like, okay, sure. Or if they were to be like, they know there's no God and all of humanity is in on it. Everyone knows it too. Because everyone pretends there's a God for some sort of mass delusion. I'd be like, okay, well, you have a massive break with reality, but I could probably still get you to play with a dog, maybe, or you could like, flip my burger for me. Hey, I want fries with that.
What's your definition of being reasonable?
Well, I mean, it depends. Sometimes reasonable is, like a scalar.
Well, just to give you a silly example, if you had a mosquito in your house, would you use a shotgun to kill it, or would you use something else? Which would be more reasonable for you?
How big is it?
It's the typical size of a mosquito.
It's not like a dinosaur mosquito?
No, just your average size.
It's not like an alien atheist mosquito?
No, just normally what you see in nature.
Is it like a G.I. Joe shotgun? Or is it like a shotgun?
No, your regular firearm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard stories where people, they got a hole in their tent or something, and they just get swarmed by mosquitoes.
Right. Yeah, well, in that case, a shotgun might be appropriate, I guess, if you have like thousands and thousands. But you get what I'm saying, so.
Yeah, like here in Minnesota, they've sometimes described the state bird as the mosquito. Land at like 10,000 lakes and stuff.
I'll tell you something, kid. I've been talking to you guys about this flat earth stuff for about a year now. And you know what I've experienced most of the time? I won't name anyone in particular because a couple of people I don't see in the room. But it seems like, now this is just my impression, I could be wrong, but it seems like people are more interested in thinking they want an argument as opposed to finding out what the shape of the earth is. That's the impression I get. Have you run into that or no?
Yeah, because they'll come in here and they'll want to debate, flat earth. And at the end, they always claim they won. And you're like, what did you win?
Yeah, I've seen that on both sides. Yeah. So what do you think of that?
FYI, we're not trying to figure it out. We've figured it out. We're informing you. Do what you want with that information. Take it or leave it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Facts.
Well, if you figured it out already, how does it make sense to ask people questions about what they think the shape of the earth is?
Well, the main focus is a lot of times they're so egotistically attached to the globe, they won't hear anything you say about flat earth. So once you get them to realize that their connection to the globe is just a belief system, they don't know it. They only believe it. Then that gives you an opportunity to then be ready to say, hey, now here's how the earth is flat.
Oh, okay. That's all right. Thanks for answering those, some of you guys who know my opinion and irrelevant questions. Just trying to gain some insights.
Raiden, are you on your phone or where are you? Or on your PC?
I'm on a mobile device.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes it sounds a little bit muffled. I have difficulty to understand you.
Okay, yeah, it's a lot better when I'm at home. Sometimes these AirPods, they don't meet expectations.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey there, Raiden. What was the age where you won your first argument with a woman?
That hasn't happened yet. I try to stay away from arguing with people in general.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.